There's the Morphling ban that we have been speaking about, just a highly contested hero. And actually, interestingly enough, IG gets rid of that Legion Commander. Do you think the performance last game was enough to justify it, or is it just because of the Phoenix this time? And the Mars, actually.
It's a pretty good, we call them steroids, like basically spells that amp up your cores to deal more damage.
Yeah, buffers.
Buffers, exactly. A pretty good buffer for the Tiny. And the Purge and the added save and stuff like that's always very nice. So I think it's just an overall, it's mostly about the Purge ability against the Phoenix and the BKB ability to tank the Sunray.
Yeah, and the attack speed, of course, against Eagle is going to be great. Monkey King, I definitely didn't think coming into this series that Monkey will be either picked or survive through the first big phase.
I think Spirit's just afraid of it to disrupt their laning phase. I think after game one, they realized that they can't just let IG dominate the pace of the game. Even though they won that game, I think they felt it too. Like we saw it was a very clutch win. And you don't want to be in that position where you got to clutch it out like that every single game.
So what is it in game two? So in game two, they did fix that pace, right?
Right.
What was it about the draft you thought was lacking maybe in game two?
I think they had the idea of that we need to have more pace, but I feel like the heroes that they pick are a little bit outdated, or like they don't really make sense to me. Like the Chaos Knight, I think in concept is a good idea. It does very well in its lane, and then you have these illusions that are going to fight for you. You don't really have to commit into the Doom. But I just feel like the hero's power level is too weak.
Yeah, they overdid it. Having both Shadow Fiend and CK in that game was a bit too much. Shadow Fiend was static in the mid game. You can't really make that many moves, especially with the build. There was no Shadow Blade early on, and that one dodge from Morphling with the waveform, that was top notch, or top luck skill, whatever you want to call it, because there was no sentry wards.
Yeah. So Team Spirit once again banned out the Lina. That makes me just immediately think of Leshrac. I think if you want to pick Lush, though, you're most likely going to play with some sort of save, some sort of support that can keep your Leshrac alive.
So you were talking about how this is the Chinese mentality, that like you ban Lina, you pick Lush. You think Spirit has adapted to that mentality now?
I think it's more, IG are definitely considering Leshrac as an option now that Lina's out of the pool. So this is something that you can do sometimes where the opponents ban certain heroes for you, and that basically gives you another ban. So let's say I'm in IG's position, I see them banning Lina, I'm like, Leshrac has two counters. Lina and whatever other hero they consider to be good against it. Like Invoker, for example, that was played against Lesh in the first game. Now you've opened up the door to potentially drafting Leshrac here. Whereas when both Lina and Invoker are open, that's not really a hero that you're considering.
Okay. And do you see this draft initial as a pretty decent Leshrac draft to play in?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good Lush game.
Okay.
You have the backup of Phoenix and Mars.
Natural BKB buyer. I mean, you can go it as your second item, and then you don't care too much about Phoenix nor the Mars spells. Something that they played against Fnatic was ET and Tiny. ET is still available for Team Spirit if they want to go that combo, removing the basic magic resistance. As you said, the ET didn't look that great in the first game when they played it, but still feels really good to have another way of stopping a team fight.
So the benefits is like, I think Mira played the ET, and he traditionally plays more of those range type of position for heroes, and I would expect him to be on the Snapfire here. So Miposhka is more of that laning dominating type player. That's the type of hero he likes. So seeing him on the ET wouldn't be too surprising, though I do think the Phoenix is one of the better heroes at dealing with it, because you just slow down the attack speed so much, and he can't really fight.
I like your point, because Miposhka back in the day was the biggest enchanter spammer I've ever seen. He used to just run that hero every single time. What other heroes could we see that are lane dominators that you'd think would fit into his hero pool? Come to mind.
I mean, Bane was one of the ones I was thinking about, but many of the traditional like position 5s for CIS,
like
the Eastern European, Disruptor, absolutely.
Yeah.
Doesn't really fit the game here, I would say.
Okay.
I'm not actually sure. I think it might just be the Snapfire 5 to match it up into the Phoenix.
Or they could just swap the lanes and play Snapfire position 5 from the safe lane to match it up against Phoenix potentially.
We've seen Bane now multiple times actually by IG. I feel like it's been picked every game. What do you see the strength of this pick here?
I feel the hero is just not picked enough. I expected this hero to be like super highly contested in the group stage, picked or banned every single time he is the lane dominator. You have this small budget save built in, and also BKB piercing ability. You don't necessarily need to get a 5-second duration grip, sometimes a second or a 2 during the BKB. As we've seen in the game number 1, was pretty clutch. So yeah, the positioning is key. I think he's very similar to Oracle in terms of positioning, where you make like 200 range ahead and then you straight up die.
Oh, interesting. There's a lane dominator that we haven't seen in a long time, which is the CM, and a classic combo with the Juggernaut. Is this a pocket strat we might be seeing here?
I think it's a response to the Phoenix Mars. I was thinking personally, PL I know is one of Yatoro's better heroes. So I was considering the PL when I saw the Bane. But they go with the Juggernaut. It's great against the Mars and Phoenix in lane. Now they have kill potential during the level 1. I think especially level 1 Phoenix now needs to be extremely careful because you have the Nova into the spin and you can zone them out. And Crystal Maiden overall fits pretty well with the other heroes. And I know AUI thinks this hero is very, very strong right now, so he was surprised we haven't seen it more.
Are you afraid at all of the Fiend scripting the Juggernaut while he's spinning and stopping him completely?
It's one of the threats that they need to consider, but I think with how Juggernaut usually plays nowadays, you have both the Ags and you have the Omni Slash to get around, and you have the Healing Ward, right? So if the Healing Ward is alive and you get Fiend Script, you're most likely going to be able to tank through it.
Here we see Storm. That was a pick they've actually banned as respect ban multiple times for Emo. You tell me a bit about the strength about Emo and this hero Lacoste.
Yeah, Emo's Storm Spirit is legendary pretty much. You know, he, like, comparing him to some other Storm Spirit players, I think the farming patterns in general for Storm Spirits got better. We see this like newer type of a build with the Soul Ring as well, where you like farm the small camp. It's very important to try to block it, and then you pick up the 3-minute rune, come back, kill the small camp again, come to your lane. Storm Spirit comes online very quickly. There are not too many counters in this game. There is a bite coming out from the Crystal Maiden. For the rest, he should be okay if he has enough mana to try to dodge the other spells, and Juggernaut doesn't feel comfortable playing into Storm Spirit.
Are you still seeing this as a tiny mid right now, or do you think it's still an open flex?
I think there's potential to run the Snapfire 3 and Tiny 4.
Oh.
It doesn't really strike me as something that I would imagine Team Spirit does very often, but it could be a good way to answer like the problems of laning against Bane, because you get a much stronger hero in the lane there.
Could you Tiny 3 here, potentially?
Yeah, you could.
I think you could Tiny 3, but I think against Bane a lot of the time, like... I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, you could. I don't dislike it. The more I think about it. It just feels a bit weird in the current meta of like how Tiny's build, with the item build that Tiny likes to go for.
Because Collapse has done it in the past, Tiny 3.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
And you have mana, that's what's important. Tiny consumes a lot of mana when he's played either as a position 4 or a position 3, and this time around you have Crystal Maiden, so that's going to help out quite a lot.
Yeah.
Banned out. That's a Night Stalker, right?
Yeah, IG thinks that it's going to be position 4 Tiny, banning out Night Stalker and Lycan.
Or a 2 Tiny, right? And they're banning partners or something.
Yeah.
Yes,
could be either.
exactly. What heroes would you were talking about the bans that they got to protect Leshrac, but it also protects the Storm in the same way. Is there any other hero you're thinking about right now? Like, okay, let's get rid of that in case or that you think would be really good against the Storm?
A lot of, like, Virtus Pro, when they play Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain is the one band that they get rid of, Puck is the other one, and Lina. Like, these are the bands that they protect the Storm Spirit pick with. So, yeah, Team Spirit, the leash mechanic. I don't think I've seen a single game from the games that have been casted throughout the group stage. Puck was not picked at all. It was banned out, always against the Storm Spirit, but never picked.
I actually saw this matchup quite a few times, and I think while the Puck is good with the Dream Coil, now with how Storms can buy Kaya Sanj and Bloodstone, they have a way to really survive through it. They can tank through it. And I think between the Nightmare Sleep and the Phoenix heals, it might be enough to keep the Storm alive. But other than that, there's no stunts on Spirit. It's very hard for Spirit to kill the Puck. They did buff the Bane Fiend script cast time.
Oh, for IG.
For IG, sorry, yeah. Killing the Puck for IG is going to be difficult in this game.
Okay.
And I think like now, it's really up to the Bane, right? You got to grip either the Puck or the Juggernaut. So I think that might be something that's tricky for them. Spectre Storm is a very, very strong combo. So Storm Spirit, generally speaking, wants to find the right target and jump them. So one of the hardest things of your game is you need to have vision of the backlines. But with Spectre, it's very easy. You press one button and your Storm sees everything. And he can jump safely knowing that there's no heroes close by, or he can choose the target that he wants to go on. So really like this pick.
So that's the strength of IG's draft. I have to summarize that draft.
I think their team fight is going to be very, very strong. And look for Emo to make some aggressive jumps off of Haunt initiations.
What about IG? For Team Spirit, sorry.
Team Spirit, this is going to be a position 3 Tiny, which can scale. As you mentioned, there are no real stun silences for Puck, so that's going to be a bit problematic for Invictus Gaming. And Toronto, Tokyo, especially with the help from Crystal Maiden, could completely pop off on this Puck.
All right. Well, before we get into the game, we got to hear a last word from BSJ so he can guide us as to what we should be looking for in this game number 3 between Team Spirit and IG.
Thank you, Avo. In this game, we have a bit of a contrast from game one, where this time around, Team Spirit is going to be the low cooldown, constantly running you lineup, while IG's the long cooldown, team fight based lineup, but it's all about these supports. Both teams have backline range, squishy supports who are going to have crucial impact in the team fights. You have damage coming out from the Snapfire and Crystal Maiden for Team Spirit, and you have the AoE control from the Phoenix and the single target control from the Bane on the side of IG. And the question is, which team's assassins, the Tiny as well as the Puck on the side of Team Spirit, or the Storm Spirit and the Spectre on the side of IG, is going to find these crucial but squishy backline supports? And the only way we're going to find out is if we watch Sunsfan and Cinderin. Take it away, guys.
Wow, holy Jesus, that was quite the crowd noise. BSJ, very well improved. Good job, my friend. One of the best segues I've heard in quite some time. Sunsfan here with Cinderin.
I have never been cheered for so loud in my entire life.
I think that was a sarcastic cheer, if I had to guess. I'm not sure if the spectators got to hear the same thing as us.
That was very
but
loud.
We do have game 3, Cinderin, between IG and Team Spirit. First game I've gotten to cast the new, if you want to call it that, Spectre, which I've been hoping for some time now. Your thoughts on this game number 3?
Yeah, I think the way BSJ broke it down is actually, he just hit the nail on the head about what's going to happen in this game. It's an assassination game, and these games are super fun to watch because they're so explosive. There's like two, like he put it, there's 2 assassins on either team, right? Puck Tiny versus Spectre Storm, and that to me indicates that this could indeed be a game where you see that new meta Spectre build where you go for an earlier Aghanims. I think sometimes we see them go Echo Saber first into it. I believe I have even seen Tread's Ags straight away, but it does feel like the build
Falcon Blade
is
as well.
Probably worth it. Yeah, Falcon Blade is also part of the build. I think it's going to be Tread's Falcon Axe, to be honest, but could opt for the Echo Saber if he sees value in it here. I'm going to see. A little bit of a fight potentially breaking out.
Yeah, rebuke from Toronto Tokyo. A nice spin with the cookie setup. JT trying to get saved with a Nightmare, but this looks to be first blood going the way of Team Spirit. Let's see if they can secure the bounty runes as well, although I don't think they're going to stick around that triangle in all likelihood. Maybe just leave Poshka there for now. Of course, you can see they do have the ward, giving them good vision here. Another illusory orb just scouting things out. So very early aggression. BSJ just talked about it. A lot of low cooldowns for Team Spirit versus the long ones from IG.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
It's all about execution, which IG, during this tournament, have had some of the best execution of any team. I mean, they were top of their groups, along with LGD in the opposing one, and that's why they're favored in this match. But
yep,
they have been extended to a game 3 here by Team Spirit.
I feel like when I look at this Spirit lineup, it reminds me a little bit of some strategies that Virtus Pro have run in the past with success, where they have this Juggernaut carry and they just play around hyper early aggression with all of these heroes that really thrive. And then you try to get the first Roshan, and then you look to maybe even go high ground. I don't know if that's going to work out with an offlane Tiny in particular. A lot of the times those Juggernaut strategies will be coupled with something like a Dragon Knight or a Lone Druid or whatever, that wants to hit towers, or even Pugna in some cases. So I think maybe that's what IG's read was in getting these greedier late game heroes, is that, well, even if Spirit do well early on, we think we can bridge the gap to a late game and then ultimately just overpower them with, arguably by many considered the single best late game support in the whole game, Phoenix, played by Kaka position 4. And then you have Storm Spec going late. You've got to feel pretty confident if you don't get crushed in the first 20 minutes here, right?
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been the wombo combo, if you want to call it that, for this last year, is the Mars Arena giving, especially without the BKBs coming online, enough space for that egg to actually go off, and then eventually you probably will see Storm Ags in combination with that. They just have a lot of spells that work in tandem together. And then obviously Bane has been picked literally every game this series, and I was not expecting that, not gonna lie.
And it won every game so far.
Yep,
so
indeed.
According to statistics, it's in the bag for IG.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, if there's one thing Dota loves, it's in the bag. Literally every hero has a voice line for predicting
and
victory.
Skyrath has 10 that they forgot to actually split up into separate ones, and is now just one elongated.
Whoa, how is Emo destroying mid this hard? I just realized.
We're watching Kaka get slowly chased down by Maposhka.
Oh.
This is one of the longest chases of all time. He has 5 mangoes.
Possibly
another
dying.
Frostbite to come.
Yep.
And there we go. Another kill going the way of Team Spirit. So yeah, mid lane 17-1 to 10-0.
This is not that Storm favorite of the lane. Emo is just outplaying here. Toronto, Tokyo by a decent amount in the first few waves. Good news if you're an IG fan. Getting Emo off to a good start. We've covered this in the last couple of games.
Yeah,
and he is exceptionally good on Storm. But, like we talked again previously, he has also had a couple of, like, slightly, I don't know if you want to call them facepalm moments during, I think it was one of our games we cast where Emo just went way too crazy on Storm. I think they ended up winning anyway. But he is prone to a little bit of over-aggression at times, bottom lane. Decent damage onto JT. We'll reset away.
Just going to get salved and we'll be good to go. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before. Just kind of overconfidence from Emo at times, but I mean, talking about puck though, Toronto Tokyo's puck is really freaking good. We've cast a lot of his games, and some of them were pre-nerf, right? He's been nerfed since then, so
that's true.
A lot of games we've been seeing, you know, some mid laners partake in some puck and they haven't looked so good. So interested to see if Toronto Tokyo does it. But we saw it game 1 where he was split pushing with Invoker. Does a lot of that with puck, especially if he's behind. So we'll see.
Kind of a dangerous split push game though against Spectre Storm Bane. It's not going to be easy.
That's true.
This time around to do that. One of the big upsides to Bane that I think is underappreciated maybe sometimes. Everyone is very much focused around the laning. Oh, hang on, he might actually die here.
Yep, Avatar set up with the cookie, and down goes Ollie. Scatterblast was enough.
Ironically, one of the things people consider so strong about Bane is the laning, as he just got crushed from full HP there. He's facing a really, really powerful lane here, with Snapfire being one of the worst matchups the hero has, in my opinion, in lane. But yeah, what Bane usually brings to the table, it's the pseudo-save of Nightmare, it's the grip, but also just the ability to, because you don't have the ability to wave clear, you never really need to show mid-late game at all. Like, you can sit in a tree line and wait for someone to go for the play we just talked about, where puck starts cutting waves, and then find a good pick that way.
And looking at Fly CS right now, he is sitting on 18-2. Versus the 21-6 Juggernaut, so relatively even across the position ones at least. But mid lane still being dominated right now by Emo. A 10 CS lead at 4.5 minutes is...
That's substantial.
It is. Toronto Tokyo is still getting pretty good farm. Like, this is probably normal farm. It's just Emo's getting literally every last hit, it feels like.
Toronto Tokyo is still ahead on net worth, but that's because he got First Blood.
Yeah,
so
true.
Obviously, even with First Blood in this mid lane, he was still... I don't know if I want to call it losing to Emo here, but Emo is definitely still having a great time. So, very well done by him.
Now we're going to see another Ava into the toss, back into Mira. Cookie does not connect.
Not a good cookie,
and
unfortunately.
Mira will fall as a result of this. Ollie takes a little residual damage from Collapse in the meantime, but they'll have to just cut their losses.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That bot lane now is JT. Had himself a pretty good series so far. He's had a really good group stage, I have to say. There's going to be the first coil of the game. It's going to be broken immediately into the Waning Rift, Illusory Orb.
Oh, it feels real bad if he doesn't get the kill here.
Fine, just barely.
Oh, it's one thing not getting the kill, but it's the time, right?
Yeah.
Storm is now 20 CS ahead. He's pushing the
Avatar, Scatterblast, Fire, or Fly. Looks like he's actually going to live. Spectre, one of the tankier position ones in the game.
Definitely major upside against a lane like this that is so burst-oriented.
As an off-lane Tiny, do you think, I mean, you still go Silver Edge at some point against Spectre, right?
This'll come in handy.
Maybe you can do that on Jugger. I think it depends what they value the most out of their Tiny, because he could also go for like a catch build. That's a dead main, by the way.
Yep.
Oh, nice fairy.
All right, he's going to live for a little bit, but the toss finishes him off. 4-1 advantage for Team Spirit. So game 2 and 3 starting off kind of similarly in terms of the kills, but it's really the mid lane that's the story right now. But we can just call it a wash just because of that First Blood.
Pretty much. And again, I think the two heroes on IG that you could be concerned about, because they are very much dependent on that good start. I think both Storm and Spectre are feeling pretty good about this, right? Fly has a kill and 30 CS, and Emo must be... You know, you have like a mental checklist for what's good farm. Having 10 CS per minute, minute 7 a Storm, you're pretty happy with that. It's not going to get... Like, how can you get more than this, theoretically, apart from having a guy stacking all your camps? He's basically got everything he can. So...
That's very true. Looks like Collapse is... we're going to see the coil in the mid lane. Mira kind of coming in the vicinity here, but Ollie is TP'd as well. Toronto Tokyo trying to get the first damage. Scatterblast is going to be enough. Toronto Tokyo takes out Emo. Mira gets slept, but there's not going to be a whole lot of damage between this Phoenix and Bane, and Ollie, he's completely surrounded here. A couple more right clicks, and the loser of double kill for Toronto Tokyo as Team Spirit doing very well.
I love the way that that Toronto Tokyo used the silence there. He was very patient. He saw the Bane TP coming. Okay, Cookie. That's cute.
Cookie on the creep. Do they
is
have
this gonna work?
Frostbite with the illusory
nice
orb?
kill.
It's not a triple kill, but we've called it that. As Haunt comes in, first of the game, they're going to try to go for Toronto Tokyo. The zip in from Emo. He wants revenge. Illusory orb, but looks like Toronto Tokyo will fall. And now Meposhka might be next on the list. Gets off the Frostbite. And Emo not with a ton of mana left, but Fly will be trying to pursue. In fact, Emo might be in trouble here. Jataro's made a transition. Doesn't look like the cookie connects, so away Emo goes.
Well, Fly gets to the high ground, but he has mana for TP now. He has to get out of there immediately. Yeah, and he will make it. So, yeah, it looked like a nice kill. I really like the way they cast their spells to execute this kill on the Phoenix behind the tower, but of course it does compromise Puck's position just enough that Storm respawns and finds the counter kill.
Mars Arena collapse. Ends up getting procced by the spear, and Emo cleans it up. Eventually, JT gets credit for that one. So nice rotations. As feels like at 8.5 minutes we've had a trade of tier 1 top and bottom in both games, and that's not even remotely the case this time around.
Well, Spirit have done more structural damage for sure. Like wait, have IG? Okay, IG have hit a tower. They've hit a little bit on mid and top, but yeah, the top tower for Spirit looking a lot healthier. So all in all, still very, very close early on, and you just gotta wonder what's gonna happen as soon as the first round of items comes in, right? So Storm is queuing up the Orchid, Puck is going Boots of Travel, it looks like here, Toronto Tokyo. Not too uncommon, but also a little bit risky sometimes, especially playing against a hero like Storm who wants to go Orchid. Yeah. You're not gonna be like that step ahead where you already have the Yules when the Orchid comes out, so you are a little bit exposed that way. But
I mean, he's definitely made it work in many games that we've casted him in the past, so see if that comes to be again. Of course, it is against Emo, like you said. An absolute beast. Toronto Tokyo about to hit level 9 here. Has his coil available. Looking for an opening. His collapse. Trying to bait a bit. Oh, Spear does not connect with the tree, but here comes the coil from afar into the ult from Snapfire. Avalanche to follow. Ollie's in the vicinity. Gets off the Nightmare, but looks like JT's going to barely tick out there. They expend a lot. TP support from IG. And Team Spirit get the kill. And they're going to try to go for this tier 1 top as well. They're going to be stopped in their tracks for now. Toronto Tokyo picks up a double damage rune. Was not denied by an illusion this time. And Yutaro.
It's kind of incredible. He could find an angle for that spear to not land on the tree.
Yeah, that was
such
pretty
a small window.
Well, I think one tree was missing at that time as well.
Yeah, the one in between them and the back, but still, even then, it's a pretty narrow window there.
It looks like IG's going to defend here. They will be successful. But yeah, Yutaro is farming really well, actually. I mean, Spectre's one of those heroes that farms a little bit slower, at least at the beginning stages, than Juggernaut, but they're basically on the same footing right now. But yeah, it will be Aghanim Scepter for Fly eventually after the Falcon Blade. So he will not be going for, well, maybe Orchid after. We'll see. Yeah, collapse. Going to get the Avalanche into the cookie, into the toss as well. Scatterblast turns them off. And there, you see another coil expended for JT. He gets off his ult as TP supports are on their way. He's going to get bursted down though. And Emo with Fly coming in on that haunt. They're going to be able to clean up 2 kills right off the bat, but there's just 2 supports. Double kill for Fly. Now Toronto Tokyo's here with the double damage. Of course, no coil, 60 seconds on the deck here, but gets the Waning Rift. Not sure if he's going to finish this off. Toss onto Emo. Yutaro has a healing ward. Going to try to spin here. He's taking a ton of damage in the meantime, though. He's just going to get right-clicked down very casually by Emo. You see the egg on the backside here, but won't end up resulting in any kind of stun. So a little bit too aggressive, perhaps. They're staying too long for Team Spirit.
What is it with TI and tossing people from your own team into trouble, huh? That's a pretty...
It's so tempting.
Memorable moment from a different year. I don't think that one was on purpose, though. This one was. But that toss did not work out the way they wanted it to. And they even got a really good Avalanche, because Jugger got Fiend Script and immediately Avalanche canceled the Fiend Script, and he still couldn't get the Omni Slash off.
Yeah, you can see the replay here.
Dire's top tower is
So
under
they
attack.
end up killing the Phoenix, who, the fact that he eggs at the end of this fight just shows how long it went here. A very extended fight overall.
And this is what IG's lineup can do. The moment you start committing, this global presence of Storm Spec can always come in and punish when cooldowns are out. And it's very understandable that Spirit want to chase here, right? You have a DD puck, you know the enemy team is somewhat out of resources. Sidestep from Toronto Tokyo there to not get Fiend Script, but here is the problem. So instant cancel on that grip.
Yeah, and he never Omni Slashes either.
He's
Maybe
just taking too much
not
damage.
sure he would have
Just getting
gotten
wrecked.
kills. Yeah. He's yet to actually Omni Slash this game, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
I mean, it could have been a lot worse, honestly. Collapse
could.
did live at the very least, but...
And now Collapse will take that top tower, obviously, with those cooldowns not ready for IG. They're not interested in trying to defend without Supernova or Haunt, so a little bit of a silver lining there, at least that they grabbed the first tower of the game, but the question is if they're going to be able to defend their own bottom as well, or if it's just going to be a trade in the end. Kaka's eyeing up a Yules. I think it's probably a pretty good choice here. Maybe he's worried about the puck silence, and he wants to make sure that he can get his Supernova off. TPing bot, yeah, it's going to be a tower trade. They're making very sure here. TPing Phoenix bottom here is basically them saying, all right, we take no risk here, just in case Spirit want to defend. Since they have Omni, we're going to have as many heroes as possible in the neighborhood, and now they realize, okay, defense is not coming, so they're going to rotate. And Kaka will maybe stack a little bit of Ancients here. I don't know if they want to do that. Seems like that's a yes.
Yeah, Ollie TP's mid. Looks like IG want to defend this mid
they
tower
definitely should
potentially.
defend this.
But Team Spirit is completely set up here. Yataro is at half HP though, does not have Healing Word to use. We'll see how they want to actually initiate here. As there's the toss back onto JT, gets silenced right off the bat, can't get his Margarine off. Nice layering with the cookie, but the Arena actually blocks off the Snapfire. He cannot kill the egg as a result. That's one death, make it two, and Team Spirit getting destroyed in this fight. The Mars Arena perfectly placed. We talked about that combo as Yataro now on the run. Spin TP looks to be successful.
Such a godly setup there from IG. They make sure that the one hero that can be caught is JT on the Mars. He instantly uses the hood, and then they get in and get the counterplay with a great Supernova Arena combo, and they instantly Fiend Script the Snapfire as well, who was part of coming in close for the extra burst. But that obviously means that there's no Mortimer Kisses. That's one of the problems with this hero in some situations, is that you always need to gauge what distance you want to play at, right? It's rare that you find a fight where all of your spells get used well. It's generally either the up-close ones or the long-range one. In that situation, for Mira, it would probably been better to stand further back and get that ult off for a massive amount of damage in the arena. But, yep, he got taken out, so made that an easy hold for IG.
Yeah, now Fly, top of the net worth. I believe Aghanim Scepter is being delivered as we speak. So essentially he gets, I guess you can call it a mini haunt. You have to have vision of the target.
Mini haunt.
A single, what do I actually call it? A
Shadow Step. How about that? What do you think? Do you think that's a good name?
Single haunt is better, I think.
You definitely designed Slugger.
But it also applies a Spectral Dagger, so I would assume he's going to go for all the talents that line up with that.
Already taken the dagger talent on level 10, which is very common.
Single target, that's what I was trying to say. Sorry.
Single target haunt.
Single target haunt, yeah. It's very accurate.
That's pretty much the worst name you could give a spell that I can imagine.
Well, amplify damage.
That's better.
Oh, Avatos from Collapse. They're going to be able to blow up the Bane right off the bat. Suspended coil as well. And look at JT somehow surviving through all this. The hood plus the Sunray.
Mind you, that's only level 2 Sunray, actually. That wasn't even a maxed out one, but just the hood facing the right way and getting Sunray really can keep JT alive for a long time. They do get the pick on Bane.
And this is going to be the crucial part of the game for IG, or if, I guess you can look at Team Spirit's perspective as well, but Orchid on Emo. And right now, Toronto Tokyo has nothing to take it up. In fact, he doesn't even have anything queued up that will dispel that. Went for the Kaya. We'll be going for Blink next.
It's dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
It's so dangerous when you're not playing with a save, right? It may be sometimes you can justify this a little bit easier if there's someone who can... Yeah. Very good.
Well, you get some HP. It's something.
When Snap is level 15.
Yeah, eventually they'll get there. The Orchid...
level 15, the 200 heal from Cookie.
The Orchid will have done its work by then, I'm sure. But
yeah.
I mean, it is risky, but I mean, Toronto Tokyo, he typically always plays like this, and it pays off a lot.
A lot of the
very
time.
often for him.
That's the thing about glass cannon builds, that if the situation is correct, it's very good, and it's kind of just, you're just polarizing your play, right? You're saying, okay, in good situations I'm better, and in bad situations I'm worse.
Yeah.
And they're relying on having superior vision or getting the initiation with Tiny, which he can, for the most part, trust Collapse to do.
Oh, they were going to see the Orchid. We just talked about it. All right, too risky, Cinderin. Too risky indeed. Mira not in the right position, although the cookie, as you explained, would have made a difference here.
For what it's worth, he would have also died.
Oh, man, they're actually gripping Collapse as well. This is going to end up being a team wipe if they're not careful. Double kill for Emo. 4 dead for Spirit.
Good
Yikes.
God, this is getting caught in 2 different places with 2 different heroes, just being fragmented there. I mean, for what it's worth, the kill on the puck had nothing to do with his item ability. He has Yules there, still dies. He was just getting killed within the Vortex pull. Yeah, it's a problem. The Spectre is so farmed that I don't know how Team Spirit can really handle this. Their lineup kind of has to win early. You're going to see it here.
Actually, he did have time if he had Yules, to be fair.
Yeah, maybe he could have reacted really fast and got it off before he got
had like
Vortex.
half a second.
Yeah, maybe. You're right. Possibly work, but
somebody record that line. I haven't heard that before. You're right. Thank you. But yeah, this was a disastrous fight to Team Spirit, and
I was talking to production. They were saying, since you're really smart.
Okay.
And I was like, you're right.
All right,
you know?
fair enough.
So, yeah.
Fair enough. It makes sense now. IG with a 5K net worth lead. Keeps going back and forth. And that is, for 18.5 minutes, that is a crazy lead. And the fact that you have the Spectre, you have the Storm, that feels very bad for Team Spirit. And this should as well. Toronto, Tokyo evaporates.
I mean, he is going all around the world right now.
94% win probability. IG, after that game 1, I don't know what you want to call that. That was a very surprising win for Spirit. And you got to give Spirit credit for that as well.
Of course.
But after that, IG have they've been looking just like they did in the group stage.
Yeah, and it looks like Yatoro could be in trouble here. They have all the vision and info. They're just waiting.
Spin. They don't have grip right now. There is the Mars Arena into the Spear. Very patient play from IG. And they are actually shellacking Team Spirit right now, Cinderin. This is rough.
I've casted a lot of games, Shan.
Yes.
I've seen closer games than this.
Have you?
Yes. I have to admit. I have seen closer games. I've also seen less close games. But comparatively, when you think about how game 1 and 2 went, this is turning into an absolute stomp. And it's not, you don't just look at the numerical values, right? Okay, you're 6K hit minute 20. That's already good. It's the heroes that you did it with.
Yeah.
Right? The scaling possibility in this dire lineup is so superior to that of the Radiant. And Team Spirit, honestly, I kind of like from them that they went in with this kind of, confidence and mentality in this game. Okay, we see their heroes, we're going to pick something that's good, but in terms of execution requirement, they have so little margin for error in the first 15 minutes with this lineup. They have to be ahead on kills, they have to do better in lanes than they did, and now that we're not at that stage anymore, it just feels like it's kind of cruise control for IG right now. Wait for every time you have, what's it called, single target haunt ready. Then you use that to kill a hero.
Thank you.
And then you also have every target haunt, which is your ulti.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's very accurate. I like that.
And you just, every time those things are ready, you try to find picks with Storm.
Easier to understand as well. 7K net worth lead for IG. They have 4-man smoke right now. And Spirit just has to play in this type of way where they have a couple heroes just kind of shadowing somebody that's pushing just to be able to save them potentially, or at least create some havoc. But it's going to be an uphill battle overall.
Gets the Kaya Sanj. He has died in the other 2 lanes in the last 4 minutes. Will he die in the third one?
Again, Toronto Tokyo gets up the phase shift this time, but Collapse might be in trouble. Actually blinks out to safety, and it looks like Puck's going to live through this engagement. In fact, they get the root, the coil onto Emo, but that is just the Aegis right now. The spin from Yatoro comes through, has yet to Omni Slash this entire game. Fiend's Grip will disallow that from being a thing as well. And now the jump in from Emo after the Aegis has been expended. 3 deaths. All they lose is Aegis. I can't get over that there has not been an Omni Slash this game. You don't. That is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it makes any difference in these fights because it's getting to be very one-sided now.
Honestly, it's a really hard jug game, actually, I think. Oh, Fly almost soloing Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, the jump in from Emo. 11K now, and this is without even the tier 2 towers being killed yet. BKB now online for Emo. Looking to add insult to injury. Of course, they don't have Aegis to work with as we're looking at the replay here.
This is a really good play from Toronto Tokyo, by the way. He phase shifted the initiation, then he gets a 2-hero silence, one of which is the Storm, and then he escapes this after. He could not possibly have done more in that fight on the puck, but again, who's going to stop the Bane in this situation from Fiend's gripping the Jug? As soon as all the spells are cast and Bane is unaccounted for, that's when this hero really shines. Just goes in and takes out the carry from the fight entirely. JT's having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. But IG sometimes in the past, as we saw in game 1, a little bit too confident sometimes. You know, it happens to the best of us. But I think they've learned their lesson, and I would be surprised if they don't just continue to grow this lead. Ollie gets off the Nightmare.
Is he actually going to escape here? Oh.
Yeah, looks like that's the case. Basically nullifies a smoke from Team Spirit. Now IG are aware. As Kaka's working for a refresher already on the Phoenix. My goodness.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Well, actually, does he even have the mana to support it? He probably
That's a good question.
It barely does.
I'm sure he's done the math. Do they allow calculators in the booths?
Maybe that's the one tool you would be allowed to have in there. Probably not.
Probably not. Fly up. He's going to get the single target haunt off. And we'll go back to where he came. So ends up baiting out most of Team Spirit, including the freezing field.
And that's another thing about Spectre when it has this item is if you want to gank Spec, you kind of need to either have full chain stun and silence until it dies, or you need to be all 5 heroes there. You can't just press a button and escape globally. It's very, very annoying for Team Spirit to deal with here. And IG are immediately going to make their own move. I love this. You know, you used Shadow Step, but you're ready to go once again. Immediately smoked up the other 4 heroes, and this is a dead Crystal Maiden. The question is, are they going to get any more? Evo with a long jump.
Yep, and they're going to get a second.
Oh, baby,
Sapphire
a double.
CM Dunzo. And the fact that this Shadow Step is only a 30-second cooldown, kind of crazy.
It's an insane angle.
You have constant global ability as Collapse.
He's going to join bottom.
Yep. This is getting out of control as IG dominating right now. But all top three net worths on their team. Probably just waiting for the next Roche just to make sure that you know, they have things in hand. They don't want to get overconfident again. And
do they see Toronto Tokyo? They don't have vision of him right now. He's standing there in the tree line.
Yeah.
If Bane were to randomly walk in there, Toronto Tokyo actually dies. The Storm has the Orchid, but he obviously does have the vision advantage himself from that high ground ward.
So he does have Kaya Sange now on Toronto Tokyo. So
yeah.
Status resist against the Orchid. That's something. It's not a dispel, but we'll be going for the... See, now I actually agree with going like Blink Dagger and all these other items. When you're at this point, you need to play a little riskier, I feel like. If you go for a defensive build, I don't think that helps you back in the game necessarily. Kind of got to go all in here.
The question is if you could have got the dagger before even your travels. Like if you wanted to play hyper-aggressive with your team, was travels the choice that enabled that the most? I don't know. I don't have the answer for that, but I do feel like usually the travels Kaya Sange build is more of a greedier approach to puck. And I don't think being greedy in this game, I mean, it's not easy to say in hindsight because they got rolled in all the fights, right? But, Emo is searching out here. Won't find yet. Mira is going to walk into Kaka. He's dead.
Yep, there's the Yules, and will be left to die in all likelihood. JT jumps in as well. Lead continues to grow here for IG as they try to get as much map control as possible to starve out Team Spirit, and obviously still waiting for Roche number 2. In which case we can have a very long discussion about shards, as is the tradition. Fly working on a Scotty for himself. And I mean, you just look at the farm discrepancy.
Nightmare.
Oh boy. Yeah, Nightmare setup. Grip. Oh, Collapse jumps in, gets the avalanche. And Emo trying to finish off Puck in the meantime. It's going to be close. Looks like he'll find him. And Collapse dies as well. So it feels like IG, there's like no opening for Team Spirit.
No.
Like this is the opening. Yataro can get a couple creeps while the rest of his team dies. That's like the unfortunate... Oh boy. He might actually get caught here as well.
Oh, no, 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 no.
No,
Okay.
he's fine. But he
Getting
has
ahead of
Manta,
myself. The
Echo
storm wasn't
Saber.
there. Okay. Oh, he finds it.
Yep, Mira. Believe he died in this same spot last time around. Collecting gravestones there. As we'll know, I believe, in 30 seconds for Roche.
Radiant's middle
I mean, from Team Spirit's perspective, Cinder, what can you do? Like, you're... Oh, Miposhka. He will actually live. That's the first surprising thing that's happened in the last 5 minutes. What can Team Spirit do to try to creep back in this game? Really taking your time here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm running the simulation, so I'll get back to you in a second.
Okay,
I
no
need
worries.
a pretty big Monte Carlo sample here. I'm typing to Knoxville as we speak too.
Very good.
How many, what is it in, which movie is it again, where they manipulate time and there's one possibility out of a million, whatever, not Captain, what's it called? You know this, you know movies.
Good discussion, Cinder. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I watched this movie. I can't remember what it's called.
Talking about Inception or something?
No, not Inception.
Well, you're the one that's only watched 5 movies in your life, so pick one of them.
It's from the Avengers movie, that's right. It's one of the
No
Avengers.
wonder, I know, yeah.
One out of many, many, many possibilities here. That is what we're looking at for Team Spirit. It is, honestly, it is a total miracle comeback if they do it. Gabe Newell gives them 1%.
Okay.
Gracious Gabe.
That's something.
Always stays positive.
Yeah.
We have had games that were over, that said 5%.
Literally
So,
over, yeah.
Dire's
Actually, there was a game that was 100% win rate.
Yep. It does happen.
In this group stage.
Occasionally. It's obviously rounded up. The game is never truly over until it's over. Things can happen.
Absolutely.
But for Team Spirit, I don't know, you've got to go for some sort of Hail Mary, and I feel like you should have done that for the last 10 or 15 minutes. And they've kind of tried, you know? It's not like they've just been sitting around getting dominated, but they're getting
See
chased
the
around
Haunt
the
come
map
out,
by
and Poshka
Haunts.
is dead. Yataro spin TP. Looks like he'll be successful. No bash or anything like that for Fly, but...
It's like every time you blink, somebody just gets jumped somewhere by Storm or Spectre, right?
Yeah.
So you only really find opportunities by going together and looking for a team fight, but the problem is in order to set up a team fight with the nature of how the Dire are playing here, IG makes sure to push in all the lanes. So if you want to find that move, generally what sets you up to make aggressive moves is that you've pushed at least 2 waves across the river, but every time they split up to try and push the waves, they get ganked. So it's like, it's kind of a checkmate situation where you need to somehow magically dodge the ganks for a full minute.
Aegis and Shard. I assume
And
Emo
then
will
go
take
from
the
there.
Shard.
Yes, he
Indeed.
will. Good call.
Thank you. So he's going to get the Overload active that allows him to use on his teammates. Now has a haste rune to boot.
I didn't know that had a mana cost, actually.
What is the mana cost?
150.
It's actually, it's quite a bit, actually. It's very good, though, so.
It is
You
very
get 3 procs on
Very, very
everybody that you cast it on.
Smoke from IG. JT is ready to go in. He has
Oh,
BKB.
smoke from Team Spirit as well. Miposhka is going to be the
Hello,
sacrifice.
says Emo.
He tanks the gank. I mean, that is actually an okay scenario for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it shows what kind of a game it is when you're happy one guy dies.
Yep.
But there isn't really much need to sugarcoat it, you know? They're just getting owned. Like, they got ran over in the stage of the game that they had to win, and now they're just paying the price. That's a bit.
Toronto, Tokyo, Orchid death again.
Yeah.
You just can't do anything with this item set versus the Orchid specifically. Is Kaka collapse? Gets off the Avatos. All right, they find a residual kill at least.
Kill for Yatoro. He's working his way toward a silver edge. Maybe that's their idea here. It's like, okay, Spectre's too big. We need a silver to have a chance. Oh, dear.
Fly comes in.
He just doesn't care.
The Shadow
He jumped
Step
into 3 heroes.
kills the ward, gets some free gold. Emo basically out of mana.
Oh, Mira is in trouble.
Mira is
Scotty.
dead. Okay, he actually has Shard on Mira. Didn't realize that. Gives you a little shotgun blast. But IG just getting whatever they want. And still 3 minutes to go on the Aegis, so expect them to, I would assume, try to go high ground here.
Yeah,
they have
definitely
a
could.
gigantic lead.
All right.
Did we do it?
Gaben has called it.
What is it? 100?
Gabe is like, welcome to the international team spirit.
is under attack.
I give you 0% chance of winning this game. But remember, it is rounded up. So this could be anywhere between 99.5 to 100.
Right.
If there's anything I know,
Big difference.
then I don't know if that's useful here.
That's usually the case, actually. Toronto Tokyo working on a Lincoln Sphere. That'll help him. But Yataro, spin TP. Right. Do they have the damage? No. I mean, if they really cared about this, they would get a basher on the Spectre. But him spin TPing, it just forces him out, and he can't farm anymore, so they don't really care that much. It's not like they need these extra kills as much at this point of the game. But, yeah, this Lincoln's would be great. But, all right, phase shift.
Good shift.
Staying alive. Gets off the coil. Loser orb to the other side as well. And now his teammates have come. Yataro. All right, we're going to see the Haunt coming. That's the Omni Slash. Is bouncing on all the illusions, though, but they'll find the Mars in the end. But Collapse is dead. Toronto Tokyo's dead. And Team Spirit crumbling here. Mira not able to TP out. Double kill for Fly. And Yataro looks to be the last remaining member of Spirit, but not for long. Just trying to extend. Okay, Spectral Dagger comes through again. The Shadow Blade's out. And I wonder if he might get out here. Doesn't have TP for another 20 seconds. He's just going to farm some creeps. Can't blame him.
Well, he did save the healing ward, so his spiritual successor, Cat, is making its way down the lane.
It's a golden cat, actually.
The sole survivor of Team Spirit is a golden cat waving goodbye to the game.
Oh, no. Oh, and it dies of its own accord.
The cat gets killed by the creep wave. Now, if that isn't a metaphor for this game for Team Spirit, then I don't know.
13:37 is the scoreline. You're seeing that correctly. As we see a replay here. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo did a good job of staying alive here, baiting out a bunch of spells. I thought this was like the open opportunity, potentially. But Yataro's ult just bounces to all the illusions for the most part. Very
unfortunate. Ultimately does get the Mars, but if it can't connect on multiple heroes, you just don't have enough in the tank for the rest, right?
I mean, having to use that on Mars to begin with, who's already used his spells, doesn't feel good either, I'm sure. That Spirit in good spirits, though, so... That's it. Of course, this is not an elimination game. Loser goes to the lower bracket, and winner continues on. But it is a big deal. Like, top 12 is guaranteed right now. If you win this series,
you're top six
guaranteed. That's a huge jump in prize pool and prestige.
And potential, because obviously the grind in the lower bracket is something that has been achieved, but a team going all the way from round 1 or round 2 in lower bracket is rare. You need to get through so many obstacles.
Indeed.
Toronto Tokyo,
he gets hexed and brought down again.
Some fancy footwork, but it's not really a fair fight when you're moving at normal move speed and the enemy team has heroes that see you everywhere and move at 1,000.
Yep. Oh my god, JT blinks out. Dodges the avalanche. Yataro has to use the cat, his spiritual successor. I believe it was just drop dead as well. Trying to get out of dodge here, but he's going to get stunned up and brought down in quick succession. This is looking like it is over. Toronto Tokyo buys back in the game. It's just him and Collapse.
Well, I guess at this point, IG are kind of farming fantasy points for me. That's not bad. I do have Emo today,
The Basher online now for Fly, so that is a canceled TP. Emo, basically no mana to speak of, but Collapse already used his teleport scroll. And Fly just awkwardly runs into and gets the bash. This will be a slow death, but IG will find yet another one.
They have 2 players beyond godlike. Fly is 16-0, Emo is 16-1.
Yeah.
Damn, that's some good old fantasy stomps.
Oh, this is going to be a dieback.
Okay.
It's looking rough. IG making it known that they indeed, despite losing game 1, are an absolute powerhouse.
Hear me out. I have a plan for Spirit, okay?
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right. Well said. Eloquent as always, Cinder. I really appreciate you joining me.
Has been killed.
JT gets a courier. Well, Yataro. All right, they might actually be able to get this. That's the Silver Edge break with the Omni Slash. All right, down he goes, but the grip to counteract from Ollie. Fly jumps in. Basher. Too much to handle for Yataro. And now they finally go for buildings. 31K net worth lead. This is a Gaben level shellacking right here, Cinderin.
Yeah. What can you say though? IG earned it. They played super well this game.
Yep.
They did so many things right. Especially something that's always enjoyable to watch at the top level is how players play around each other, right? The prediction of what the next move is from the enemy team. You have Bane covering. Right? We've got a little bit
Shadow
of a haunt.
step. Yeah. Emo just wanting to clean up some more kills, and they'll find whatever they want.
All right.
They get that first set of racks. The fact that that's the first set of racks is actually feels weird, right?
Oh, you won't believe this. They have a 101% chance of winning now.
I'll bet. I'll bet.
Is actually
baited.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant's
One
top
day,
tower.
maybe in the next patch they'll add that.
But it is rounded up, so it's probably about 100.
All right. So IG, they can only go for 2 racks. They don't have the craziest building
All right,
takers.
collapse. Gonna get single target haunted. No, that was actually the multi-target haunt.
No, looks like
And
he's
will not
fine.
reach the Abyssal here in time.
That's a big cooldown. All right, so they can only get the melee racks top, but that's good enough. And obviously they weren't able to push more than that because the tier 2 still survives for Team Spirit. They got one more fight in them. They have a bunch of diebacks. And by a bunch, I mean one, but yeah, that is a dead Juggernaut. Mira and company look to be next on the list for IG. And IG making a statement again, Cinderin. We're going for the win. Collapse.
They got Bane.
Yep, they got him.
Okay.
Collapse looks to be mega dead. As this game is still extending for some reason. Toronto, Tokyo. Okay, we have the refresher onto the Phoenix, into the egg. Toronto, Tokyo is dead. I feel like I've been saying that a lot this game.
Yep.
49 to 15.
Oh, here comes Collapse. He's gonna kill Kaka.
Yep. All right. I mean, Collapse does do a significant amount of damage if he's able to just walk up with the
He got
Silver
2
Edge.
levels from killing the enemy support.
Yeah, he's going to get sheep for his troubles. And Fly with the Spectral Dagger. And another kill goes JT's way. But if they had a team that could push towers, this game would have been over 20 minutes ago, honestly. It's just their building hitters are not anything special. So the game shall go on, it seems.
Radiant's
Starting to feel like the
middle
elephant
tower
game,
is under
actually, that we cast earlier. That was a 65k net worth lead, though, so maybe not quite
At the
there.
end it was, yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing about this, though, is that IG are making moves non-stop. They're not just sitting back farming, right?
Yeah.
They're actually just killing the enemy team over and over and over and over again. They're just not worth very much anymore.
Yeah, we have the Abyssal Blade initiation. Mira gets a beautiful cookie stun, but it's really not going to matter in the end. If the farm was a little bit more maxed, that could have made all the difference. But they are just so far behind right now.
I feel like I've seen the same play literally 20 times in a row now.
Yep.
It's actually just the same play over and
That's
over
because
and
it's
over
a
again.
30-second cooldown on Shadow Step.
middle tower.
It's crazy. It's
It's
so
true.
good.
20 times in a row is just 10 minutes if he uses it every time it's ready.
That's right.
So it kind of
I mean,
checks out.
When it first came out, it was, we're going to see it used again.
Okay.
Into yet another kill. Now we're fountain farming, it seems, for IG. Spirit's still holding on. Miposhka is going to ult in his fountain for good rapport and morale.
Let's quickly talk predictions. So what are we at right now? We're at 70 kills.
It's GG, Cindy. GG as IG take game 3 in very convincing fashion. That means that they will be top 6 guaranteed now, Cinderin. We don't know who they're going to play, obviously, since this is the first upper bracket best of 3. But Team Spirit, they're still alive. That's the important thing for them.
They're definitely still alive.
And this was a tough matchup for them as well.
It's fair to say they are against the number 1 placement from the other group. They took a game off them in a really cool play. In all fairness, when you look across the entire series, they are outmatched. So, I mean, if you want to look at it from the positive, they did grab that 1 win. It doesn't really earn them anything except a 3rd game here, but gives them some more experience, some more data to look at, some more replays to analyze, and IG definitely, they didn't crumble, which is a good look for them. That game 1 loss has got to feel pretty
I feel like,
terrible.
if anything, the game 1 loss probably helps them going forward.
Probably.
Because now you got that out of the way, right? All right, I screwed up. Now I won't screw up next time.
Yeah, you've shaken that off. You avoid making a similar mistake when you get in a similar situation somewhere later down the tournament. You pay a little bit more attention. You already saw that adjustment in game number 2, where they started hiding in their base when things could have gone awry. So, yeah, great showing from IG overall. Absolutely dominant in this game 3.
All right, let's see what the panel has to say about this Gaben-level shellacking.
Well, you know what? That's something I call a bladder buster. It is a game that you know is ready to be finished. So you're like, I don't want to miss the ending, so I'm just going to hold on. Even though I've had 5 cups of tea and I really need the loo, I'm just going to hold in there. And then the game keeps going. And it keeps going. And it keeps going. And your mum, can I get that empty plastic bottle, please? I really don't want to leave this because they're going to end the game anytime soon. And before you know it, you're on Amazon or other sites and you're just looking up adult diapers. Because you didn't want to leave that. You didn't want to leave that. And yet, by the end of it, you could even hear it in Sunswan's and Cinnamon's voices. Yes, you're playing carefully. Yes, this is TI. We understand you want top 6, IG. But please, for the love of God, you won this at the end of the laning phase. Purge, do you agree? Was there ever a chance of a comeback for Spirit?
Yeah, there was a part where they took a team fight and Haunt was used, and then after it, Tiny's sitting on the back, full HP, full mana. He got his blink interrupted, and I was like, this is going to happen all game. It's going to be really hard for Collapse to get into the fight with Tiny because he is like a guy that has to jump on the right guy and be in melee range. So it's a little finicky, but if you go first, it's great. So at that moment, I kind of realized like this was not the hero I had in mind for Collapse, and it really cost him a lot.
We have to look back to the draft because I don't know if any of you guys can remember or noticed, but it feels like the bans from IG's side were all focused on the off-lane, Trent.
Yeah, Collapse had a rough go there. They took the Mars early, and then after that, we lost the Tide. We eventually lost the Legion, the Night Stalker. They would kind of went down those. They wouldn't give them the combination with like the Wolf Bite, with the Juggernaut and the Lycan. So yeah, Collapse had to be given that first pick overall. Have shifted over to the offlane, and I would say it's probably my least favorite of the 3 core roles for the Tiny. I'm much more into the mid and the position 1.
Did you get quite excited though, Gods, when you saw that combo of Phoenix and Mars come out on IG's side?
Yeah, I've seen it a lot. I definitely something where against the Tiny, it's really good. It almost made them not want to play the Tiny in that 1 or 2 position role because the Fire Spirits and the Sunray is so bad for Tiny's game. And I think IG just drafted so well. The Phoenix-Mars combo, and then this Spectre-Storm synergy was just so powerful this game.
I think you just need to look at your Toro's numbers to really know how hard a game Team Spirit had. Jug, he was picked as the counter to that Mars and Phoenix combo, Trent. And yet he still wasn't able to get into the game and do what he needed to do.
It would be very embarrassing if you put him on your fantasy roster today, hoping for a big upset to also save your bracket at the same time. That definitely would not be what I did.
Definitely not.
That would be a problem. I would probably
you were smart.
In trouble. I was smart. I took Emo and Fly. You know,
exactly.
22, 0, and 27. That's like all the wise people. That's what a TI panelist would probably do.
Would you like some more numbers that we've been given by stats specialist Leo?
Not if they hurt my fantasy even further.
You know what? I think it's going to be okay. This is a fly stat for Spectre. So Spectre has broken the record for the fastest Aghanim Scepter bought at a TI game. The record for a Spectre. The record was previously 1613. It's now 1550. And again, a number that kind of just sums up how successful IG were in that game, and especially getting back into it after Spirit seemed to take some early advantages.
It does. It's also a pretty new build. Ag Spectre, I don't even remember what it did. Like, I feel like it's been changed a lot in the last 2 years, but I don't remember what it used to do. But yeah, it's an item you rush right away because you just get on the map so oppressively. Like the casters point out, they're like, I feel like we said this already. It's because anytime a hero shows, they just jump on him. So he goes disable items, and when you're ahead, it's like the best thing to have. When you're winning by a lot, you want to just be able to catch people relentlessly, and they did that.
And the beauty with the Storm is that the 2 strongest heroes in the game can back each other up. So if the Storm sees someone they can jump, Spectre can jump from the other side of the map and vice versa. So I think the fact they had these 2 heroes that had almost this global presence was really powerful.
So if you're Spirit right now, facing the lower bracket and potentially an early exit here at the main event of TI, Trent, what is the thing that you're learning from and focusing on after this match?
Probably seeing how their draft got a little bit dismantled. I don't think they wanted to go that deep in terms of the carry pool. I know he's been playing a lot of different heroes for both of those teams, for both IG and Team Spirit, but I mean, Juggernaut and Chaos Knight are probably not where I want to wind up in the upper bracket TI right now. Obviously, if you win, you look like geniuses, right? So it's really easy for us to be like, oh, well, those heroes haven't performed that well, and now you're losing games. But it speaks to me like they're trying to fix their draft at a very late point.
I also think they need to pick.
It is indeed an honor to be sitting next to you, JT. Yeah. It has been a minute, my friend. We haven't seen each other since like Summit 11. You were this new kid on the block on IG, and here we are at the International. Yeah. How you feeling, bud?
Quite nervous though. This is my first time TI, so I'm just gonna enjoy the tournament. Just gonna enjoy.
Well, it seems you've been enjoying it so far. I mean, you guys dominated the group stage. You didn't lose a single series. You tied, you won. I'm imagining you went into that game pretty confident.
Group stage is still different from the elimination group, right? I mean, it's still different, right? You feel quite pressure when you're like, when you lose one game, you're gonna it's so important like every game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But let's talk about that pressure. You go in, game one, you guys are winning, trying to go high ground. You get hit. Morph gets a DD, slams through, steals the Ancient. Most teams, that would have broke them, but you guys kept your composure. How did you do it?
I think we still did not manage the game well. I think we still do a lot of mistake, and then that's why I think we still gotta improve more, We did not perform our best.
Yeah, well, you sure performed your best after in Game 2 and Game 3. So, you guys, it seemed like a little bit of, if you can do it, we can do it better. Game 1, they beat you with Morph. You snagged the Morph. Game 3, you guys, the Team Spirit loves the Mars Phoenix. You guys kind of steal the Mars Phoenix. Was that on purpose, by the way?
Not really. Mars and Phoenix is like our comfort pick also. So we're just going to pick them against them.
All right. Yeah. Is there a better Mars at this event than you?
Yeah.
Who?
The Team Spirit guy quite good. To be honest. Yeah.
So it was a bit of a deny, but I get you. All right. So very, very interesting route to get here, especially for you, my friend. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling recovered? You feeling 100%?
Not 100%, but almost fully recovered though. So I'm feel okay now.
All right, good.
So thanks for caring.
What was that like, having to play the most important games of your match at the most important tournament of your match in the group stage and being sick?
I mean, you cannot do anything about it, right? You just have to take medicine and then try to recover as fast as you can. And then, I mean, Wolf did a good thing to for all for those who get the COVID, right? They let us attend the event. I mean, attend the tournament. So I mean, we really appreciate about it.
Well, we're honestly happy to have you. We couldn't have asked for a better first series. And I'll ask you one more quickie, very short. Yeah. Next series, OG Secret. Who do you want to face coming up? You got to take the winner, buddy.
Maybe I prefer Secret.
Ooh.
I mean, both of them are good team, but maybe we play against Secret. We got more comfortable against them. Yeah.
Well, not a lot of people want to play against OG in general with the chat line spam.
Yeah, OG TI 2-time champion, so too scary.
All right, well, thank you so much, JT. A really fantastic series. Couldn't ask for a better one to open up this main event, and we'll shoot it back over to you, Frankie.
I don't think we could have asked for a better interviewee either. I absolutely love JT. First TI, absolutely straight out the gate with the confidence in the interview. And that Team Spirit Mars guy, he is quite good. I would absolutely agree, but there you go, JT, you're quite good as well. Should we take a look at the brackets and see where we're at after the opening series? Not much has changed, but Invictus Gaming, they are still in the upper bracket as expected. They've made top 6 at TI, and then Team Spirit, they're going to be facing the loser of Undying and Fnatic. So we'll speed over to the lower bracket so you can see that close up. Who do you think is going to be their next competition? Is it going to be NA or is it going to be SEA? God, I can see you straining with thought.
struggling. That is one of the more hard.
These are his two fanboy regions. He doesn't know where to go. You see, you've caught him in
I'm
something
gonna upset
here.
one of the fan base.
You already upset Undying earlier by pledging allegiance to Quincy Crew, let's face it.
I'm going with Fnatic on that one. That's still why I have my bracket. So I think either way, Spirit got to feel at least pretty happy with their matchup. They don't get like the EG elephant, like whichever team wins that's best of one. That's a tough opponent. So Spirit do find themselves with at least a very winnable BO3 down there.
Bad, you agreeing? Do you think we're
Yeah.
going to see Spirit moving on?
Well, I mean, I think Fnatic is slightly more likely to win that best of one, but Undyne has really impressed basically everybody. The other underdog story that did well, so I can go either way. I think Spirit is better than both of those teams, though. So I think Spirit still has a good chance to go a little deeper. TI.
And finally, Trent, your final thoughts.
100%. I think what we saw there, and you saw what IG said, they pushed us to our comfort pick, right? There's only one other team they picked Myers Phoenix versus. That was EG in the group stage. Something that we know they love from the Mage and everything. They brought that out versus Team Spirit. That shows a lot of respect. So I would be very worried to face them in the lower bracket.
Well, we've got to show some respect now to the next team because after this short video, we are going to have Sumi, Aoi, Lizard, and Jenkins coming up. But before then, we've got something quite cozy for you. It's the community talking about why they Dota.
I play Dota because I enjoy the competition.
I play Dota 2 because its complexity intrigues me.
I play Dota to see my perfect team every day.
当然，最后也因为 Dota 2认识了超多新的朋友，收获了宝贵的友情。
Я люблю Доту за страсть, за комьюнити и за ощущение, что я в своей тарелке.
I play Dota because I want to make my family proud.
这款游戏的魅力就在于，即使你变成了云玩家，也在关心这是一个游戏。
我玩 Dota 2的话，是因为，毕业之后也可以跟朋友们在一起有事可做吧，还有活儿。上呀，老头，别怂呀！
我打Dota是因为爱玩。
Why do I play Dota? I don't know. Why am I here?
Я играю в Dota 2, потому что это легкий способ завести новых друзей. Или потерять старых.
I play Dota because otherwise I would need to get a real job.
我玩 Dota 是因为这是款很好的游戏，你越玩它会越为它着迷。
为什么喜欢 Dota 2呢？因为在 Dota 游戏里认识了许多志同道合、能一起快乐玩耍的小伙伴。
I play Dota because you can always get better.
Я играю в Доту, потому что это помогает мне эмоционально разгрузиться.
I like Dota because it's a reflection of the bad and good in life.
I play Dota to get time off from my wife.
Why I Dota? That is a really great message because there's a lot of things that bring people to Dota 2. How about we talk a little bit about you guys? AUI, what brings you to Dota 2?
I've played Dota
Yes,
for so
Aoi.
long, I can't remember.
All right, Jenkins, how about you?
And I can tell you. Dota has the lowest lows of any game, but also the highest highs. Dota is euphoric. It can be depressing, but it is the best game in terms of emotion. I've never had a better, more emotional experience than like a throne race in a 70-minute game. That is unbeatable, 100%.
What about you, Lizard?
It's most certainly competition.
Competition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love to lose a lot, so I chose Dota, lost a lot. Here I am on the panel now. It's a perfect game.
Well, I would say then that's a good path because now you're here with us. For those of you at home who would like to tell us why you Dota, remember that you can find us on social media. Use the hashtag TI10. Find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for all of your TI10 needs. Gentlemen, it is now time to talk about the second series. It's Secret versus OG. Widely considered one of the the highest anticipated matches of the early main event. Tell me a little bit about what do you think about this matchup so far, Lizard?
What can I even say? How do you start introducing OG versus Secret matchup? This is one that documentaries can be made off, and an hour of documentary wouldn't be enough. So this panel is crammed with time to actually talk about Secret and OG. Just looking forward to this amazing match.
But yet at the same time, it's like so hard to do that because they haven't played each other at TI before, right? This is the first time.
That is true. Actually, the stats are very interesting because it goes beyond that. So in the previous 3 TIs, Liquid actually knocked out Secret every single time. In TI 7, Secret got 9th through 10th, and then 5th through 6th, and then 4th. So every single time they met Liquid in the lower bracket at a later point, and every single time they lost at a later point. So now, Kuro is not in TI. The Kryptonite to Puppy is not at TI. And Puppy's actually quoted as saying in an interview that Kuro is his Kryptonite. And so the question that I have is that, is No Tail also Puppy's Kryptonite, and we just haven't been able to see it yet?
Interesting. Why is that though? Why is Puppy, or sorry, why are Kuro and No Tail potentially Puppy's Kryptonite, AUI?
So I think they have a lot of history together, right? Like Kuroki and Puppy, they played on so many teams together, even go back to Dota 1, your KSINT, all this time. And No Tail, he was actually on a team with Puppy on the original Team Secret. And it seems to be like the more you know about Team Secret, the more you can sort of counter-strat them. Or so it appears with Kuroki doing so at previous TIs.
Right. The original Team Secret, the first ever Team Secret in 2014, was Puppy, Kuro, S4, No Tail, and Fly, who are now all prestigious captains. So it's almost like there were too many cooks with that team, but now they're all captaining teams, and the question is like, how well do they all know each other?
Yeah, because if you think about Kuroki and what Aoi mentioned, that was 13 years ago. 2008, Dota 1 at KSN is where they started. No Tail, however, you know, he played on, he came into this game, he joined Secret with Fly. He didn't have as much time and as much exposure to Puppy, but he definitely did share a lot of time together, and he probably has very good insights on how to play versus Secrets, especially at the grand stage such as TI, because what he said through TI8 through TI9, it's a mental warfare. And that's something, that's a thing where Secret hasn't really been stellar in the past, at least.
There's also like a lot of info on Puppy, right? Like Puppy has been at all 10 TIs. We actually have a little bit of statistics on him. Let's take a look. So he's appeared, as I mentioned, all 10 times. So first rank for that. He's had 214 matches with 121 wins, which is impressive. Very, very impressive. 2,443 assists, and also 8 hours and 2 minutes total time dead. He spent a lot of time dead.
8 hours. 1/3 of a day.
One whole third of a day. And that puts him in 3rd place in the rankings. And AY, tell me a little bit about how does that matter to you? Like, you spend a lot of time dead, but you know he's Puppy, right? He's the Puppy wall.
More than the time dead, he has such a high number in that because he's played so many games. And honestly, it's a testament to how good Puppy is that he's first in games played and wins, and only 3rd on time dead, right? Like, that's impressive.
That's true. I would argue that's because that guy always runs in and then buys back. so
that's less time dead.
Yeah, it's less time dead because he's just paying to not be dead.
But if you pay to buy back and then you die again, then you spend all that time.
That is true, which is why he's 3rd. So that's why he's up there as well.
He's actually not only played every single TI, but he's been the position 5 for the majority of the time, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Not the whole time.
Yeah, only not like TI, maybe like TI1. Was Kuro 4 or 5? I can't actually remember.
I think he was. I don't even.
Sorry, we should actually know this.
History.
in any case,
a long time
as a support, as a 5, you die a lot. Specifically, the way he plays, the fact that he always waits on the high grounds that won't break smokes.
That's true.
Is very sacrificial. This old school position 5, such as Solo from Virtus Pro and Puppy from back in the day, Navi, they would always be the first ones that go in, like an Ogre or Elder Titan, just running in, breaking smoke.
That's actually one really common thing between OG and Secret is that both No Tail and Puppy do that, right? I think Puppy does it. Usually he's the wall that's standing on the high ground. And when No Tail is doing that, well, of course, he's occasionally doing that. But other times it's like to make space for his team in the early game so that way they can hit their timing.
Well, we now have the teams ready, so let's first bring out OG onto the stage. Winners of both TI8 and TI9, returning champions OG are here to fight for their third TI championship in a row. Unveiling a new roster that includes TI champion Sumail and experienced TI competitor Saksa, they had an impressive third place finish with a 10-6-4 in the TI10 group stage after qualifying through the Western Europe qualifier. Puppy himself said, OG is a well-respected team and great to practice with, and he has always wanted to meet them on the TI stage. And now it is becoming a reality. Known for their aggressive plays and momentum capitalization, OG is widely considered a top contender at the International 10. Secret has, over several years, proven that they are one of the best performing teams, taking first place at 8 major tournaments in a row. And now they are here to prove that they can take that skill from majors to the international stage as they compete against the champions of the last 2 years. While OG is known for their aggressive plays, Team Secret is known for their diversity and their patience. Finishing out group stage in second place with a 10-6, will the puppy wall be the thing that sends OG to the lower bracket? That is the question of this matchup. It's two very unique play styles that directly contrast each other. Gentlemen, we will take a quick look at a recap of Secret's journey to the International.
Time has been bought for Secret to turn up. Matthews going again straight for Notel. Notel actually has to separate himself this time around. They've got the silence out of Matthew. Can they kill him off? Matthew wants the enrage. He's still got the BKB. He's going to pop it. Standing down. Turner will set. Puppy comes in with the tether, keeping him alive. The snowball comes out for Yap. So Matthew,
oh my God, he's alive.
Finally, he's going to be able to live. He's going to be able to live. He gets out of there. Puppy with the save. They've killed off a fourth. The Saxa goes down. I mean, it's just too much for OG. God. It's too much. They cannot deal with Secret here. Can they kill this PA? No.
He's jumping away.
He's away once more. Over towards Puppy. He goes. Matu's out. Now they're ready to turn. Woo! Matu's back in. Ravage out. Zai is ready to go for more. There's the backup required as they jump in onto S4. A Wukong's command comes immediately to an end. As it's getting messy.
Into the fourth staff. Okay, they're going in
as well. They're going in deep here under the tier 4s. But they've got the control on Nico Baby. Playing around with this morph. He's trying to get back towards his fountain. They're not going to let him. They're not going to let him. As Matthew's in with the bashes, they're calling it. They want the pain to end here, Alliance. As game 3, it was another game 1 hit. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Secret taking the game, taking the series, they are the champions here at Dream League Season 14, this EU Upper Division. Team Secret, your champions once again.
Really good foresight play by Puppy here.
Tusk might be in trouble too. He's got shards maybe to get some distance and a snowball on the high ground. That's well done.
Do you see a combo play? He knows about the creeps to get vision, and then he managed to snowball up there because of it.
see the wolf bite onto Matuma-man. Matuma-man is ready to go, but onto the side. Dwarwell goes straight in with the charge. Over towards Puppey. Nisha turns towards the two of them. This is going to be the invis for now, keeping Dwarwell safe. He gets away with the Trickster Cloak over to the side. They're on top of Dead. Dead, he's been bashed up in control, but Dead, he's able to get the G's off. He gets a second chance of living here. Dead, still alive. Finally falls to the side, but as Deathstorm buys back over to the side.
Matu on Wind Ranger.
Onto Yapsor. If they're able to push back Yopaj, Yopaj continuing to be chased down by Matuma-man. Matuma-man stays the bash is there. Yopaj taken down. Dwarwell as well in trouble. As Secret the find a third. Flyback's coming out for the three of them, but Skem, he needs help and he needs it now.
Where's the bat?
BKB, the four of them focusing down. Skem's trying to go for the TP out. Is he able to make it in time? He isn't. The stone comes in as the BKB comes to an end.
Morphling on the run here, low on mana, doesn't have a way out of this one. He's just going to be slowly burned out unless Matuma-man can somehow save him, maybe App Store as well. He's got enough to be able to jump out with a waveform. Call going in, now with the egg on the side here. Oh dear, he actually gets the call and he runs away. He's still alive through all this one, Nico Baby. He charges in with the Aang Swell, but that's just an Aeon Disc on Yap Store. He's going to continue to slow down Nico Baby's side. He meets him around the corner, says, "Are you looking for me, punk?"
Team Secret had 950 points in the DPC, but what is it that really makes them truly powerful? There's a little, not only are they great Dota players, but there's also like that mental game also in play here. Lizard, tell me a little bit about how the mental game works here for both OG and Team Secret.
So I already said that mental warfare is probably the most important thing coming into TI more than any other tournament, right? Because your emotions get over you. It doesn't matter like who you're playing against and where you're playing versus a team that's as strong as Secret. It can get tough for OG, especially as they don't have the same roster that was lifting them up. If you remember Jerax and Tiny Airlines and whatnot, that lightens the mood always. But what I've seen from Secret, not in this walkout, like when they were going to the booth, they looked very serious. However, in their games, I've seen some clowny business. I've seen some mechs being dropped on the ground in middle of team fights, laughter, just enjoying themselves a lot. And I think there's something changed about them. This might be the TI.
Yeah, on the flip side, you know, you could argue OG is the type of team that I think NoTail tweeted that like he really wanted the crowd to be there because it amplifies them. And something that I've noticed with OG too is that they, I think as a result of that, knowing that they feed off of that, they're upping their game for mental warfare. They're using, you know, I think they used Arteezy's significant other's chat line in a game, I believe, against them. There's also, you know, they're like question marking in all chat, and it sounds so goofy and it sounds so silly, but it's not, because they won 2 TIs doing this. They're the team that started this trend of people taking mental coaching a lot more seriously. So you could argue that OG has also upped the ante this time around as well, even with no crowd.
Oh, do you think it's more about propping yourself up, right, than anything else?
I think for OG specifically, I think a lot of it's seen as sort of like clowny or even bordering on BM, but to them, it's just them enjoying the game, loving the game, and having fun. I think that's really what propels them. I think you were mentioning Team Secret. They always come into TI as favorites, or most years. This year, there's no crowd, and they've sort of taken a bit of a break, right? Mentally reset themselves.
Right.
And you mentioned they're having more fun in the games. I think we might see like a different Secret at TI, at least for the playoffs.
A different kind of Secret. What do you mean by that? How are they different?
Team Secret, like I think for the past few years, I think they're the best team in the world outside of TI. Like they dominate the meta for so much. Like when I was trying to learn what was like the groundbreaking Dota strategies, I would always look at Team Secret. And then they always, you know, they go to TI, they get 5th, and then they get 4th, and these would be disappointing placements for them. Like 5th and 4th are very respectable, but not what you expect out of a squad that shows this level of caliber throughout the year.
Yeah, they had 8 like major tournaments in a row that they won. Not DPC major, but like major in terms of, you know, $100,000 to $500,000 prize pool, something like that. They won 8 in a row.
And the finals were stomps too.
Yeah, like complete they were just stomps, yeah.
3-0 grand finals, one grand final after another. I was paneling most of them and felt like, okay, here we go. Secret comes in, it's a 3-0, going home early tonight, I suppose. But coming into this series, Slack said something interesting. He has his conspiracy theory that they were, 4 months away from tournaments in order to hide their strategies and also to give themselves that mental break and change something, come into the TI in a little bit of a different way. I think they've accomplished that.
I actually remember watching some major at some point, and they were interviewing Zai, and he was saying that for that major, they hadn't actually been scrimming up until like the 2 weeks before, other than boot camp, and so like the 2 week boot camp, and so it seems like they have had that mentality before, and they respect that mentality, and now they're actually doing that for TI rather than just these other tournaments. Perhaps it's because they took TI way more seriously, so they like changed it up, but now they're like, you know what? We're just going to do what we did to win all of the other tournaments.
Yeah, actually, I remember, I think MDO Disneyland, they won that major. I don't think they played a single scrim before that tournament.
Yeah, that was actually, I think that was probably
they did scrim before the tournament.
Yeah.
That's some confidence. Is that a confidence thing, or is that like the super secret strat about being secret?
Did they scrim a lot before any major? Because they went out in the wild cards.
It's hard to say. That's hard to say. We didn't get many interviews.
I mean, the MDO Disneyland one, that was like 2018.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think after they got fourth in Singapore, they were sort of qualified for TI. They decided to like straight set their eyes on TI. I think they're very goal-oriented.
I think that's something very similar to IG. You could see their games in DPC Season 2. They would even end them really quickly if things go wrong, just because they're focusing on the games, on the future.
I like that we can see OG and they're just looking up at the monstrous versions of themselves. Like, they're really enjoying the moment, and that's good to see for a team that, obviously does incredibly well whenever they're enjoying the moment.
I like that so much, though. Like, you're at the main stage. I know it's OG. They're the best at dealing with TI pressure, but they've won 2 TIs. They're still enjoying the moment.
Yeah,
like,
that's good. It's so important.
Like, look at where we are. Remember how we got here, and
remember
like, believe in each other.
I feel like they made Saxa a little bit smaller, actually.
They may have.
Yeah, they may have.
I think
He is a giant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to your point about enjoying themselves, there is actually, if you rewatch True Sight, Seb, coming into the grand finals, he says, guys, we already won this. Just enjoy yourself. And that's it, right? If you enjoy what you're doing, it's so much easier to play, because that's how you defeat fear, that's how you defeat anxiety, and just go all in.
Yeah,
Channel the energy.
It's true. OG is 100% a mental team. I remember there was something in the Omega League. We actually interviewed Seb, and we talked to him about like the nature of language, and he went off for like 3 minutes explaining that, jokingly, like other teams literally steal the words that they use because they're so important for winning the game, bringing these extremely complicated concepts and making them very simple. So OG is all about the out-of-game stuff.
Tell me a little bit about their in-game stuff as well, because they're, as we mentioned earlier, they have 2 completely different play styles, with Secret maybe being a little bit more patient and OG being maybe a little bit more aggressive. Tell me a little bit about that, AUI.
So I think Team Secret this tournament, more than any other team, not just this tournament, but historically, I'll see an enemy team run up the high ground into all 5 of their heroes. Puppy will be in front, they'll kill him, he'll buy back, and they'll win the fight.
Yeah.
And this consistently happens. They're less of a timing team, and they're more like waiting for their good fight. They will always wait for the perfect fight. OG, on the other hand, I think they're honestly a bit of a misunderstood team. People see them as this hyper-aggro team, which they are. But I think mostly they're like a timing-based team. There's like an on switch for them, and as soon as they hit their timing, they're ready to go, and they never stop. As long as you can pressure your opponent, they're down to like bring all the numbers they need.
Yeah, I remember watching a clip from No Tail stream where he was breaking down their TI-8 win, and this also goes back to the nature of the language that they use, and I absolutely loved it. Like, half the stream was him just memeing because he's a huge memer, but then the other half was like golden nuggets where basically he was like, yeah, so basically in this game, like, well, just Dota in general is like a game of cat and mouse, and as the game progressed, he was explaining the points where they were the cats and when they were the mice, and it's like these words that it sounds so silly and like almost childish, but it gives you a perfect idea of what their goal was at that point in the game. Like early game, OG, before the timings that you spoke about, what they do is they'll have Thompson like run in, not going for kills necessarily because he couldn't full to 0 the heroes he's trying to go for, but just to make space. Literally just to make space until they can get to that point where they become the cats, and then when they become the cats, they're just vicious killers.
Interesting. And Lizard, what about the roster changes? We talked about it very briefly earlier, but now that OG is not the same OG that we've seen the last 2 years, what are the effects on that?
I'm not sure if it's just them keeping it on brand, right? Scrap up, find the last replacement just before TI in June, go into the qualifier, win the qualifier, go on to the TI.
Barely win the qualifier.
Barely
Both,
win.
Yeah.
Both TIs, like the storyline is literally repeating itself. But when it comes to Sucks, I remember during Dream League Leipzig major, they still didn't even announce him, and Notel was talking to us a little bit. He was there and he said, yeah, this is a perfect player for us. Why? He doesn't have to think the same way we do. We will change that. We will adjust him. However, he is mechanically incredibly skilled. That's why he was top 2 on another TI, right, with DC before. So makes a ton of sense. He brings a ton of stability as well to the team, but in comparison to Jerax, maybe he does not necessarily have as much flair, and perhaps he doesn't bring as much when it comes to the emotional stability of the team.
Okay.
There aren't many players that can be as relaxed on a big stage as Jerax.
Well, here's the thing, though. The more you doubt, the more power it gives OG. I remember listening to Elon Musk speak about the simulation. I was thinking, man, this guy may have smoked a little too much with Joe Rogan. But now that OG is so doubted to win TI, and more doubted than before, I am 100% convinced we do indeed live in a simulation. You can't write a better storyline than this. You're doubting them live on the panel right before their game. This fuels them. I hope you realize. This travels through the ether of reality and gives them power. Look at Sumail.
So it's Kyle predictions and panel doubting them.
Yes!
That's it?
Everybody doubting them. All of the worldly doubt fuels OG.
Honestly, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, AUI.
I was just going to say, OG looks pretty poised for a third-time fluke in a row, you know?
Well, he called it a fluke, so that still counts as doubting. You have to really mean it.
I mean, it's not flukes. I'm just saying, like, when you watch OG, you understand that they know things about Dota that I feel like they do better than any other team consistently.
All right, so AUI, give me, like, your 10-second description of Secret's biggest strength. We've talked a little bit about OG, but what about Secret?
I think Secret's biggest strength is that when they're waiting for the right fight, they're very patient, and they move around the map before and after fights the best out of any team at the term, I think. Like, Puppy will literally use, like, cardinal directions and just move his teammates around so you get the right angle. Even if it doesn't seem obvious at first, you'll be like, oh, wow, that was a really good move.
Yeah, it's like Puppy's moving them all at once.
Yeah.
Basically.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it stems all the way back to the old school captains. You can really see the same thing in QQQ and ROTK and all these oldies. They do the same thing.
Awesome. So one more thing that I just have to ask. One of the things that we mentioned while we were talking over dinner about this series is that Secret was an informational-based team. Tell me about that. What makes them an informational-based team?
Well, I think a big thing is, like, Secret doesn't necessarily look for timings. It's not like, oh, you know, obviously to a degree they will. Every single team at TI will. It's like, oh, we have a BKB, they don't, let's go fight. But Secret is the type of team where, like, you'll have like 10 seconds left on your Ravage cooldown, and they will be smoked waiting on a high ground for you to walk up and they'll fight you. Okay. So they use information better than a lot of other teams. And it's because it's their playstyle to just beat you when you don't have something available to you.
And to add on to that, I think Secret, as a team, they get the most information and they react to information the fastest. This team, traditionally, they push out the most waves. They will always have wave shove. They'll make the enemy show, you know, they'll get impatient, and that's why the enemy's actually running into them in the high ground, because they lost patience first. They're also, from what I've heard about their communications, I think they have, I mean, this is all hearsay because I've never been there, but everyone on that team talks a lot and provides a lot of information. I remember I saw this one series, I think it was with Vici, where they decided to put 3 heroes in the bottom lane, bring Puppy there, just so they could deward the camp. They get the hard pull off, which allows Yapster to be freed up, and then they save their glyph so that their puck can get 6 before the enemy storm. They coil him, and Yapster's there because the lane's in good position for Zai. These sorts of plays are all set up by your communications. Like, you have to execute as well, but it's really good planning and everything.
It's definitely communication, but it has to come from somewhere, and that thing is experience. The amount of experience that Puppy brings to the team, that these big captains bring to teams, it's difficult to beat because he has multiple mental models on a way that he can direct his team to play a different style in every single game. And he's surrounded by such talent that they're able to actually conform and move into different directions of different strategies. I think that's extremely important for them. If they're losing, they will never bow down and make these silly mistakes. They won't even desperate smoke out. They will continuously try to split push to buy themselves some more time, and they're the best at that.
One thing that really that has me wondering is how the current state of affairs of the world has affected TI for both of these teams. As you mentioned earlier, OG has no audience that No-Tail can feed off of, but at the same time, Team Secret, a very, very experienced team, they're probably not really sure what to do with this as well. There's no audience. They might have, there was no TI last year, so they don't have, the practice, the extra TI experience. Do you think that both of these teams will be suffering a little bit, or do you think that they're just ready, they're prepared?
Well, I would say that emotions are still running high. If you think about the majors, one team got devastated by a punctuation mark, so
right.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't really matter if you have the audience or not, but the build-up is even bigger because it's been longer. Mm-hmm. We've had 2 years of no TIs. Because of that, this is so important for every single team.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a question of for different individuals, this would matter more or less. Going back to EG, I see EG as a team that they are, desperate for number ones. They want to break the curse, whereas I feel like Team Secret, if they're coming into this with any mentality that's close to their major mentalities, well, it's the same. There's no crowd. There's a lot of money on the line. It's the same thing. And so that's the one argument. I don't remember who it was that said it, but it wasn't me, just so I don't get in trouble for this. But somebody said, I think it was Slacks, that Puppy isn't necessarily the type of guy that you would want to cry on his shoulder if you're losing the game. He's a great captain. He can, tell you exactly what to do, but perhaps he rules with a bit of an iron fist. No-Tail on the other side, Seb as well. These are the types of guys that they will, pick you up. They'll deal with your emotions and fix them perhaps. And so the question is, will Team Secret just not need their emotions to be picked up because there are less of them now, and it's so similar to majors? Are they different from EG in that way? And I guess that's what we'll see today.
For sure.
AUI, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just thinking, it's because Puppy, he has this image of this very scary captain. But I've worked with him before, and he's actually sort of a goofball.
He's a nice guy.
No, when you run into when you see Team Secret sitting together, they actually sit together and they make animal noises at each other.
What?
I don't know for
what
fun.
type of animal?
I don't know.
Orangutans?
Yeah, just anything to have fun.
Monkeys are fun.
It's less public facing, but what did you say?
I said monkeys are great. Continue.
I think it's true that maybe the team dynamic from the outside doesn't look like Secret will be as comforting, but the one topic I wanted to touch on is the coaches of the two teams. Because for me, I think it's super interesting that for OG, they've changed their coach after every TI win. Some fresh ideas, something coming in. And Team Secret, they have Heen, who I believe he got second with Team Nigma, or they were Team Liquid at the time, and then he jumped over to Secret, right?
Yep.
A couple of years ago. He's been there for a long time, more stable.
He also tweeted that he will make the president of, is it Denmark?
Estonia?
No. Matumba Man.
Finland?
Finland. Okay.
Oh.
The king, the president.
He would make the president. He will make that president. No, is it a king?
I think maybe
whatever the
both,
leader is there,
whatever.
They will know Matumba Man's name.
Because they met Jerax
by the end of the year.
Hobson, right?
They did.
But they did not meet Matu.
No.
And he was very sad about that.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say that for all of you at home who aren't as lucky as me, I can look at Cinderin a few feet away from me at the drafter's
shaking
desk,
his head.
and he's shaking his head at Jenkins right now, and he was the one that told us it was Finland. What an expert! Thank you, Sin. Thank you.
When it comes to the coaches that you talk, I actually did talk to Soshka a little bit. I'm sad that he didn't manage to get here on TI, but he is still a side coach. They didn't abandon him. He's still with the team, as much as I understand. But
all right, cool. Well, it looks like we are ready for the first game of the series. Let's get it started.
OG versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Welcome to the draft panel once again, this time with OG versus Secret. Two teams with such high-skilled captains and drafters that it almost feels like the draft is a game in and of itself. To analyze this draft, my name is L+, and I'm joined this time by two excellent members of the panel. It's going to be the high MMR player, Effie, even higher MMR as a person, and the stoic and ex-pro, Syndren.
Hello.
Hello. So, I'm going to start with you, Syndren. As you have this incredible competitive experience, I want to hear about you. I want to hear about the drafting styles about these two teams. In an overarching sense, what could you tell me about their philosophy when it comes to the draft?
I think overall, I don't know if you want to talk like history or just this event in specific, but
go ahead with history.
I would say OG, historically speaking, at TI has been more of a meta dictating team than Secret has, at least in the last couple of events. Obviously, they have 2 victories under their belt, so this could be a correlation there, that if you're the teams that come in with a lot of the cool strategies and have good ideas, you can go far. And something that OG have always been really good at TI is something I would call like combos. So they have this understanding, they figure out, I don't know how they do it, they like drill the game into absolute detail and figure out what is the really strong mechanic of this patch. Like TI8, they were playing on healing, at TI9 they were playing on regen, and now let's see what it is at TI10, and if they have that advantage over the other teams. Because usually they can kind of hold their cards a little bit close to themselves until the main event, and then they're gonna go all out and show what they've got. So far, nothing too surprising here, though.
Okay.
I really like what Syndren said about a meta dictating kind of team always succeeding, because as we've seen earlier this season with PSG, LGD in particular, they were the ones who kind of set the trend for the Animator, right? They innovated the carry axe, they were playing all kinds of different styles, and they won it, right? So the teams that are willing to be more creative and actually bust out the new heroes and the strange builds are always the ones that go further on the big stage.
And then what can you tell about Secret then, their philosophy?
I would say Secret overall have been, how to say, that they're a little bit more stable in a sense. I think, how to put this? So sometimes OG's strategies can be absolutely incredible, and other times it's almost like they're like over creative and almost shoot themselves in the foot because they try to do too many things at once. And they kind of like try to from my perspective, it seems like sometimes they need to tame themselves a little bit because they love to be crazy and wacky and they want to do all this stuff. So you've had drafts with OG during qualifiers as well, where people are like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? What is this strategy? How is it meant to work? And other times you see the strategy and you don't understand it and you see a game play out and you're like, wow, okay. They were like thinking at this 3 levels higher than I was imagining, right? And then all the pieces come together. Secret, it's a little bit more stable. I would say Secret's bottom level in drafting is probably higher than OG's, but I think their ceiling is also a little bit lower. So it depends who gets to, like if OG is at absolute echelon tier for themselves, I see them having an advantage in the draft. So for Secret, it's about sticking to their guns, getting something stable, and maybe throwing a curveball if they can a little bit to OG, and making them, get out of their comfort zone a little bit.
For now, we don't see much of a curveball. We see one of the most picked heroes, or most contested, which is going to be the Monkey King. Actually, one of the best teams are playing Monkey King because they have multiple of the best Monkey King players in the team. Thoughts on the start, Effie, of Monkey King Ancient Apparition?
So the thing about Monkey King is that out of all the popular and more contested heroes recently, I think he might provide the most value in the first phase, just because he can be flexed to every single role and played well, right? Typically, these first phase heroes can play on maybe 2 core roles, maybe on 1 support role, but with Monkey King, you can have him play 1 through 5, and depending on if you have players who excel at it, you can adjust it to the enemy team's draft. So that hero in and of itself, in that regard, provides value. The AA pick is pretty obvious, right? Because we saw IO being picked up by OG, so they just go for the typical counter left in the pool. But the IO that OG has currently is a little bit more interesting because if you saw this on another team, you'd probably think it's a support, but OG have already played it twice on the offlane, so.
Yep. And talk about unorthodox. I mean, OG, they start with IO Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars plus some sort of combo in the arena. That's the most obvious thing people see. But what is the strength of this IO Mars as a starter?
That's a good question. I think so. Something that OG use that I would imagine with Mars for them is that I'm not putting this off lane right now. I think it could be multiple different roles. I think it could be a mid hero for Thompson. I think it could even be a 5 for No-Tail, just because they haven't shied away from doing these things, and specifically, almost I feel like planning a draft based on the expectation of the opponent. So they will pick a hero, anticipate that the opponent thinks it's this role, and then they round out the draft in the end, so that in a way it's not even picked as a flex pick. In their minds, it's already maybe support. And then in the end, they just know what core they want because they've planned for it to be support the whole way, and the enemy team has counterpicked as a core, and then they just swap things around. Where it might seem like, wow, that was a really great snap last-minute decision, and they might have planned it 5 minutes ago. So that's what I think when I see this, that Mars is just a flex pick for them. As far as Secret goes in this tournament, I think maybe they are the team in theory that has the most flexibility on Monkey King. I genuinely think all 5 of their players could play this in this game. But when you pick AA, that corners it a little bit more, so it's probably not 5, but that's basically all OG know right now. I guess it needs no introduction. Both Nisha and Matumba Man Monkey King. Yapzor has played at this tournament already. He went for a build that we've seen a couple of people play with, like the Atos into Gleipnir build. And Zai would also be able to play it. I think he's the least likely of the 4, though, to grab it.
Yeah, the team actually was running Monkey King offlane was OG in the start of the season with a Witchblade build that Seb tried out, which was mixed results. I wanted to go back a bit in the draft, though, and ask you about a specific ban, which surprised me a bit, which is the Storm ban of the first 2 bans. You let the Monkey King highly contested hero pass through, and the Storm gets banned.
That's funny, Ava, because I was looking at it just now, and I thought it was interesting as well, but it does make sense. It seems to me that really OG did place this IO in high regard, because instead of caring about a potential Monkey King, they just chose to protect their IO. So IO is a hero who can provide so much utility for a team, but his biggest issue is just getting jumped. Right. And a lot of teams are not afraid of first phasing Storm anymore. The hero does get countered quite easily, but he can be played regardless of that. And sometimes picking your mid hero in the first phase is something that you have to do versus specific teams who like drafts like the IO, right? So they ban the Tiny and the Storm out, who both excel at killing him, and that's the priority they placed here.
Okay. Storm is also a much better pick on the last pick of the first phase than he is on the 1-2, right?
Yeah.
It means you get to go into bans and solve some of the problems you might have. In recent times, I think Storm's bad matchups mid are very limited as well. There's not like that many heroes you could pick if you're OG. And specifically, one of Storm's worst matchups in lane, Lina, is something that I don't think we see Thompson play that much. When Lina was very popular, Thompson was one of the few mid players that never touched it, actually. It just didn't fit his style. He has played it since sometimes, but I don't think it's one of his favorites. So that could be part of it. Another thing is, you might open up the Monkey King for Secret specifically because when I think about all of the top teams in the world, I think Secret is probably the team that, in my opinion, is least successful with IO. Like, they've tried it many different times in different variations over the years. They've had Puppy play it, Yapzor play it. And it's like, there are games where it looks really good, but there's just as many where it's like, like, what if? There's all these what if feelings. So I think OG being super experienced both with and against the hero are fine with just leaving it in the pool. You know what, Secret, you guys want it? We have a plan for you. If not, we're going to take it every time. Right. So you kind of put the onus on Secret to find a solution of how this hero is going to play into the game in general.
And now, you talked about combos earlier for OG, but the combo is going to come out for Team Secret, a tried and true combo. Usually it's SCA teams that love this combo the most, but it's the Earthshaker Morphling. For those of you at home that don't know, Morphling will get an Ags, he'll turn into Shaker, he'll crit you for 1,000 damage, and you go, where's my HP, where's my support? You can't stop him, he moves around the map, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Can you tell me, do you think this is the game for an Earthshaker combo, or Morphshaker combo?
So I want to talk about this combo in particular because it was a nightmare a few months ago, not like a year ago or something, right? In pubs where it just felt incredibly strong. It felt uncounterable to a degree.
TNC.
And it fell out of favor because of nerfs to Earthshaker, right? And nerfs to Morphling as well, but specifically Earthshaker's airtime in his Ags. But recently, they reverted that change. So now, when Earthshaker buys an Ags, his airtime is much lower, which was a direct buff to this combo, but also he cleaves when he lands to the totem, so...
Oh, and that also works on the Morphling ranged attack, which I didn't know until I saw. That's like kind of.
You don't have to do any swap at all. Like, you can just do it as ranged.
Your ranged attack has cleave.
That's absurd.
So when people realized, hey, this is good again, I expected it to be probably the 2 most picked heroes together. at
So,
this tournament.
if you haven't seen what Effie was talking about, before, as you know, Shaker was quite fast at jumping through the air, then they reverted it, and it felt like you were watching Space Jam in slow motion, right? And now we're back to actually watching the real NBA, and that's where morphling is scariest. So, we have last picks here. What could we be expecting for both teams? You talked about the Monkey King flex. Where are you expecting him now?
I'm mainly just want to quickly look at OG again, just because. Okay. So they've played IO Tusk, right, as a dual lane where it's been Seb playing the IO and Soxa on the Tusk position 4. If they do want to do that, this Mars is indeed 5, most likely, right? Then the mid would be Invoker for Thompson, which is probably a lock at this point.
Yes.
If you want to do it quote-unquote standard, you could play Mars Tusk lane and then put IO plus carry safe lane, but it sounds kind of weak against Morph, so I think Secret or OG are more likely to run that IO Tusk lane. As far as Secret goes, they want a last pick that is probably just their mid hero. They could put Monkey King mid against Invoker. It's not a bad matchup, and grab an offlaner here for Zai. The thing is, that's probably what they're going to do.
You don't think it's bad, despite the fact that Tornado can dispel the Jingle Mastery?
So I want to say, historically speaking, that Monkey King performs very well against Quaswex and Invoker mid. He runs at you and hits you, and if you have to space yourself as Invoker all the time, he denies the creeps.
Right.
And Invoker is very limited in terms of utility in the lane. Like you said, he has this one Tornado, but aside from that, he can't really fight back. His base damage isn't great, his armor isn't that great. Monkey King, if he ever gets the procs in, he's going to go for it. All right, it is probably going to be an offlane Monkey, though, as it looks.
Interesting.
Mid-Ember.
It could also be an offlane Shaker, which we've seen a lot in this tournament.
It could.
And just to add on to that point about Monkey King versus Invoker, Monkey King is actually quite nice because when Quaswex Invoker attempts to rotate around the map, Monkey King can match his pace very easily. He's not one of those mid heroes who needs to sit there and farm forever. He can do that, but he can also join these side lane fights very early on.
All right.
The concern for that is just he's playing versus Mars and Arena. It cuts down his trades and it's a counter in that regard, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be too concerned about it.
With the draft finalized, I'd like to ask you first, Effie. Pick whichever team and tell me the weaknesses and the strengths of that draft.
Well, we still didn't talk about the last 2 picks, so I'm trying to think about them in like larger context. But this Ember pick is quite good, right? Because what did they lack versus this IO? The backline jump. And they are going to have that in Shaker and Morphling later on in the game, but they do need that hero who can go in first. And because of having this Ember, it actually enables Ancient Apparition, because Ancient Apparition is a hero that likes to shoot his ults out whenever he has them. So in order for that to happen, they can't just sit back and wait for a Shaker blink timing, right? So Ember really makes up for Shaker's weaknesses in that sense. Oh, and it is a position 4 Monkey King, actually.
Closing thoughts?
4 Monkey and a 5 Mars.
Closing thoughts of what you love about OG, please.
I love OG's pace here. They can play super fast. Quaswex Invoker, Ursa Wisp. There's so much tempo. Tusk. Secret's lineup needs a little bit more time to build up, so I think OG are going to play super hyper-aggressive in this game, play very explosive Dota. If Secret can weather the storm and get later, I think their strategy is most likely going to win this game. Okay. So a very clear contrast between the two styles here with aggression versus more tempered gameplay.
And you asked about weaknesses in particular. I would just say that OG does have to play very well around these first couple of Aegises.
So you heard my panelist conclusions, but there's one man that I can't have on panel because it's just a bit too valuable. His name is BSJ, and he'll be giving you the last word for today.
Thank you, Avo. As Cinderin highlighted, we're going to have 2 very different paces coming out from these 2 teams, but I want to highlight the same position on both sides, the 4 position. We got YapzOr's Monkey King, and we got Soxa's Tusk. Both these 2 heroes are instrumental to the success of these teams. YapzOr is going to provide that information from the vision on the trees, as well as a setup stun for the AA combo, and eventually for the Earthshaker morph, buying time for them to get to their items, while on the other side, the Tusk, they lack a little bit of damage in the early game. The Ursa is going to rely on getting that defusal probably by the 12 to 13 minute mark, where they're going to look to go for the Roche. But before that, all the early moves fall down to Soxa. He's going to be responsible for setting the tempo, as his tag team is pretty much the sole source of damage in the early game for OG. So I'm going to be following all the action myself with these 2 4-position players, and who better for you guys to follow the action with than the 2 casters that have been casting these guys throughout the entire DPC and now the upper bracket of the International. I give you Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, looking forward to this one massively. Secret versus OG up here in the upper bracket. Fog, we've had the draft in front of us.
Yep.
What are you excited to see? I'm already seeing so much that I'm sure the fans of both teams at home are going to be very excited for this match.
Lots of combo plays, lots of speed, especially from the side of OG, as panel has been saying, and like Brian did tick it off. Very kind of different styles that we'll be going for. Obviously, OG is going to be looking to set pace with this Ursa, with this Invoker moving around the map, but it's different. It's just fun that we're starting to get to see from them so much. It's the IO3.
Yes, so. and it's I mean, we saw sort of course, OG do this before.
Yep.
And this game again, why do you feel it works so well for them here in this first match against Secret?
I think it's just something they're super comfortable with. Seb's been playing it so many times, and they've always been a team about amping up their carries, right? What better than having like an IO that gets these high levels, fast-paced, like level 4 overcharge online, tether as well. You get items faster, your mech, your holy lock, hot lock it. You set the tempo even faster as a 3-position IO than you were like a 5. Sure, mech is really cheap, so we see it picked up very early anyway on those like 5 IOs, but now it's like Seb is going to have it, and he's going to have these crazy levels that increases the healing as well, because that's what Tether does when you get levels. So,
and you do sort of agree with Cinderan's sentiment, really. He says very much, you're looking at this game, this draft, and we know, of course, how OG likes to play.
Yep.
OG this game, they are going to want to, and they kind of need to play fast, because down the line, what this more Shaker is, you just don't want to sort of get yourself into territory where you're having to deal with the fact that one of your heroes might get one shot.
Absolutely, and they're just going to get this crazy scaling. The team fight also, if you just look from Secret, it's a bit stronger as the game does progress. Once you start getting these levels on that Shaker, the AA, even the support Monkey King, it just starts to make everything a bit of a disaster for OG. But if they get a good tempo set, they have a good gold lead, then they're going to be able to still chain these kills. But we'll see if they can do that. But they do have the lineup to be able to, and tag team, Overcharge, Ursa, Alacrity, Roche is going to die quite a lot of times in this game.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to see OG get a lot of usage, as you say, out of those sort of early brawling abilities that are really going to amp them up and make it rather hard for Secret to go toe-to-toe with them in the sort of the earlier half of the game. Do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a brief pause. I believe the teams are just getting themselves ready and all sorted so we can get tucked in for a whole complete game of Dota 2, which... as I say, we're going to have action from the minute one, really.
Yes, exactly. I'm wondering if, let's see, we'll probably see level 1 smoke from
Absolutely.
OG. They've got tag team, they've got IO, they've got the stronger level 1, even though sometimes it's a bit awkward because you have something like an IO and you're running to like Shaker. There's a Monkey King and an AI on the other side, there's a Morphling on the other side, so OG is going to look to hit hard right from the start of this game. And let's see if they do some like maybe... I wouldn't say like tri-lane or anything like that, but maybe just for the start, get a quick early kill on the Morphling, then swap the lane up. Could definitely see a possibility from the IO, the Tusk, and the Mars, since Tusk just works so good when you have so many more heroes for tag team.
Yeah. And so looking at the mid lane, Nisha versus Thompson here on the Ember versus Invoker. How do you expect that one to go, right? Thompson's not going to be too upset with the matchup, right? He's going to...
No. He should be okay.
Works Invoker, you can play around with the Ember quite a bit.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of, you got like good base damage. Sure, your Flame Guard's going to get dispelled in some situations, but you should be able to get these last hits. You're going to be able to pull creeps back, and water runes are a thing. So all these heroes that can still go for the bottle, like Ember Spirit when you're playing versus Invoker, you're going to have that good sustain that just comes from it naturally. Well, he doesn't. So I know Brian was heavily talking about Saksa in this upcoming game, and I think we'll probably see him a lot of times looking to make those moves around those water runes early on, even the 6-minute rune.
I mean, and the same to be said for Yaps on the Monkey King, or is he going to be more needed in the lane, really? Is he going to have as much freedom as Saxa is to sort of roam around and look towards that mid to help sort of push the matchup in their favor?
I think it's more going to be Saksa checking, but yeah, he'll check. He'll check as well on Yapsor. I think he'd like to stay with the Shaker, just as this melee versus Ursa. You don't want to leave him completely alone, right? So. No. Even though Shaker has done really well versus most of these melee matchups, Ursa can take advantage of it. Just one little pin from the Mars, even though it's a 5 position, and you should have the chase if there's no Monkey King there. So here we go.
Well, indeed, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The G has been called in chat. We are getting this match underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Secret versus OG here in the upper bracket. And indeed, of course, smokes up straight away from both teams.
Oh, yeah.
As a lot of potential for quite an early first blood this game.
Let's see if anybody scouts it, if anybody breaks it. Of course, we have Yapsor as this courier dressed up, so maybe he'll be able to scout something for his team to allow them to dodge that quick aggression that's going to come. And let's see.
OG coming for the long way around here. They could get the good approach onto the high ground.
Immediately skills Cold Snap. That's the other thing too. Just always want to point out, some Invokers we have seen at this tournament are skilling the Wex level 1 to get the EMP for the lane. That tells me even more they want to find the battle. And we're ready. I mean, the taunts, of course, come out from Seb, claiming that high ground. And Secret doesn't want to fight. They know that it's too strong.
Absolutely not. No, you don't want to run into OG level 1.
No.
Especially when they've got the heroes they do this game.
See, YapzOr also continuing. He's the courier form. He brings his courier out so that he's going to be able to turn back into courier form as well later on, so he can keep using that. That's why you see it pulled out of the base so early. Something we're seeing a lot more players do.
And overall as well, you know, this game, what's sort of your feeling from the drafts? Like, do you prefer the approach of one of the teams this game?
I've been a bigger fan of speed lately.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be speed and few mistakes, though, because I've seen very similar drafts like this also from, you know, we got to cast that LGD Elephant game where they had that enormous gold lead the entire game, and then one little slip up, the Morphling, and the combo just ends up taking it. That one was a Morph and a Willow, which also is incredibly powerful, but Morph and Shaker has its similarities. So for me, it's pretty even. It all depends on how the pace of the game starts going. Because if OG gets ahead, they can dictate pace and play around their low cooldowns. If Secret gets ahead early, then I think it might be a little tough for OG to bring it back. Level 1 Puppey gets gone on from tag team, instant TP, back to the lane.
That sort of eyes, as I say, both side lanes. I mean, which side lane is the most volatile, do you think? Who's got to be the most careful on this first couple of levels?
I feel like top has crazy potential of kills just because it's the double melee.
Yeah.
So it just makes one or two wrong steps. Same thing for No-Tail. There's Jingu skilled right away on the Monkey King too, so that's probably the most volatile for me. Bottom, the Io and Tusk have great kill potential on the AA. However, on the Morphling, I think Matu should be able to hold his own, because once he gets his like level 2, level 3, he's going to have a disengage, and he's also just going to have that incredible attribute shift.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, this top lane, yeah, the fact that this Monkey King Shaker against the 2 melees, I guess same could be said for the Mars and the Ursa. A lot of, you know, potential to battle back, but for sure, you're going to see both teams taking early swipes at each other.
Stick is going to be really valuable up there for Zai. He started with it, he's playing versus the Rebuke, even we expect that Earthshock to come out from the Ursa early on too. So they're going to have a lot of mana to work with. And yeah, I'd say Secret, I give them a slight edge in the laning phase with their heroes the way it's set up at the moment.
So far top.
Ooh,
might have to be careful
one.
there, good Fisher. It's going to put a stop to any aggressive chase there from the 2 of OG. Mid lane Nisha having to play a little careful. He's got some regen out on the way, but rather low at the moment in that matchup so far. 8 for 2, 7 for 1. Pretty even here in the mid.
Thompson's gone just straight for damage. Doesn't finish up the Null, just finished up a Robe of the Magi. I feel like he might go something like a Drum. We've been seeing it from him quite a lot this tournament, and when he has the IO and it's all about pace, I think that's something he might be thinking about.
Oh, and there we have it, actually, bottom lane. Seth, he's the one to get first blood. Is he actually going to get Saxa out as well? He is. The heals are enough. Saxa doesn't even go down as we see action on both side lanes, pretty much kicking off at the same time. But, of course, OG, they were the ones to get the kill first.
Bit of a slip up there. I think Matu missed the waveform onto Saxa to get that trade kill. And as we said, Puppey, he's the one who's going to have to eat the brunt of the force most of the time from this tag team. He is securing the farm for Matu, but he's going to die most likely a lot of the times he does go down there.
Matu definitely having to be careful, but so far in the first wave, even though losing the support by his side, free farm for the Morph down here, 14 for 5.
And Sumail struggling, since he's got that double melee versus the Monkey King who's holding skill point too. YapzOr may be deciding if he has another opportunity to...
Ooh. Just get pushed back by the spear there, won't latch though. The Fisher out. Sumail and No-Tail, they want to try and get YapzOr. Sumail looking to close in, but the Barrel strikes up. YapzOr turns into the tree. They take down No-Tail. Now he's going to look over towards Sumail. They've got him stunned. Oh, Sumail does get the kill. Can Zai get him in return? He can't. Sumail's got the boots, the movement speed. He'll make it away. So trade up there on the top lane, but of course Sumail may survive, but he's left in pretty bad shape there after that bruise up and still struggling to come to the lane for CS, struggling the most out of all the cores here in the early game, Sumail.
And Zai's always got mana to work with. That's what we're mentioning. These stick charges, he's always got a Fissure, he's always got enchant totems. It's a tough one for Sumail.
And YapzOr have died, but of course able to head over towards the mid. Get Nisha topped up and well.
That's where those deaths are kind of valuable. When you have bottle mids, you can always fill them up. Unlike for the Invoker, they can't fill up Thompsons. He doesn't have one, obviously.
I mean, what? Ooh.
Okay.
We have to control the water in here. What can they do about this top lane, OG? Can they make any sort of alterations to get this better for Sumail, or do they just have to tank this really rough start for the Ursa?
I think they have to tank it as bottom. Puppey getting gone on.
See if they can take it this time down. The damage from the tag team, it's enough here, Seb. Last hit comes in from the Iowa. Seb certainly off to a hot start indeed. I mean, maybe it will Saxa. No, Matu's got to be cautious.
He's very low.
Seb just sort of beating back into him, stopping Matu from being able to get in and get the trade kill. Sinisha attempt to get aggressive mid with the chains.
Thompson, he's got some creeps on him too. Said low on, he doesn't have enough mana.
Fairy Fire, I'll keep him topped up. Thompson's still alive for now. Nisha, he's still getting this. 11 of a slight chains in about 8 seconds. Thompson's still hanging around. In fact, he's got a stuck, but he has enough to get into the Ghost Walk. Thompson will stay alive.
Really pushing the limit there, though.
Yeah, he is.
Reveals himself.
Oh, Nisha's going to want to dive back in. He's got the slight change. Thompson, now with the flame guard up, Nisha's going to have the damage. Thompson there making a bit of a mistake, getting greedy. Trying to reveal himself to keep hitting the creeps, but he had no regen and no chance against Nisha with the second round of spells on the abilities of the Ember.
For him, and yeah, big mistake there. And Nisha's able, after that kill.
I mean, so far, just a 1k lead, but you saw it there in the CS. All 3 of Secret's cores across the board, getting solid farm in the lanes, whereas OG, they're having a bit of a slower time in the mid and that top lane.
And Secret's the one who, as we were mentioning, later game scaling is really good. You see this Morphling having a way better start than the Ursa. It's definitely some concern. So I think Saxa, he's going to have to be the one that we look at to kind of fix these lanes up for the team. Seb's done pretty damn good, but he's going to have to especially help out Sumail up top.
Absolutely. We've got to see big moves from Saxa.
Yeah. It's only level 3, too. It's not like he has this insane type of level advantage where you see some of these 4 positions have. YapzOr is actually level 4 before Saxa hits it, so a little bit harder to make all those aggressive moves when you don't have all 3 of your early abilities, like the Snowball, especially versus something like Earthshaker and Monkey King. Snowball, very useful.
That's Thompson.
Nice
to get in and take that away from Nisha. Looking for the bottle refill.
Yeah, just not slowing down Matamba, man. A definite concern.
Sumail starting to get a bit more space. The pressure's definitely begun to lessen a little bit top, with YapzOr making those movements over towards the mid, so a bit of breathing room for the Ursa here.
Only for a second or so, because Zai is going to hit 6 really soon. Looking to make the move, Matu.
I'm going to try and go on Matu. Not quite enough damage there to stop him from shifting. Still have the chase down with the tag team. It's not enough. He's got the strength built up. Matu will be able to walk away.
Zai likely to be 6 after this lane, and that's where Sumail's going to have a lot of difficulty as he's still not level 6 on the Ursa.
Oh, absolutely.
He's double melees up there.
The walk in for a potential slam could be deadly.
Does have his treads picked up, so he's a little bit tankier once he's got them on strength.
On No Tail. Just struggling to sort of trade with YapzOr. Spears off the mark. TP's coming in here for OG. Thompson, he's in with the backup. He's come to try and rectify this top lane for OG. Catch onto YapzOr. He'll set up for a kill between the 3 of them, and this very much needed. OG, they've got to try and get this top lane in a better condition.
And he's got the urn picked up at a perfect time, so he can make that move, and immediately he does queue up the drum. As expected, we've seen him do it a couple of times now, especially when they have the IO lineup, and as we said, OG, the slow start is here, but the pace of the game is going to get picked up incredibly fast.
Yes, you sort of blink and you miss it sometimes with the speed that OG sort of goes from 0 to 100. So it could absolutely still happen here in this early game. Still early days. 7 minutes in, 3 to 4. Less than 1k lead at the moment for Secret. There's still absolutely potential for OG to just explode in these early moments.
YapzOr making the move down bottom. They see him with the wards, but he's here already.
And they get the good Primal Spring jumping onto the 2 of them. Nice snowball off to the side. Saxa able to separate them a little bit, but now see they get into Matamba Man turning into the touch there to use the snowball against OG. Closes in on Seb, gets the kill, and YapzOr might not even be done. He's got another spring in a few seconds. Does he want to go up into the triangle? He does. He's keeping his eyes on Saxa. Not quite land with the slow though, and Saxa will manage to make it back to the safety of his tower with that. But still, as to Seb, the off-lane IO taken out of the lane here.
More space for Matu to heal back up to full from the Morbid Mask. Zai playing careful top, level 7 already. Very close to his blink tag already, 800 off with the treads. Sumail's just had to leave the lane. I don't think he wants to be up there anyway, and they need to start getting better levels on the 2 supports for the side of OG. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do that run-at strategy that they want to do in the next few moments.
And Yap's already been quite the nuisance for OG here, just sort of jumping around with the vision he's giving. And OG, at least with the 2 of them, Saxa and Seb, struggling to really get their hands on this Monkey King in the trees, pouncing around.
Seb already has Holy Locket done, so that's what we were talking about, where you get these items so much faster as this offlane Gonna be able to make some nice aggressive moves, but they're on him.
He's gonna try and go, but a quick tether over to Saxa will break the distance.
He's too fast.
Doesn't even want to commit further there. Yapzor knows, even with the boundless strike, they just don't quite have the damage, even with the three of them, to blow up Seb whilst he has Saxa by his side.
Not quite yet. Puppey still only level 5.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to actually move the Morphling out of the lane and then send the AA bottom to get that 6 early on to deter OG from going that run at you, since once they have AA 6 also, you know, Holy Locket is online for IO, but that's going to be counteracted quite heavily when Puppey does get 6.
Absolutely, yeah. If he can land these blasts, it will be a complete thorn in the side here for the way that OG want to fight in that mid game.
And they have setup, right? They have Shaker Fissure, they have Chains, they have Monkey King Bound the Strike, a lot of different ways for them to set up that blast. That's 10 minutes.
Looking over towards Nisha, but in fact, Nisha isn't going to be able to set up anything on them. No, doesn't want to try. Thompson, just get the initial grab here. Nice EMP. Oh, he was waiting for it. Samael, he was ready. Samael, if he gets this, is going to be a lovely kill here for the Bears. Samael set up in perfect position. You know, he's had a bit of a sad time in the jungle, but he's able to head over to the mid lane, get a kill on Nisha. Top lane as well, OG. They turn over to one side. Have a little bit of a wait there to really amp up that final blow there that Notel delivers to Zai.
Zai used Echo up there too, and they were able to sustain up from the IOTP. Then now it's going to be on cooldown for a very long time, which is going to be a signal to OG.
Yeah, I mean, this is
to run.
Look at Samael now. We saw how rough of a start he had. He's second highest in the net worth there, getting that pick up from that huge kill on Nisha in the mid.
And they're pressuring bottom now with the 5 position Mars with the IO. Matus had to leave the lane.
You can feel it, that the pressure, it's building up from OG. It really is. Thompson getting deep in the jungle, looking for Puppey. Has his mana gone? Has he got enough damage on his own? And it's the Erdmann took him out. Backup comes in. He gets the kill, Thompson, but it looks like he's probably going to die for this, as he's trying to escape them, but there is no running from Zai, Nisha, and Yapzor. So he gets in, he gets a kill, but maybe a little too deep that time from Thompson.
He did force 4 heroes there, though.
I guess that's space.
Space for IO to get the finished farm bottom, Tuss to get the levels top, Ursa to get more farm too. So at the end of the day, it's a Thompson move. Because that's what he likes to do. Sacrifice himself for the greater good. Zai does have a Blink Dagger finished up, though, off of that kill. So there is going to be some responses that come out from Secret after they get those kills. Also, a Maelstrom finished up on the Ember, so Secret does have a bit of a timing where they can fight back. That's the one thing, is we were talking about how OG is looking to set tempo constantly with this fast-paced draft, but it's not like Secret isn't going to be able to fight back with their heroes.
Absolutely not. Yeah, Secret, they'll certainly be ready to have a shot back at them. Let's see if they can set up to sort of make a jump and a good reveal with that Blink Dagger on Zai's Shaker. Smoke up already. In fact, from Yapzor and Nisha, they're leading the way up top. It's just Saxa up here at the moment, soaking up some XP around the tower. Matu starting to take the tower. They'll dive in straight away. Set up there with the chains, in with the remnant. TP's coming in. It's actually going to continue. Thompson, he does want to try and look for the counterplay. Rugos command is down. Jump off the side. Nisha is able to break away with that last bit of mana. Ice Blast comes crashing straight over the Seb. Headshot there from Puppey. As he lands it on the IO, no healing for Seb. Seb's out. Thompson trying to run with the sentries. There are plenty here from Secret as they lay them both down. Thompson, he's got the move speed though to get out of the range, so Thompson will sneak away. But a big hit there from Secret up on the top lane, and that's the move you said. They knew that OG, despite losing Saxa at the start, OG's the kind of team that will turn up and try and fight around that tier 1. Secret, they were prepared completely for that.
And look at the pace. They're smoking again instantly though. The smoke's going to break.
It is. They know they're in the pit. Puppey's going to know exactly what's going on, surely. Smoke dispels. He checks it out. This is risky from Samael and Saxa. They've got to run to the side. He's in. Catches the 2 and they'll jump forward with the road and boundless strike follow. They're both dead.
And it's half HP. They might consider even going for it themselves if they get some more follow-up kills.
He's ready to chase up to the high ground. Thompson and Seb won't be able to hold them back. Quick slide from Nisha keeps them low, but Seb will heal the 2 of them up. But as you say, Roshan, it's in a bit of a juicy position here for Secret. It's not too easy for them to really go for it, though.
Yeah. Big hit though. Nisha with some really nice individual plays there, dodging out the EMP, dodging out the Mars ult and everything around that tower, setting them up now for a 2K lead and still looking to respond.
He's trying to set things up there, Notel. Quick poke stops Matu from being able to lead in.
That hurts OG quite a lot.
I mean, it was a risky play there, trying for that Roche. A very, very risky move Does not pay off. Secret shut it down.
And they weren't even looking for the rush. They were just smoking to move across the map, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, look at that. So very fortunate for the side of Team Secret, having a haster now on the Ember Spirit Zai, as we mentioned. Echo Slam still on cooldown, but they've responded in great force versus the aggression of OG. Even though the relocate and the numbers are attempted to be there from OG, Secret was ready. And as you mentioned, the snipe, of course. Puppey getting that big AA blast on the IO. That's going to be the crucial
He's going to do it every time, yeah.
This IO, if you look at 20 Holy Locket plus mech, he's going to be able to like full heal anybody they do go on, unless that AA blast does come over.
Absolutely, all about Puppey getting that hit in. I see OG. I think they pretty much have the defusal done on Samael, so yeah, it's just a few hundred gold off it. Any sort of other items at this stage that each team is waiting upon to have their sort of next power spike?
I don't think so at all. I think that
they just go when they want.
Secret is extremely happy with this pace of the game right now. Morphling, like Matu's just getting to free farm while they're also still defending towers. I think OG just needs to keep looking to make these plays. I think if they sit back and look to wait for something, the game's going to quickly fall out of their favor.
I mean, well, yeah, as you say, you're seeing Morph at the top net worth here, yes. And if that's happening, Secret's happy.
Yep, they've got defusal now. They got a medallion also on the Invoker. This is another go time. Smoke up, look for a play immediately with this.
There we go, in immediately from OG. Seb. Samael and Notel. Seb, of course, ready to take Samael in with a relocate if Notel finds a solid setup for the arena.
They have to start finding these big kills. Slow down the Morphling, slow down the Ember Spirit. Still difficult, though.
Okay. Go for the D ward here. So Secret will be aware that they're coming in from the side. Secret grouping up here in preparation for some sort of jump from OG.
And they've got the big ultis. That's the one thing that Secret, especially if they've got the high ground advantage, they have those humongous team fight ultimates in comparison. OG a lot more limited because it's a 5-position Mars who has to walk his way in to try to place his arena.
I mean, some nice little moves there from Saxon, moving himself and all illusions independently there. So Secret did have to guess a bit what was happening. Samael, he's trying for the Roche again. He's in the pit. He's getting bashed. He will be able to jump out there away from the Fisher, but I mean, they really want to try and get this for Samael, but again, it's just such a risk when Secret's all up at the moment. As you say, Secret, they're more than happy to jump in for the fight. I don't know if you're ever going to be able to get Roshan like this if you're OG.
But they have to. That's the lineup. They need to get that Roshan advantage for the Ursa. That's why you see both teams just heavily emphasizing in the area. But yeah,
Secret's not going to let him.
Secret's got this Ice Vortex, 40 man. I mean, Puppey can pretty much infinitely throw it in there to get the scout if he's in the area.
It's very hard for OG to find. They need to get some sort of action first.
Showing the IO top, Seb. So have to be a bit careful of his positioning. He's split away from the Ursa too, so that means the relocate play is not going to be available for OG to get the numbers. So Secret, they're looking to catch him when he's split away.
If they can get the setup, but a little too deep here. TP immediately comes in from Saxa. Rest of OG starting to head up as well. So Secret, they won't dive any further. Yeah, as long as Secret can sort of keep the pressure on, keep OG distracted and away from Matu, they're only going to be able to increase that lead that Matu has. Already about 1k ahead of the farmer Samael. Matu much more happier to just spend time hitting the creeps. He is going to step at OG. They're right on the shadow here. And Matu knows. He's keeping it cautious, keeping it cool, and making sure that OG can't get the jump on it.
He's going to have his Manta done any second now. And then he's going to go straight for that Aghanims afterwards, as we expect with that Earthshaker combos. And as we've seen to expect and come to expect from Topson when he's playing this Invoker, he sometimes does go for this more buff-up strategy, just the Alacrity plus that Solar Crest to make his Ursa, or whichever edge carry, that much stronger.
Absolutely, just give Samael the best game he can possibly give him.
Yep. Notel sneaking in, but he's under vision.
I'm going to start things on him. He'll put the arena, but a quick jump from Nisha. Dodges the spear. Backup's coming in from the side. Thompson buffed up by Seb as they look to lead in. Saxa, he's caught Zai as well at the top left to stop Zai from being able to get the jump in. He has to be down Zai's out of mana. Seb caught by the chains, hit by the blast as Seb goes down.
Nisha, time and time again this game, dodging the spears, dodging the Marzolds, dodging the EMPs, just being a rightful nuisance for OG.
Good read from Saxa, though. That fight could definitely have gone a whole lot worse for OG. Saxa just making sure that he can find Zai's Shaker at every possibility.
Zai's resetting though, going back to base, healing up, and he's still got Echo Slam. They didn't have to commit anything big on the side of Secret. AA Blast still cooldown for 30 though.
I mean, OG's still trying to fight into it. See Saxa and Thompson coming up the high ground. Zai's going to jump, start the fight straight away. The Evoker snowball over from Saxa. Gives the time for Thompson to reset. Matu, wait for him inside. Trapped in the shot. newly picked up BKB. He's ready to brawl. Runs down Saxa. Turns over towards Sumail. Sumail trying to put the erase to get out of there. OG, have they got any backup for Sumail? Sends back out with a relocate. Sumail now without the ult, he's in trouble. Matu turns into the touch, uses the shot, but Sumail's able to Earthshock out of there. Yapsor up into the sky, but they got him down. They got him down for the tree. Spear comes out. Ice Spark, Boundless strike straight onto Thompson, but Thompson, he's still trying to turn and fight. He can't survive for it all. He'll go down. Notel over to Yapsor. Sumail, he's on top of Puppy. Puppy to full. That's another. OG will come out on top of this fight.
Right next to Roche as well.
This is what they were looking for. A huge fight for OG, sets up the Roche with 3 still dead on Secret. There's no stopping OG from taking this.
And Thompson ate the brunt of the force, but the AA Blast, as we mentioned, it's gotten nerfed so many times in the past, was still on cooldown for a good 20 seconds when they initially jumped Thompson. The heals come out, and then they're able to pretty decently turn the fight. Matu's still alive, though, does get a kill on No-Till, while the Roche is claimed by Sumail. But a pretty solid fight for OG, all things considered. When it's a BKB reveal on Nisha, and the Wukong's command was there layered from the whole fight.
I mean, it looked like it was going to fall apart for OG as well. You see this chase. Matu was a cool moves here as the Tusk trying to control Sumail, but he couldn't. Good control as well, taking Yapsor out of the trees, stopping that spring jump forward, which would have allowed them to kill Thompson off much quicker.
That spear was huge.
As OG, that was exactly the fight they needed here to begin to get that momentum, that sort of power back under their wings.
And look at this, Sumail is going to go straight for that Aghanims build on the Ursa. Just more survivability. He's going to be able to constantly be that rightful nuisance inside the fights, stick on targets. Again, the bottom.
Oh, goodbye, Thompson. Out along his own. I mean, Seb,
reload.
He might be in trouble as well.
Boy.
Did try and come in to help out. He's pretty tanky, not tanky enough to deal with Forest Secret beating him down. They got to get out of there, the rest of OG. No fights to be had. There's a bit of a slip up, and Seb getting baited into it as well.
Good. Can't make too many of those mistakes. Even though you've got this Aegis and all that, you know, you've got this quick pace lineup, you don't want this game to drag on. You don't want to allow this Morphling to finish up and farm that Aghanims, which he is going to get eventually in this game. He's already got one component. So they've got the blink now on No-Tail, so just keep going. That's the one thing, is they have to still look to keep making these plays, even if they do lose Thompson every now and then. It's just what they have to do with their draft. Otherwise, as we say, they will get outscaled.
Well, let's see how much they can get done with this Aegis.
See how much they can get done.
Blink. 3 minutes to really push the issue here for OG.
See what No-Tail finds with his blink reveal.
Set up mid. He's trying to look for the jump. No-Tail. He's in with the counter, but comes in with the arena. But is there actually any backup? I don't know if there is. No-Tail just ends up dying immediately after he looks to initiate. Yapsor and Zai, they are low. Saxa, he's got the cack straight over towards Zai. Zip fall from Matu, though. Matu's ready to turn and fight back. Another kill here for Zai. Zai will survive. Chains locking down the two of them, but Seb comes in with a heal. Thompson back up to full HP. You got the move coming out, but immediately put it on stop. Matu focused out by Sumail. They're ready to try for more. Yapsor passes off to the side. The calls now. Nisha, he's in trouble. He's trying to remnant out of it. Will have enough mana to jump over to the side. They're looking to hunt him down. They know he's gone south. They're checking out the high ground with the sun strike. Sumail closes the gap again. Yapsor with the balance for the trees, holds back the bear.
Puppy also outside.
I mean, underneath the tower, it's a little deep here for OG. Jump forward, see Sumail, and get Zai here. He's got the heal of Seb. Sumail actually going to live. He's actually going to live here. Triple game, they might get Yapsor as well. He's been caught off the trees. Another. Sumail with the ultra kill. Getting it done here. OG turn it up. They look for the fight with the Aegis. They've still got that Aegis ready for another round. Sumail getting some huge kills there. Nearly level 18. And now we can look to start working on that BKB.
Look at the damage he was able to do in the fight. It looked a little weird because No-Tail starts the fight and they didn't have the backup initially, but in the midst of the fight, don't know if everybody saw it on the side of the cameras, the Io Spirits clipped the Shaker. Zai actually echoed the floor when they were trying to make the big go onto Ursa. Either way though, they were still an Aegis, they were still getting all the full heal. OG getting this big ramp up going for them, and I do believe Secret needs to be a little bit more careful with their Ice Blasts. They just throw it onto Thompson every single time, but it's got a 60-second cooldown. There's likely only one going to be in every single one of these team fights. They have to prioritize it on the big heals. As we've seen Seb now just chunk up his teammates with that. And Thompson is the sacrifice.
There we go. OG. No slowing down, of course, from this squad.
Nope.
One fight finishes, they're already thinking about how they're going to start the next jump onto Matu.
Right away.
Got the cold snap. Good Fisher from Zai holds back the 3-wave format. The snowball's going to be there to chase up to the high ground. Sumail, he still wants to go. He's still going in. He's diving in onto Matu. The swipe spilled on. Sumail takes him down. Back to the low ground. Nisha managed to get down to the back lines. Kills off Notel with the BKB looking to commit. Kills off Thompson as well. Sumail still 40 seconds on the Aegis. Yaps off in the tree line. Lines up onto the 2. Saxa buying time with the snowball.
Oh.
He's going to be earning pretty deep here, Saxa, but Sumail meanwhile finding Zai underneath the tier 2, and Saxa, he's also going to be able to walk out of it.
He's got his blink now. Oh boy, OG really starting to find their footing, and with the blink too, now there's more ways to save his teammates from combo plays. With Aghanims on Ursa, how are they going to combo Sumail down?
Yeah,
he can just pop the enrage every single time when he's getting gone on. This is going to be a bit of a problem because they don't have any forms of silence at all on their team. So Enrage, of course, could be able to get popped whenever you are stunned up because of that Ags. This is problematic for Secret.
Oh, he's
such a big Ursa.
He really is. He played it so cool in the early game. That's that pent-up rage from suffering in that sort of laning phase where he couldn't hit the CS. Is coming out now from Sumail.
Yeah, level 20 already at this point, and he's not letting Matu have a fun time in the fights. Even though Matu did have such a good time in the early game, the Ursa's just staking on him. The defusal is a problem.
Yeah, Matu has to run every time. He cannot fight back against this Ursa. Thompson. He's not going to be able to get the catch. Nisha is prepared for this.
Didn't get to touch on this either if we look at Yapsor. He's going for a very greedy build. We've seen a couple times the Atoses into Gleipnirs. I think we saw a couple Orchid rushes, I think on Crit as this 4 position. He's going for the late game. He's going for the Scotty. He's going to be able to apply it to everybody. The slow, the reduced healing as well from the IO2 in the team fights. So as it progresses, as we mentioned, Secret's going to be strong, but...
And Saxa's going to find him. Puppey's got a fair bit of damage as well. Saxa, we got to stop the cold V here with a snowball. Thompson, he'll be able to put a stop to the TP. No escape for Puppey.
Secret's trying to, I think, slow down a little bit here and get those items finished up, in particular the Ags on Morphling as well. It's very close to it.
And as you were saying, not far off the Scotty, just about 1,000.
It's pretty close. Seb now has his own BKB, so it's gonna be tough to focus fire him anyway. If they can get the AA blast coverage, if they can get a stun initially on him, then it'll work. But if he gets the BKB off pre-initiations, then it's probably gonna be really hard for Secret to bring down the main focus targets that he's tethered to.
I mean, for OG, Is it sort of waiting for the next rush? Do they need to go before, or can they afford to sort of wait, get that Aegis, and then look to make the move again?
No, I think just keep looking for fights. If they run into you, you look for the battle. You've got so many ways to protect your cores. Sumail likely won't die no matter what happens because they can't initiate on him cleaning now because of that Ags that he went for. I really like the pickup this time around that he went for it, since there is no silence that he has to worry about. Always can get your range off, always can allow your IO and your teammates to come back you up.
Got their eyes on Notel bottom.
Whoop. Bit patient for him. And there's the Axe. So Matu, only level 17, so not quite that permanent uptime that we always talk about from level 18 plus that morph timing, or he will always be in Shaker form.
I love a little pickup as well for Sumail, getting the Mindbreaker.
Yep.
Can be a great one.
Also, I didn't point this one out, but Zai got the Fake Grenade on the Shaker at 17 minutes. So now we have a lot of potential for some massive burst damage that's coming up from their sides from double, triple totems and whatnot. But OG, as we said, not slowing down.
Absolutely. As soon as someone shows in a lane and they feel that they're alone, they're making moves over there. See top Puppey. It's pretty out of the area though.
How do you go for Sumail? BKB Ags with a tethered IO behind him.
It's so hard.
It's going to be such a difficult target. They have to prioritize. I say somehow have to find Seb, but it's been very difficult for them. And with a BKB, it's how does Nisha focus fire him? Because that was Nisha's job for the most part this game.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to kill Seb at the start unless they open up with some sort of stun lockdown.
Which they have. They've got that Ags
double
Morphling. Yep. And he's got a Titan Sliver too, so even stronger with that base damage increase.
Let's see if they can delete first.
Oh, Puppey says hello.
He's just going to walk in on this. He's going to get hit by the Mindbreaker. He needs help, and he needs it now. Puppey, he'll get the Ice Blast over, but Seb's already put the BKB on. Off to the side he goes. They lose Notel on the side of OG as Secret able to get to the back of him. So they're going to be any chase. Both teams coming out with the buyback immediately. OG, they will separate though. They back off. And just an awkward way really for Secret to start the fight. Puppey just heading up on the front lines.
I don't think he expected them to be there that soon. Just walk. I'm also surprised that he's the one that walked up so quick himself. As around the Roche pit, most important timing now for the next few minutes. About 35 seconds until that will spawn. We see OG sitting in the pit waiting.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There goes Secret. Rather far out here. They will finish off the tower. Smail. He's going to try and jump straight away onto Nisha. Nisha pops the BKB. Remnant off the side. They're going to Seb straight away. Everything thrown down onto the eye. They've taken him down. Snowball over from Saxa. Sam does come out for time. Smail's already popped the ult. Ready to go over for more. Chasing down Yapsor. He'll remove the Monkey King out of the fight. A double kill for Smail. Now ready to go for something else to the side as he's on top of Matumba Man. Waveform out. Smail looks to Nisha, but now he's going to be frozen in position. Smail, he's trying to back out, but the cold feet kicks in. Smail will fall. No tail as well. Cut down by Nisha. With the setup there, Matsu comes in for the finishing blow. Secret, this time round, the execution, it's there. They find Seb, remove the Aya from the engagement, and suddenly everything becomes a lot harder for OG. Samael, he still wants to be able to charge in, but he hasn't quite got that same level of sustain that he had before.
And it was them just clear understanding. He used BKB earlier. They knew it was still on cooldown. If they just commit onto him immediately, that Io's dead. Mars used buyback earlier. No Mars, no Ursa for 50.
Just look at this, Seb.
Look how quick they were on him.
Everything just onto this Io, deleted from the team fight.
And then Matu can do whatever the hell he wants inside the fight because now he's got that Ag Shaker. He can just come in and start one-shotting these heroes. Is now with an Aegis in a very comfortable spot. Secret, as it's only a 1K lead, but I feel like it's going to start accelerating and building up very quickly for Secret. So OG has to be very careful how they take those fights when BKB are on cooldown.
Absolutely. It's just so much stun, so much AoE in control. It's not easy, even with the Enrage alone, for Samael to fight through.
It's just such an explosive amount of damage that's coming out. It's like anybody gets seen and they're just dead from these totems. As Matu's just hunting.
I mean, he's trying to go for Seb.
The headband midair. It's a cute little interaction. And of course, we do have the IO shard. That's also something that will be coming into play. These little mini stuns that are kind of come out onto our Morphling and our Shaker that OG does still have. But yeah, with this, much more comfortable position. Secret to look to make more aggressive plays, and an E-Blade now finished for Matu as well.
So much blast here. Jump forward for no tail, but at the same time, Zion Nisha there onto Saxa. Seb will lead in. They're looking for Yapso. Matu's able to stand his ground, but now the Yapso finally falls. Matu not able to finish off Seb. Self E-Blade here as Matu looks to separate himself from the fight. OG, if they got any further chase, Samael.
The BKBs are
trying to head in. Samael, he's going to be able to blink to dodge the initiation, but now the Ice Blast, the slam, they're holding Samael in position. Seb trying to come over to give him the backup, but now Zion turns his attention over towards Seb. He doesn't have the damage though, Zion. Seb will be able to keep himself alive. Nisha's over to the backline to chase down No-Tail Matu. He's looking for Seb. Not enough mana to keep chasing onto the Aya, but meanwhile, Nisha and Puppy, they do get Samael as he's separated from the rest of his team.
There's too much that they have to deal with in the fight. They're trying to focus fire Matu, but then he jumps left. They're trying to focus fire Zion, he jumps right. Then there's Anisha zipping around to the backlines, killing the supports with fire remnants. It's just so much elusiveness coming out from Secret, and OG does not have the same amount of control that comes out either. They don't have double shakers, they don't have chains and roots coming out anywhere. Much harder fights for them as we're seeing them progress.
And of course, Matu had the Aegis. He's still going to have it for another 3 minutes. Couldn't even get him the once. Definitely the concern starting to show with the sort of draft OG has now that the minutes are passing. 32 minutes in, 5K lead. OG, they've got to look for some phenomenal maneuvers to get Secret knocked back down.
They have the Hex on Thompson, so that'll at least allow them to hold one of those targets down and focus fire them. But yeah, as I was saying, it's just, there's so many things moving around. There's a Monkey King jumping, Amber Remnants. There's so much different chaos that Secret's causing in the fight. And OG has to try to find a way to weather it, but not really seeing too many options as Morphling gets Aegis, he's got Ags. You've lost so much control on the side of OG. This is not the way that their draft wants to play.
Mid lane notes out. We'll find him a bit of a freebie by the looks of it. He does get the blast off though, and now Nisha jumps in with the Remnant. No-Tail's gonna fall. Over to the side, Zion Yapso controlling Saxa. Nisha's looking to jump over to help out as well. I'm ready to go back in with another Remnant. Seb will take the two of them out of there.
Oh.
Look at the Hex. Have they got the damage? Somehow he's in onto him, but they haven't. They can't even finish him off the one. Still has that Aegis. Jump back over to Thompson. Thompson trying to run with the E-Blade combo. Comes in. Thompson blown up. Somehow Ponty Ray stays on top of Matumba Man, but that's only the once. He's going to be back for round jumps in, control on a Seb, he can't get away.
Good lord. This lineup is ridiculous. Once it's timing, I mean, OG is doing some great grabs of trying to get these pickoffs, but there's just too much control. They're too mobile. They're everywhere.
I mean, it's effectively sort of 3 fishes as well. This boundless strike also coming in from YapzOr. Just so many lines of stun thrown straight through the heart of the team fights.
Matu, they get the grab on him.
Have they got enough damage? No, they haven't. In fact, Matu, he's going to look to turn. He wants to get aggressive. He's going to try and get in on them. He's got to be a little careful. Here's the backup he required. Zai jumps in, no tail to fall. They even look for Samuel, but a quick blink gets him away from the Fisher.
Nice attempt there from OG, but Secret still in the area. Somehow, even though they were just bottom, as we've seen them just flying all over the place on the map, always seem to have the numbers. 12K gold lead. It's quickly swung into their advantage.
And that was quite a confident line there, just straight up into their favor. 91% on the win probability right now for Secret.
There's just too much going on inside the fights. Too many things they have to focus on, while also trying to dodge AA blasts and keep the BKBs at a good timing so that they don't get clipped by it. It's not easy moving forward. And back into Shaker form. Back looking for the plays. Secret gonna continue looking for anything. Any type of battle that they can get now. And yeah, really catching their stride. Lincoln's now on Nisha too, so that Hex that we saw, likely to get countered just because of that.
It's going to be so hard to lock him down.
Yeah. And they've got, we did mention that YapzOr was going for a very greedy item build. He did finish it off in those last 2 fights.
They're coming in for the side. Fisher out to Samel to start things off. Samel will be able to take out the wall. Jump off for Nisha over the wall. Thompson. They're on top of the Invoker. Thompson trying to run. Turns around with the combo. Ice Blast will miss, but Matu will not. Straight over onto the Invoker. Matu takes out Thompson. Now to Samel. He needs help, but he needs it down. Seb coming in with the tether. Relocate. Seb will be able to take Samel out of this fight, but no tail's going to be left behind. As OG, they'll still lose 2.
I mean, this might be the most entertaining lineup I've ever seen in Dota. Everyone's just jumping back and forth, and they're still going to lose Seb out of it. 105 seconds.
That's a long time. This could be the window that Secret have been looking for to break the high ground.
Oh, they're feeling it. They're high-fiving. They're feeling that big confidence now after these last, 4 or 5 fights that they've just decimated OG in.
Is under attack. Thanks be to you.
And what can OG do here? 3 dead.
They have to watch. The IO is so crucial for their lineup. Likely to just lose at least 2 sets.
Diamond's bottom barracks has fallen.
It's the bottom racks cleaned up. Secret straight over to the mid.
The damage from the totems as well.
I mean, they're diving in a bit onto Samel. They're tempted. Samel getting quite the poke under the tier 4. I mean, he's going to jump. They're going to try and get on the Superman. Can they delete the Ice coming up? The Superman getting low. He's got the shift. He's going to live. Matu will stay alive. Ready to go back over towards Samel. Samel will bring down the Morphling, but he himself will lose his life for it. Buybacks coming out from OG. Same from Secret. Matu, he's had enough. He's ready to shut this one down as a second set of racks. I mean, they commit to kill them all. They do get him. I mean, it is in a position now. Matu dies again. The game might start to get a little bit interesting again.
They still have 30 seconds without the IO, though. They might just be able to commit for the racks. It's a little bit risky, but potential that they could. And again, it's too many things they have to deal with in the fights. Like you said there, they full commit for the Morphling, but he's not the only problem by any means.
So much.
Nisha 15, 3, and 20.
Yeah, they're also strong right now, Secret.
Creep started in the base, though. Those Forge Spirits in the mid lane.
And to push him out.
So that buyback, as you mentioned, might be a bit of a win condition here now for OG if they're able to find him. It's a very difficult one, but
it is.
He's got to be careful.
It is there.
Yeah. Matu's got to be more cautious with his positioning. Oh, look at that. A DD rune. Look at this nice damage on our Morphling. He hasn't even popped the DD yet, but nice little 1,300. Actually more, 1,500.
Yes.
I mean, also knowing that Roshan should be up rather soon again here, so something that is going to offset that risk of Matu using the buyback to get straight back in action.
And finding some big neutral items as well. Timeless Relic picked up on the side of Secret.
Oh my goodness, yeah, give it to these Shakers and the stuns.
Or the Ember Spirit. I mean, I'm fine with that too. He's pretty good with
it. That's a lot of damage.
OG.
Samel, he's found Puppy, he's trying to get in, we'll get pushed back. Saxa goes in the Ice Blast, come over inside, jumps in with the side. Samel got the BKB off in time though, as he turns towards the Shaker, takes him out. Matu trying to fight No-Tail, wait for him over to the side, Seb, bringing Samel out to the side for now. We'll see the jump from Matu. 2. He's taking on top of Sumail. There's the hit. Slams out Sumail. Sumail hits the deck out for 2 minutes on the Ursa.
Look at that damage. Over 1,800 damage on our Morphling.
That's a big number.
He just smacks Sumail, and now Seb returns as well to his death.
And now 3 dead, no buybacks on OG. Secret with the 4 of them up, they can look to run down mid.
Thompson, he showed himself for a second, but whoop, whoop. We'll slip away.
He's trying to create a distraction, sort of push them away from the base, but Secret, they are definitely going to have their eyes on the Megas, and maybe even more. To have buybacks available on Notail and Saxa, but 90 seconds no Sumail, a minute without Seb. There's the buyback, Notail. Can they buy any time for their 2 cores to get back up?
It's got to be so scary for Thompson.
I mean, Saxa is going to get a jump in. They are able to get the spear off to them. The damage Sunstrike coming down. Venetia's there with the Remnants. Matu, he's got too much HP. They can't burst through it. Buyback comes out from Thompson, but Saxa will fall. Also, with his buyback, looking to try and hold with just the 2 of them. The Secret, the damage is being done. The top racks are gone. The Mega Creeps will be out, and the jump over to Saxa. As soon as he's back in, he's back out again. Remnant over to Thompson. Thompson goes down. Everybody dead on OG as Secret, they'll close it up. GG is called, and Team Secret will take game 1 of this best of 3.
They went for the strong scaling lineup, but saying that does take away a little bit of how much they're still able to fight in the early game. We see OG trying relentlessly to battle into them, but Secret still has good team fight with this double shaker even before those big levels come out for everybody, and Yapzor's greedy build does pay off with that Scotty later on, and OG, they
Not a bad KDA, but everything else is falling a little too much around him as Secret are able to cruise through in this late game and secure this game 40 minutes in. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Team Secret.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Fogged for the cast of an amazing match. This puts Team Secret at 1-0. And you know what that means? If they win this next game, OG goes down to the lower bracket for the first time in 3 TIs. That is whoa.
Whoa. What an insane game. What an insane start of the day. First from the Spirits match and now into OG versus Secret. The quality of Dota, the way these 2 teams played, the chaos that OG did manage to siphon Secret into, but they just waited their timings, right? They got to those timings, and the moment you have Aghanims on Ember Spirit, Shaker Morph combo, everything changes.
I think specifically the itemization coming out of Team Secret was really interesting and cool to look at. Like Yapzor, he rushed a Scotty on a support Monkey King because he had no way to kite Ursa at all. And then all of a sudden you have 4 of Team Secret's heroes with some sort of jump mobility. You know, Morphling, Ember, Monkey King, Earthshaker, all going for the mobility abilities. And Sumail, he was destroying the game beyond godlike, but at the end of the day, he just couldn't output enough damage.
Yeah, I think the one fight where it was like the perfect timing in so many ways, where they had the Morph plus Shaker timing. I think they also had the Ember Ags at that exact point as well. And then in that fight, they finally were able to jump and focus Seb on the IO, who I believe had used BKB in the previous fight. And then after that point, it was just like...
That was around the pit, right?
Yeah, that was
the fight.
Right around the pit. And then for the rest of the game, it just looked like hugely Secret favored. And I do want to give a shout out to Nisha on Ember Spirit. The amount of times that he like frame perfect dodged a spear or something like that into like killing 2 heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have delayed even without that, but that really helps when you're trying to delay for this late game Morph Shaker timing and you've got somebody playing like that.
Right.
That makes it work.
And they looked broken, right? We were talking about OG and how they ramp up and they build for this one specific power spike. And in this game, even Invoker from that mid lane is playing more of a utility role. The items that they bought, the drums, the corrosion on Tusk, the, what was it, medallion, solar crest. It's all, they didn't even buy a vessel, which was necessary when you think about playing versus a Morphling. No, you don't go for that. You just buff up that Ursa. That's why Sumail did have an ultra kill somewhere in that mid game around the tier 2. However, Morphling and Shaker, man, what the... It's been so broken for such a long time, and at such a grand stage, it just strikes again.
One of the things that I heard AUI talk about while we were sitting in the green room watching the match is you said Ember is one of the best heroes right now.
He did say that.
Yeah.
I did say that.
Tell me a little bit about that. What makes you say that?
When I watch these games, I actually think Ember is going to be the hero of the tournament. Like, there's nothing really concrete. But in my head, like, how he team fights, he's just going around the fight, providing vision. If you try to chase him, he has 5 remnants once his egg. He slides in between them. He creates so much chaos. And every time you look at the end game screen of the stats, he's like 60k hero damage for some reason, just out of nowhere. It doesn't say there. They tricked us.
Can I just let me just comment Puppy. Even though he spent third most time dead in this game on all TIs, at the same time, he's been playing Ancient Apparition versus IO plus Tusk. That lane is incredibly difficult to stay alive in. He did feed a couple of times, but not nearly as many as I expected.
It's like a good amount of times too, because I think they're able to farm in the bottom lane way more than what I thought. OG had this really cool idea coming in. They would tether the creep in, so it goes into the tower. You get equilibrium versus a Morphling A who's supposed to be a weak team and sort of zone them out with Tusker Isle. But Secret, they're able to just sort of... I don't know what happened. They just dominated the lane early and they were able to survive.
They used the tag team first time in the jungle to try and kill the AA, who instantly TPs to the lane, which prevents them from using that tag team in the lane itself, right, for a couple of extra seconds, which allows Matu to get more last hits on those first few waves.
Yep.
Earlier raid band, which translates into him being 15 last hits and like 8 denies in a couple of waves.
Yeah, it could have worked too if they had the tag team, because the lane did immediately push out. Like you were saying, I think when the Morphling pulled to the range creep, the creeps ran into tower, creep wave pushes out double waves, but then without the tag team, and then with Secret getting level 2 timing first, it meant that they could actually farm in the lane.
Right. So I know Dota 2 is a team game, right? There's 5 people on one team, and you guys have been totally promoting like all the players. But if you were to pick one person who would be the MVP of that match, who would it be, Lizard?
That's so difficult.
I think it's Matu.
Matu?
I think when I watched them team fight, something I like the most is when Course think about the positioning of their allies and how they can like move in a way that lets them team fight. One of the fights, like Sumail was on Matu, he wanted to like waveform away from his team because it'd be further, but he had the presence of mind to waveform always towards his team, and his always thinking of how to fight like that made them win that game, I think, in the end. Like, he let their timings work out because he would survive in situations where I don't think he should have.
Well, and it literally worked out in that fight, too. He waveformed into Puppy, who got the cold feet onto...
Yeah, Sumail came in like 200 range, and the cold feet proc just because Matu's wave...
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He goes the other way. Sumail, he might have killed Matu. The game would have been completely different.
Just for 100%. The memes, can we say Monkey King as well? Honorary mention. Just because of the ultimate orb and orb of corrosion. That's all he built.
No, his item build was genius.
Yeah,
I think
never
it's straight
see
genius.
That.
Well, on the other hand, on OG's side, we have some superstars as well. Let's take a quick look at some of the stats for Sumail. This is like Sumail's joining OG, right? So we have the kill leaders for all time in TI, and Sumail is #1 there with 1,290 kills. Tell me, is that a lot, AUI?
I mean, it's the most.
Across all... I mean, yes, but...
So, Sumail only started playing in TI 5.
Right.
So, I mean, I think Sumail is the best TI player of all time. I mean, he carried me in a TI, so I might be a little biased.
Just a little bit biased.
Yeah,
right?
a little bit biased. I mean, Thompson has a 100% win rate. But in my eyes, like, Sumail, over time, how he performs at TI is always some insane level of play. Like, I think Nisha, he went for top moon, and there was just a bear there. Like, why was Sumail there? He just killed him.
Right,
yeah,
like, that was one of the that was one of the plays
yeah.
that sort of snowballed the game in OG's advantage for a bit.
Do you think that is a result of their teamwork? I remember that when we were talking, you guys were talking about how OG is a very close-knit team. Like, did Invoker know to send Ember to the top side of the river by Roche so that Ursa would be there?
I'll just say that, yeah, definitely OG is a close-knit team, but it takes a special kind of a person, and Sumail is definitely that. He's extremely talented.
Yeah.
The equanimity that he possesses to just... If you remember DAC, when he went, 0-4 on Storm, and then came back into the game, that's what, 2014, 15?
2015.
15. He comes back, he was still a kid, 16 or something, and he comes back and just completely demolishes the enemy team. 90% of players would just tilt. That's not him, though.
Yeah, that's like a 100% instinct play to me. Like, I'm sure Sumail called that, and I think the reason he knows that that Ember's about to Remnant there is because he was a mid player before, and he knows how horrible it would be for the enemy carry to show up and solo kill you there. It's like mega game-changing.
Well, for those of you at home who want to think more about this game, just remember that there are a lot of other things going on here at TI. One of the things is the secret shop, which is now open. You can visit it at www.theinternational.wearenations.com. So while you are watching this series, remember that you can also head over to the secret shop, check out the goods that are available for this TI. And now let's bring it back to the match. So now we have this game, right? Team Secret is down, or sorry, Team Secret is up 1 game, OG is down 1 game. Now that OG is kind of on their back foot a little bit, do you think that we're going to see like those happy faces that we saw when they first got in the booth, when they were marveling at their portrait? Do you think that maybe this time they're going to revisit it and be like, serious time now? Or do you think that their ability to just kind of shrug it off and smile into the next match is one of their strengths?
I feel like they'll shrug it off just because I don't know how you guys felt watching that game, but it didn't seem to me like OG was doing anything crazy wrong or anything like that where, you know, like there were fights that were so close. There were fights that were so close to going one way or the other. And I feel like every fight was like 4 people on OG dying and then 3 people on Secret dying. It was never like just Secret completely wiping the floor with OG by any means. So if I'm OG, it's just like, all right, we'll just go in, we'll do another draft, see how she goes.
And if you know OG, they never falter.
Well, let's see how it looks as we bring out the teams once again for Game 2. Team Secret looking they look pretty much the same, right? Like, they look pretty serious. They look the same way when they were coming out for Game 1. OG, on the other hand, still looking like pretty upbeat, you know, hopping up the stairs.
Yeah, Sumail ran in there. Like, he can't wait to play another one.
You can't phase Sumail. It's unfazable.
Let's take a quick look at OG's journey through the DPC.
I was a key. This Viper has to show up to all of these tower fights.
Viper's in. Topson able to dodge the rolling boulder in time. Connection will still be on to No-Tail, but the ult is pop. TP heading over from Fada. Topson continue to make some big hits here with the DD rune. As 33, he'll pull. He's out of action. The Maledict though, and this poison damage killing Topson. Topson's probably going to pop here. Off to the side, Saxon comes in with the stun. 9 trapped in by the Sprout. Topson is still alive. He did indeed avoid that final bit of damage with the timing of the Remnant movement, making sure that tick came in whilst he was invulnerable.
I think in the first tick, he also dodged a little bit of as well when he did like the mini fire remnant, and then he saves. That was a sick play by Topson, keeping him alive. Very like 90% sure he dies to that mountain.
Absolutely.
And then that's going to be Humblegod grabbing up that Aegis. Stomp forward, coming after Spartan. Down he goes. The rest of the side of Team Brave just running away. The roll forward, they'll get the Hex off. Focus, running, wants to get back into his base as fast as possible. Wants nothing to do with the rest of this fight. Does end up stunning himself, but he's safely into the base. But you know who's not is going to be, of course, Stolmanen. And they're going a bit deep here. Trying to just get this kill onto Focus as Ana, Seb, all of them. They're just running in. Focus, is he going to make it out alive? Yes, they managed to go and keep him in, but it's not looking great here for SSA Spartan. He's trying to run. Wish is going to go down, though, as Spartan manages to get himself back. And oh my God, Ana, he wanted the fountain dive, and he's still alive.
It's just team fights are really not what they're looking for. They're looking for these like small little engagements like this.
Straight in.
They can catch.
Very nice setup there with 2-man scatter blast down the Cookie's eye. Trying to turn, gets the spear off onto Ana. Will manage to clip into the tree. Matu's in, pounces forward. Has he got enough control? But the scrape comes out. Ana will be saved here. No-Tail able to get Ana back to safety. Saxon just walks in, a finger to the face of Zai. As Zai falls yet again. OG to take another kill.
Oh, so close, Topson.
2 HP, I saw it, you saw it, we all saw it, 2
Everything.
HP.
Strength tread.
Oh, it's 1! It was 1 HP!
It was 1.
Oh my goodness, 1 HP, ladies and gentlemen, take a print screen.
Okay. What is the hammer there? The egg comes out. You can see the shard is already picked up by him. And ILTW with the meta focusing on Topsy. He's going to be able to get it as the egg goes off as well. Nice impale from Soxa, but a big epicenter onto 2. Down goes ILTW. A huge initiation from Seb. And that's going to cost them 3 and make it 4 with KuroKy dropping to the deck. And this is likely to be a full team wipe if they're able to get Miracle here. Seb is actually going to stay alive throughout all of this. What a crazy counter initiation, turning into an ultra kill for Sumail.
Ready to run up high ground and try and take this down. Skitter looking for an opening now. Get the meld out, 9, Winner's Curse, hoping to do something. The buyback comes from the Tidehunter. Arrow afterwards, but the BKB didn't get it out in time. Skitter, BKB runs forward, tries to bring down this Nyx assassin. It is not going to happen. Jump forward, there's the stun that they need. They take down Skitter, he buys back now. They keep on chasing it on this one. Thompson trying to find 9, he gets him. It's a godlike spree. They can't get anything. As one by one, all of Tundra falls. OG doesn't even die, and GG is called. OG are going back to TI to defend their title.
OG did place 5th and 6th in Season 1 and Season 2, not qualifying for either major, Singapore Major or the Annie Major. But they are still the defending champions, 2-year TI champions, and now they are down a game against Team Secret. On the other hand, Team Secret having a maybe less than satisfactory DPC run as well. They are proving that they deserve to be here and that their major experience translates into TI experience as well. Gentlemen, what are we expecting to see coming into Game 2? Do you think that there is going to be an adjustment in the way that they played? Do you think that maybe there's a chance for better timing capitalization? What are we going to see?
I don't think Secret will change a lot. Like if you listen to Puppy and how he thinks about this game, he always says the same thing. If you are correct, you win. If you're wrong, you'll lose. That's it. I believe he believes that he's correct at the moment, and the first game definitely did show that. They played on their brand. We were talking about them being this wall in which they're trying to defend until they hit their timings. They were successful in Game 1.
Yeah, and I don't think OG, they really should feel like they have to switch anything either. I think OG in particular are good at identifying what they did wrong in a game maybe, and just making like slight adjustments to that. Like last game, maybe they fought one time before they had mech, and they could have snowballed the game earlier.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I think, like, they don't look like they're phased at all, to be honest, OG. I don't think they will be coming into this game.
So you think that basically the teams, the strategies themselves are perfectly fine, but maybe there's just, is there a change in draft? Do you think there might be a change in draft?
Less draft adjustment and more like a little bit more mentality adjustment.
How so?
I mean, I think OG, I don't know if it's losing the crowd, but I feel like maybe the 2-time champion maybe add a little bit of pressure. Like more than I thought it would affect them that game. But there was something a little bit off with how they played. Usually they take risks, but they don't start making the big fights until they have the real big timing. And I don't think that's quite their last game. Not the usual OG.
Do you think that comes back down to them maybe not having as much fun when it comes to Jerax and how much fun he brought to the team and tiny airlines and everything? Because these things, they do relieve the pressure off of you, right?
You know, it is true. You know, you watch True Sight, it does seem true, but I feel like Sumail and Ana, very similar players.
All right, well, let's get it started.
OG versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Hello and welcome back to the most equal draft panel. We're ready for Game 2 between OG and Team Secret. Let's see what the draft brings for us today. My name is Mr. Avo Plus. Joining me is Effie and Syndrin. Effie, can you tell me a bit of your closing thoughts about last game in the draft? Did you feel like it was what you'd expect considering those drafts?
That game was incredibly action-packed, which is definitely what we expected looking at it. But as it progressed, something really stood out to me with OG's draft that I didn't consider earlier, which was, if you take a look at their cores, they had a Diffusal Blade Ursa, they had a Quasvex Invoker, and they had an offlane IO. So their wave clear was lacking, and even though they had no wave clear, they were making these aggressive plays into Secret's triangle over and over and over again. And they did overpower them a few times, and it looked really good for them. But this issue made it so that Secret always had a way back into the game. So going into this draft, I would like to see a little bit more shove coming out of OG.
Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I definitely think it played a relatively big part in that game. Like, obviously, the whole wave clear problem becomes more prevalent when they actually have their advantage and they have the Aegis, right? That's when you want to push in all the lanes and then have this firm iron grip on the map, but they never really were able to maintain that. Also because they never really convincingly crushed a fight. Like, most of them were pretty close. Like, even if OG came out with 1 or 2 kill advantage, they'd used all the resources they kind of needed to reset anyway. So I agree. I think a bit more wave clear would definitely go a long way here for OG. So far, so good with Titan first pick. Can act as a decent wave clear as a support. Even if you don't get the CS, at least you deal with the wave pretty effectively. You're good at defending towers as well, so you prevent getting yourselves at a map disadvantage. And, well, before we look too much more at the picks, I just want to say about the bans, really interesting dynamic here that this time around OG, they banned the AA, and therefore this time Secret will ban out the IO. And OG actually ignoring Monkey King as a potential first pick here. They could get it now if they wanted to.
We see Enchantress actually as one of the first picks for Team Secret. Very, actually almost not picked hero. Effie, can you tell me what the thought process is here? Is it just to debuff the Elder Titan?
So Enchantress was a hero that was incredibly popular earlier, but she fell off because every time she's strong, she gets nerfed over and over again. But the most recent nerf is just her cast range, and Enchant was really bad, with a lot of neutrals being nerfed as well as a result of the strength of HOD and things like that. But Enchantress functions similarly to Ogre, actually, in that she's an incredibly tanky support, and Puppey does like to play heroes like this, right? At some point, even outside of laning, it can play that vision provider. It can be a bit of a ward, like face-checking high grounds and just absorbing a lot of damage in fights, and that is a style that Puppey does like to play. And if you give her space on the map, which is Secret's specialty, just assigning farm to all of their players, she can do a lot of damage in fights. Also, she can dispel, Monkey King comes out and she can dispel Jingus Subs.
That's true. So in this pick order, they specifically pick it only seeing Elder Titan.
Yep.
I think perhaps this is a strategy that Secret have, that they understand Elder Titan has incredible prowess in lane, and maybe in their playbook, this is one of the only picks that exist that can match or beat Elder Titan in lane. Enchantress is so dominant in lane when she gets level 2 by getting 1 creep with Enchant and having Impetus that I think she can actually overwhelm Elder Titan. In addition to that, she plays like between the lane and the jungle. That makes it harder for Elder Titan to hit his spirit on both heroes in lane. I think Elder Titan thrives when there's 2 laners playing together that are very easily connected with, so you get the full value out of that. So perhaps that's the idea. Like, I don't see any other real justification for it except if they're just trying to surprise OG here, just because, like Effie said, this hero isn't very popular, it isn't widely regarded as very strong, and usually when Secret pick it, it is to win a lane, so that has to be the logic here.
That's a very good point, and I wonder if this Magnus pick was something that Secret were planning for going into this draft, or if they just took it away from OG, because the success that they had with the ET and Magnus combination in group stage was actually absurd. They came back from this ridiculous game versus IG where they were losing. They lost 5 fights in a row. We thought that perhaps that could have been the end for them, but there was this empowered ET just whacking away with his natural order on top of an RP, and it was just incredibly strong. So I'm just curious where they're headed with this Magnus, if they're going to play around it as a pseudo carry or if it's just going to be buffing another hero on their team.
So seeing OG's first 2, do we think Elder Titan is somewhat assigned yet, or because OG is one of the teams that like playing it off lane the most, right? But they also do play it on no tail. I think it's one of those 2 most likely for the team playing it. Don't really see it that even Sox has played it actually a couple of games here. So it's 3-4-5. When they pick it together with Monkey King, no, it's just completely open, isn't it?
Yep.
ET could be 3-4-5, Monkey King could be 2-4, and technically 1 has Sumail played Monkey this event?
I'm not
Maybe 1
sure,
game.
but I'm sure he can play the Monkey King.
Yeah, he plays it. I know he plays it.
So Yeah, I mean, OG is the king of flex picks anyway, so
for sure.
This is the kind of mental games. We were talking about this last draft panel, how OG sometimes it seems like they're flexing, but the reality is they're baiting, and they already have an assigned position. You think you can be seeing here this time?
I think it's less clear here what the bait exactly would be, because I think, for example, with the Mars one, it's less common for it to be played 5.
Yeah.
Like Secret might have had it in the back of their minds last game, but here it's way more, like, quote unquote obvious if Elder Titan goes 3, 4, 5. Like the bait here would be if Elder Titan is mid, right? Or carry, but I would be very surprised to see it. I would love it, but I don't think that's what we're going to get. So less of a bait, more flex probably in this scenario.
Thompson did it once against a Meepo, but that's a very specific situation to do it against.
Very specific.
Effie, I'd like to ask you, are there any bans that really stand out to you on the second ban phase that you'd like to point out?
I think banning Shaker was the correct choice because just leaving it open with the starter they had with the melee heroes and just not kind of accounting for a potential morphling was a mistake. And they got it out from the very beginning, so that's just a respect ban straight up, right? And it takes away issues that they may have with the ET and the Monkey King. So nothing too particularly strange here. The Juggernaut is a little bit unusual in that we haven't seen him as one of the most contested heroes in this patch, but it just seems like OG don't want to get outpaced at the start of the game.
OG also value Mag Jug a lot themselves. It's a strategy they play, and they know Secret are very capable of playing these heroes. Interestingly, the Wind Ranger here, which could both be a mid and a 4, most likely one of the two. I feel like I'm seeing a plan here from Secret that, okay, if you guys have Elder Titan Monkey King, we're going to pick heroes that are hard to hit, right?
Yep.
So you have the Enchantress with Untouchable, you have Wind Ranger with Wind Run, and now that OG picks Legion Commander as well as Clinks, I think Secret, even if they had the plan of playing the Wind Ranger 4, they might be upgrading it to a mid hero here. I think it's actually a very good Wind Ranger game, especially when you look for the potential Ags in the build. It seems very, very strong. But obviously, they can keep that choice for last if they pick their carry now. Then they can decide a little bit later after seeing OG's final pick. So I think in Secret's position here, you need to decide what's more important. If you pick your carry now, you give OG a counter pick to your carry. If you pick your 4 or your mid, you're showing your hand, right?
Exactly.
So what do you think is more valuable? I don't know.
Agreed. I really like the concept that we're going to pick heroes that are difficult to hit and difficult to kill. And on top of that, Wind Ranger is an incredibly good hero versus Clinks, because in the past, Clinks had an ability that made him dodge projectiles, right? And Wind Ranger was atrocious versus him. But now with just a Dust and a Maelstrom or an MKB or whatever damage item you choose, you as a hero alone can eliminate their win condition and their carry. So I like the concept there.
Ursa is insane. It's super good.
Can you elaborate on that?
You're playing against triple melee. Your lane matchup is more than likely either Legion Commander, Elder Titan as the core, or Monkey King, right? One of those three. You're a hero that can easily get on top of Clinks when you have a dagger, or even if Clinks is caught by anything, you can overwhelm him. You get, like Effie said, you just get a Dust, you run at him with Diffusal and you kill him. So it's set up for a good laning stage, good hero matchups, and you have Empower, and you're good 1v1 against all of the 3 cores that we're assuming OG have shown here. I think this Ursa pick is just phenomenal. It's pretty rare that in this tournament that I've seen a game that looks so good for Ursa. I think this is a better Ursa game than OG's was last one.
Yeah, and something that I would like to comment on regarding the Ursa pick, which makes it very nice, is when I saw this Clinks pick, I was like, okay, typical Sumail Clinks, right? The way he has been playing it throughout group stage is he even skips boots. Doesn't go brown boots, rushes the Maelstrom and sits in the triangle for a while. So typically when something like that happens, you as an enemy, you have to deal with it, right? And there is no better hero for early triangle invasions than a Diffusal Blade Ursa who has a good start. And for all the reasons that Cinder had mentioned, Ursa should have a good game. So they do have the ability to attack early on, which is really important when you play versus Clinks.
You're very right, and actually to add on the Clinks point that you were making, the way they actually played it as well is to try to steal enemy stacks as well and close out their map, which tends to not work against early timings or carries with early timings, much like the Ursa. So very good point here. And on Cinder's point on the Ursa, let's not forget Secret's actually one of the teams that highly value the Ursa in this tournament. So they think it's a carry that's like pretty solid, and as you say, this is a good Ursa game. They might just be carrying the game along with this hero.
Yeah, that's added value, basically. Like, we're talking about it from a theoretical perspective of just how good it is against the matchup, but I think it's also about comfort, right? I think maybe Matumbaman's the best player in the world in this hero. So definitely not. You're not going to say no thanks to an Ursa game like this if you're Matsu. You're like, just sign me up, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about what the final pick both teams will be looking for here is. So Secret probably, I think they will upgrade the Windranger to mid here. If they do that, we're probably looking at a last pick 4 for YapzOr that is ideally ranged if they're playing offlane Mag on Zai. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think they've only played that on Zai, actually, the Magnus this tournament.
I do believe so.
We had a phase when Magnus was a true flex pick where it was being played 1, 2, 4, and 5, I think, for a little bit, and 3, all 5 roles.
Yeah,
in
all
one
5
patch.
roles. Yeah.
And I think after some of the changes to Empower, that got less appealing to play the just flat out support mag because the Empower wasn't as good on allies anymore. So more than likely, preferably putting that in a core role. OG are going to show their final hero here. It's going to be the Hoodwink.
Could be a Thompson Hoodwink.
Probably is.
Yep.
Safe lane Klings, mid Hoodwink, Legion Commander, offlane, and then support ET Monkey King. Their lanes are pretty good.
Or honestly, the Legion, the Monkey, and the Elder, they could be flexed either way because we've seen a lot of Legion 5 from them.
5.
And as you said, Seb loves the Elder Titan as well, and he plays the Monkey King in the offlane as well.
Yeah, maybe you downgrade Legion just because the Ursa matchup's so bad. But again, for me, the problem is I think any hero you put offlane here, if it's a melee, loses the lane to Ursa Eng. I just don't think you're likely to win there.
And my issue with the idea of downgrading the Legion is that then OG would just have no clear way to take the fight because there's no hero that will start it for them really, except the Blink Dagger I'll see later.
Yep.
So I'm just not fond of that idea.
Okay. So what are you thinking here for last pick for Secret?
They have a lot of time. Is Ember still in the pool? Because they could, we could still see the Windranger 4. I don't think Ember is bad here. There's a lot of kiteable heroes.
It's a comfort.
Like if you pointed out, there's the duel you could have to worry about, but aside from that, I think Ember kind of has a free game. It's hard to land a Hoodwink combo on Ember. Oh, he is banned?
Yeah,
okay, I can't see. Oh, that's
Could we see another Spirit? Oh no, Storm has been banned too. Void Spirit, the only one in the pool.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem so appealing.
I still like Windranger 2, to be honest.
That's actually the strategy Beast Coast has been figured out to deal with Monkey King as well. They were running Chris Luck on the Windranger, running their mid, and just, as you said, can't be hit.
I think it's good.
What are your thoughts on the last pick, Effie?
So I'm thinking about player preference here because that's what it'll come down to. Because on paper, this Windranger would be really good mid, but maybe at this point and why it's taking them so long to pick this last hero is that they're just asking, do you want this or not? And what else do you want?
Isn't Wyvern really good here?
Oh, a Tinker.
That is not what I expected at all. Okay, exciting.
Neither did I, but doesn't that throw back to the idea that try to hit us?
Yeah, it's more miss.
Yeah.
It's a blind. What do you think of that Tinker matchup in the mid lane now?
Assuming he's against the
He is against Hoodwink.
I think, I don't know, I feel like it's just a wash. It's not a matchup I think I've ever seen before.
Okay.
But just from a theoretical standpoint, I think both heroes just farm.
Final points I feel like to hear.
Final point. On paper, I do think Hoodwink is a hero that is quite good at catching out Tinker because she can just scurry through the trees and find him and get him there. But if Tinker has a good game, I see Secret overwhelming OG here.
And for you, Cinder?
Yeah, pretty much. I like Secret's late game prospects here. They have an empowered carry. They have Tinker. Late game Tinker in this patch seems insane in some games. And outside of the catch on the Hoodwink, especially now that the Legion Commander is being revealed as a position 5, played by No-Tail here, I think Nisha needs to mainly pay attention to playing around trees because of Monkey King. But if let's say Secret set the stage for a fight somewhere that isn't massively surrounded by trees or they have vision in the area, I think Tinker can just shine in a game like this. So I do like them.
Final point?
My only issue is this Enchantress seems kind of out of place in this draft, and she can die so easily to all of these heroes. So this is the wonky hero that I need to see.
Well, we have to throw it away because the man in the sidelines there is waiting for us. And as he likes to say, keep it PMA. So take it away, BSJ.
Thank you, Avo. As this game, I'd actually like to highlight the carries as both teams started the draft with what I like to call carry griefers. As Saksa on the Elder Titan, the natural order, it makes it very hard to pick a carry that can be durable because it removes all of your armor. But Ursa with the damage reduction is a great response because even though you have no armor, you're still taking 80% less damage. And on the other side, the two supports for Secret are Enchantress with the Untouchable and Windrunner with the Wind Run, two heroes that are almost impossible to right-click with any carry, so they elect to go for Clinks, whose Burning Barrage is a right-click based spell that cannot miss. And then on top of that, they like to go for the Hoodwink, whose Acorn Shot is another right-click base spell that cannot miss. And since the Ursa is now dealing with 2 ranged cores that he's going to have a tough time locking onto, he no longer has the damage responsibility because they wrapped it up with Tinker. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it off to the casters OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, game 2 ready to roll here with OG and Secret. Fogged, what are your initial reactions looking at these drafts? Are we seeing sort of a similar timing approach from both sides? Is it, again, OG trying to play fast and early and Secret more than happy to take it late and scale on?
Feels a little bit different. I think OG's looking for more of a later scaling this time around, but that's not to say that Secret doesn't have a very strong scaling lineup either. I think it's very different state than we have seen from the last one, just a one head-to-head kind of thing. Also, talking about the Enchantress, so there's an ET and a Monkey King in the offlane. That's kind of what Enchantress thrives versus playing against. You're able to dispel the Spirit buff, you're able to dispel Jingu in later stages, the Overwhelming Slow is also really nice. And even just heals. I've seen Puppey play this like a lot of times, so where he just backs up and he acts as like healer and just this damage soaker for his carry. So I think that's the kind of thing that they're looking for. And, I mean, this is the first time I've gotten to see the Hoodwink mid in a while, and also first time me and you, I think, for this tournament get a Tinker mid. So this is pretty interesting kind of matchups we have, because Hoodwink, he can hit, miss, miss is applied from the laser, so in the laning phase could probably see Topson still just have a good time, but the burst potential of Tinker versus a squishy hero like Hoodwink sounds kind of scary in the mid game.
No, for sure. But yeah, Topson's going to have to be careful, but he's going to be very nimble, running around the tree line and trying to trip Nisha up, maybe getting him caught in the bushwhack to start things off, finding those back lines.
They do have good, decent ways of scouting inside trees for sure. The ET Spirit, they've got Monkey King jumping in trees, they'll have a scurry Hoodwink running around too. But we'll see if they will be able to find Nisha's. It does feel like he's going to have a pretty good timing. I've never seen this lane, but I do feel like Tinker probably comes out slightly ahead because of base damage. Just a miss of Rocket, though, Nisha. Lost vision of Topson, wasted some mana. And bottom, I'm curious to see how this is going to end up going. Like, how is Noto going to be able to do versus a Wind Ranger? Because historically we've seen these Legion Commander 5s be able to trade with anybody, but Wind Ranger doesn't care.
Well, he absolutely on that. Wind Ranger able to find that courier there of No Tail. Thanks for the gold here to start things off, throwing out the tip as well.
Let's see how Sumail's able to last hit down here too, because Clinks, as always we know, Searing Arrows helps you get these last hits. Denies are going to be more problematic, but look at the base damage differential. Magnus has 66 base damage, Clinks has 45, so still tough for that Clinks to find some of these last hits at times. First few waves though, OG seems to be very happy.
That mid lane, you're right, Topson's a little low on the HP, but getting in and trading CS nicely, and the ball should be out very shortly for him in that mid lane. Now we're seeing up top, Seb, 7 for 3 against the 5 for 1, able to play quite nicely against Matu, but as you mentioned, hard for the two of them to get aggressive once Puppey's around to dispel the buffs.
I think it's the first Enchantress I've gotten to see too, myself. I know he's been picked a couple of times now because of these big buff ups and just wanting to be that anti-carry. But it used to be a very early picked on hero, like just first 2 picked for a lot of strategies, just because of the early timing that you can do and just all the fun stuff you can do with enchants as well too, which we'll have to get to later on, of course, once Tinker starts to get more, once Tinker gets levels and he can actually teleport to the creep that the Enchantress is going to have and join fights easier. That'll be definitely something we have to watch.
Topson. Okay, it's got the bottle right now. Coming in the courier. Yeah, Nisha stepping up, but indeed Topson. Very, very low. Zap to keep him away from the wave, but
he's starting to struggle a bit in the lane, but I mean, Nisha's not really doing incredible either. Both of them are just messing with each other so much. And the Clink Sumail, he's actually done an excellent job in last hits. Hasn't really gotten denied too much versus the Magnus. Only 4 on Zai at the moment.
Oh, and another courier here for Yapsel. He's having a nice time taking those away from OG's safe lane.
Is he going to be able to, I mean, if he's able to find another one too, that'd be pretty huge, as No Tails just did come in, and they really need those couriers.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit more careful.
Yeah. Too much gold being given up. No Tail will get a nice pull off though.
Oh, Saxa. He's going to get the stomp off, but Puppey able to keep off to the side. The bound strike will hold the back. Matu tries to turn, but Seb's got the damage, gets the kill. Will die in return. Puppey able to finish him off with the impetus. supporters. Get the trade up top.
That level 2 Jingu. I don't think they expected it to do that much bonus damage, but did decide to put the secondary point in it there on Seb. He had, what, 9 stacks of Fury swipes, I believe, on him, too.
Yeah, those last few hits took his HP off completely.
One hit back and forth between each other, and it would have just... One more Ursa hit and it would have been a kill on the Monkey King before that, but...
Smart money.
Seb able to hold the wave, too, so he's pretty much missed out nothing after that death. He's going to have 2 range creeps pushing in. Fortunate for him. Enjoying Seb, No-Tail and Yapsor just running at each other. Very kind of awkward supports. And we will see No-Tail start to block Ancients, as we do expect, of course, these Ancient stacks to come out for the Tinker at some point. He'll probably do that smoke trick that we've seen popularized, where you smoke around Ancients and you just keep lasering them with your rearm.
See the mid CS right now. It's getting harder and harder for Thompson.
Yep.
11 for 4 against the 17 for 10. This lane, it's not going to get any easier for the Hoodwink.
Damage is really starting to build up there, because your starting HP on the Hoodwink is actually pretty decent. I believe you're one of the higher strength agility heroes, but you only have 2 strength gain.
He's going to get turned up on it, Matu. He's a little cautious, though, knows that he can't commit completely onto Seb. Seb always holding onto that boundless for potential turnarounds. It's really is a lane, this 2 versus 2, where both teams have to really read how much potential there's going to be from each core to just get the hits in on a hero and take them down. They've got to be careful.
Puppey does have the Satyr creep, though, so it's really starting to push quite a lot of aggression onto OG. Seb even trying to go onto Puppey here, but he is eating a lot of damage.
Yeah, Matu.
Ooh, that was close. Oh!
Oh?
What?
Seb? Who cut it? What happened to his tree?
I actually was asking me, I think he cut it.
No, his Quelling Blade wasn't on cooldown.
I have no idea. The
tree just said nope and left. Apparently.
I was checking everybody.
I'm sure we're missing something, but
I don't. All right. Mid lane, Thompson does buy a raindrop, so he can start tanking versus this insane burst damage. Also, a Wind Ranger comes into power shot in mid. He'll survive, but we're definitely seeing him fall heavily behind that Tinker there. I have no idea what happened to the trio. I checked all the tangos.
I was going to say the tangos.
I don't know. Thompson checking the rune. He's got Saksa, but there's more backup for Secret.
Oh, he's looking pretty dead here, Saksa. Oh, maybe with the stick charges. Oh, nice little 360 and a turnaround here. Saksa, he's still on the run. Yapsor will get it. See if Seb can get the trade in. Boundless Strike comes crashing down. Wim runs up in a second. The Yapsor, he's going to be able to run. He's out. Nothing else for OG to throw out his way. As Yapsor gets in, Bounty Rune picked up, and he gets away.
Lane's starting to get pretty disastrous too. Only the Clinks is now starting to have a good time. 2K lead. Thompson is 1,000 gold behind the Tinker already at this point, and Tinker overall does farm quite a lot faster, especially with that new lasering onto those Ancient shirts blocked, as we mentioned. But see what he's going to be able to do on this unorthodox mid hero as the Hoodwink.
See what the next bit. The focus is going to be. I mean, when you look at these 2 teams now, who's the most active right now? Who's having the easier time looking for the pickoffs?
At the moment, still, I would say probably OG if they can set up with the Hoodwink running around. But Secret's gonna just be sitting back waiting, sitting back farming. If they start to make the aggressive move on OG, the Tinker can move around easier. He can just show up at the tower and then counter gank a lot easier.
Oh, they get the shackle in. But a stop to the stomp here from Saksa. And the 2 of them got the damage though. Saksa is trying to run. Oh, just enough for the stick charges. Will stay alive. But again, being bullied away from this top lane completely by the 2 of them.
Anisha is 750 from Blink Dagger.
He's going to commit the RP for this. Has he got enough damage though, Zai? One more hit. He's looking for No-Tail. No-Tail. He's got a little bit of favorable movement. He shockwaves back up though, Zai. Just enough to take him down there with that level 1 shockwave.
Well worth it. Such an under-leveled support and easy kill as Sumail has been pushed all the way to jungle. To finish up Thompson. Oh, the illusion!
Oh, Thompson!
He is so...
Well, he was living on the edge right there, I'll tell you that.
He's so squishy. Yeah. That was the 2 supports and like a rocket that nearly ends up cleaning him up. Yeah, he has to be much more careful. Thankful for him, he had that illusion, but...
That was a close one.
No-Tail also, since he did die, he's going to be able to fill up that bottle again too, but yeah, really seeing the fragility of the Hoodwink versus all this big burst damage that Secret does have.
Yeah, it's if they get eyes on him, taking nearly his entire HP out at the start of any sort of fight, Thompson's going to have to be the one to get the jump on them.
For most of the game, or for most of this early game, unless he buys some HP items, a laser, a rocket, and a power shot is pretty much going to kill him. So he's picked up the treads. We've seen that from Thompson before in the past, mostly in his pub game because he's mostly played that Hoodwink in the pubs. But this is usually what he goes for, so treads is so valuable. But 3K gold lead already for Secret.
Yeah, this is pretty huge.
Is trying to sneak into the Roche. He messed up. He actually did not get the hop over. And there was a Radiant scan that did catch Secret walking in here.
Okay, so Seb in the neighborhood.
But look at that's scary when two heroes can just walk into pit. A Medallion, Enchantress plus an Ursa will easily sneak that one. Yeah. So now OG's just got to keep a hero in the area the entire time now, just in case.
Yeah, they cannot let Secret take this away from them as early as they can here with this Ursa.
And already a blink now on Nisha. Magnus free farming as well bottom. A very good start for Secret. With a lineup that scales quite heavily with that empowered Ursa as well.
And maxed out, of course, here by Zai.
Yep. And still finding kill. And still looking to be aggressive.
I mean, he is. Zai showing his dominance down here. And again, the attention is split around. OG, they still sort of have 4 around this area top, but this time around, Secret's getting a bit more time in the pit.
Sumail is getting space to farm a quad ancient stack, which he does need.
They're going to try and get in it. I'll drop the ult, but Secret now step outside. And now Nisha's in the neighborhood as well. Roshan under half HP. Secret, they really want to get in and finish this. Zai's also turned up. Secret turning up in full force to try and get this Roshan finished off. OG, what can they do about this?
Sumail is not healthy. He's 200 HP. He can't get in the area.
I mean, it's just a distraction. Actually, it's a beautiful RP onto the two. The flash from Nisha. 2 down. Seb also to fall as Zai takes him out. 3 dead on OG. Secret, they get the space, they get the kills, they get the Roche, they get the Aegis.
I couldn't ask for a more picture-perfect RP there with the laser, hitting all 3 heroes too from the splash. That's a lot of damage.
Here. Saxa, he's trying to hide in the trees. Nisha is hunting. He has the rockets in. And with this haste rune, he's going to be able to close in and pick up another one. Nisha with the chase down. 10 minutes in, we're already at a 5K advantage for Secret.
And their mid tower is already getting pressured too. Puppy's defending top tower versus the Sumail Clinks and already looking to make more rotations. Nisha does head toward top. He's looking for Sumail a little bit, perhaps. I mean, it just goes to neutrals.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on Sumail's shoulders this game. He is top net worth right now. He has got to carry this so hard for OG after a struggling early game.
And it is not going to be, does not look like the easiest one for him either, with so many heroes that can just collapse on top of him with such an early blink dagger on Tinker. Clink, sure, your HP pool gets better and better as you do get the death pact levels, but early on, even with level 1 death pact, 1390 HP, like he's killable.
Just a little bit of a tease onto Sebit, nothing else to come his way. OG, they're going to try and hit with a smoke.
They need to get something going their way. They've got the level 6 on the ET, so they've got Splitter online. They've got the level 8 on Hoodwink. They've also got Duel. So let's see what they can find, because it's into this Aegis of Secret.
Seb is going to try and start things, but Matsu will punch back into him. Zaxic getting the spirit out. Not even quite able to get the Jingu up here. Matsu's got the speed to stay out of the range of Seb.
RP's back up in 20 as well.
This is not going to be an easy tower to hold for OG.
They do get the
are going to try. Opening onto Zai, but Zai is tanky as the Magnus. The Shackle, it'll connect. As OG, they've got no tail in trouble. They drag back, taken out Seb, will put the whip with the boundless strike. He misses. Zai's able to retreat. Matsu just closes in onto the Monkey King, chasing down Seb. Seb will get away. Zai still alive. The Splitter from Saxa does finish him, but it costs Saxa his life. And Secret, they're ready to dive in behind the tower here. Thompson and Sumail, they've got to hide. The dust, it catches Sumail. Sumail will stay hidden in the trees.
He can't show his face.
And he just came down in no TP to get out of this area of the map, Sumail. He is stuck down here, so for all his farm that he's had, it will slow down a little bit.
OG bringing all 5 heroes and still only getting a small kill onto the Magnus and still gonna lose the tower there. And now for the next play, Magnus, he's got RP up. He's about to have Blink Dagger too. So Secret, they're gonna look to hit right back.
Absolutely. And it's just been such a slow game here for Seb and Thompson. I mean, Puppy is just about 300 gold away from overtaking the farmer, Thompson.
Oh boy, yeah, that is a huge concern. Nisha's also halfway to Aghanims already too, so that burst damage that we're talking about increases even more in potential. That HP reduction that will be coming out. This is problematic. They need to find a way to stabilize the game, but it's not easy because of how much of a lead Secret got off of the laning phase, getting Aegis too. They're just hitting towers.
The Radiant Glyph is now active.
We'll be able to eat the creep. Stop that push. But everybody on Secret's farming, especially Puppey, of course, as he pretty much has Solar Crest done too. So now Matu, he's got steroids on his team. He's got the Empower, he's got this Solar Crest too. Clinks has a steroid, but it's going to be coming from like press the attack, which isn't really traditionally the greatest for him because he wants more about that raw damage rather than attack speed, since most of his is going to be coming from the barrage. At least he has the ET Aura that will be coming out for him later, but they have good heroes versus ET Aura.
Nice tail. He's looking pretty dead up here. Same time as well, they find Saxa around the mid.
They're running away with this game.
They are rolling over OG right now.
Got another one too, Sab. Oh my goodness, that was close.
That was very, very
There's
close.
another quality.
He's going to get him. He's going to get him. Another one here for the Timberman.
And they're starting to invade Triangle as well already because they took that mid tower.
They're taking
Clinks,
so much.
The place where Clinks needs in the game is now denied from him. As Zai will be able to farm that one up and setting up for another tower. 40 seconds still left on this Aegis. Just feels like OG can't do anything right now. And they just need time for the Clinks, but even when he gets time, is he going to be able to survive this onslaught? These heroes that all get on his face.
I mean, what is the recovery plan for OG? Is he going to get to the point where they just have to sort of continue to make space for Sumail, look for the high ground hold? I mean, is there any item that any of them are close towards that could set them up to make a play out on the map into Secret?
Not particularly, because this time around they didn't pick, they don't have that traditional initiator from the offlane. Their initiator is going to be coming from nothing really, right? It's going to be the Monkey King hiding inside the tree lines, perhaps getting a Wukong.
And he's struggling to hide it. He's been found every time. Seb again in the mid. They've got him. Another catch from Zai. They'll try for the duel in.
But that's
going to be a +10 to Puppey. Puppey walking away here with that bonus damage.
I think they're just going to have to wait for Secret to play over-aggressive and just hope for some type of stomp from Saxa with a splitter, because right now they have no real plays that they can make versus Secret. Secret has full control of the map, triple blink daggers on the cores, so they're much more mobile. It's really limited right now for OG what they can do and what they can find. And they're under vision constantly. Secret's not slowing down, and they're still keeping up that farm pace. Sumail still has yet to die.
He is. He's holding on here for the squad.
But is he going to be able to do anything when he does join the fights versus these bruisers that get on him?
As I say, if he's able to carry this is going to be carrying a game on extremely hard mode right now with the lead that Secret has against OG.
It's not easy versus Ursa either, because he just has a built-in enrage that can just tank up versus all the big burst damage that a hero like Clinks has.
Zai
ready to hunt.
Ready.
Just thinking about it.
Oh, Thompson's going to be found. Here's quick with the bushwhack. Jump forward from Matu. He finds no tail. Shackles in. Thompson to fall.
And that's the mid. That's the mid hoodwink who dies just like a support. All of Secret in the area again.
Puppey with the wraparound as well. OG, they're playing around this tower. Can they actually get something going here?
They got to be careful.
They're sort of looking to try and fight this, but it's going to be so hard. No tail. Shackle jumps him on by Matu. He's going to move over towards Seb. Seb gets the Wukong's command on. RP for Zai. He's caught the two of them. Seb goes down. Sumail falls as well. Saxa surrounded by Secret.
Holy
and everybody dead on OG. 19-2 here. We're just 17 minutes in, but Secret, they're completely running away with this game.
And there's just not much of anything that OG can do. Even around their tier 2, they lose everybody like one by one. They lose the Hoodwink, then they lose the Monkey King, then they lose it's too much for them. Secret with all these blink daggers after such lead. Hey, it's 19-2.
Oh,
and look at Thompson again.
Thompson, he's on the run. Now we'll live this time, but only just. As Secret, no reason to stop. They can keep running at them. They are so far ahead right now.
And OG's still trying to stack up Ancients, trying to still get Sumail all this gold, but gold for what? What's it going to build into that's going to be able to bring him to be able to fight at this massive disadvantage? It just really doesn't feel like there's any hope.
Healing power.
Nisha Ags onward to the next item for him too. No-Tail trying to perhaps find a wrap around Nisha, but
Nisha.
He's safe.
Very close though. Quickly with the blink. Saxa. Also having to be cautious. Seb, he has got his Deso done. So they will have a little bit of damage. Obviously not really going to be saving him from dying though. It needs that BKB really before the next fight.
Might be able to... Oh, Nisha, he seems to be aware.
Yeah, Nisha's playing very careful. Quick blinks here, but another blink out as well, Nisha. They can't catch him as much and as hard as they try.
And everyone on Secret now connecting.
And we'll get the tower here. The question is if OG get out in time. Secret not turning up, but... So the eyes on Matuma Man. See if we can get the setup though. We'll get the grab back with a stun. Quick jump off to the side.
Nice play by YapzOr. He's using, I've seen that twice now. Power shots the tree from that acorn shot so that the stun just immediately gets removed. And then they smoke. Roche, it's a long respawn, but Secret, they know their power.
Yeah.
They're looking to claim back that triangle.
They don't need the Aegis to fight. Saxa. He's going to be the first one to be jumped. Matu's in. Saxa's gone. Zai over to the side. He's got the Yule set up. The skewer back onto No-Tail.
It's so
ripped
hard.
away from the rest of his team.
It's so hard to play versus these 3 blink daggers when they're at this disadvantage. They just can't even distance themselves from the heroes. Secret, it's just easy for them at this point. 2-21, constantly checking the Roche pit. As we said, it's a long respawn, so maybe a bit fortunate for OG that it is that long respawn, but Zai, he's still just hunting. OG trapped behind their tier 2s.
Still, that is just what they... The one death on Samel. Level 14. It's keeping on track sort of with the XP of Secret's heroes. The problem is it is all 3 of Secret's cores, of course. 15 on Nisha, Zai, and Matu.
Don't forget about the core Puppy as well.
Yeah, he's stepping it up.
He's trickling up.
206, Puppy's having a great time.
Sumail. They're giving him the tome as well. They're just trying to pump him up with everything at this point. They know that he is the only win condition for the team.
On the hunt for Matu. He is on his own.
Stop clips, gets the enrage.
And No-Tail's got the jewel to lock him down.
It's a short one though.
Splitter's going to be there to follow up. Have they got enough damage to take out Matu? He's going to look to run, but they got him. An important kill here for OG as they are able to take something away from Secret momentarily.
Big kill though, Tops as well. Thompson gets the last hit, and it is when Roshan respawns. OG, they can't go for him themselves, but perhaps they can catch something here in the next 30 seconds while Ursa is dead. Immediately though, Secret already addressing the lanes. Nisha hard pushing bottom. Rest of his team all set up around mid to Power Shot and Shockwave to ensure nobody gets caught. And we do have 20-minute timings coming in, so that is also something we do have to factor in when there is always a Legion Commander support. This is his timing. You get that shard, be able to get these big press the attack buffs onto your cores. But still a massive uphill battle for OG.
A long way to go to try and climb back against how much of a hold Secret's had on this game so far. Top lane. Zai, he's got his eyes on Seb, straight back into the claws of Matuma Man. And mid lane, OG trying to have a bit of a poke onto Puppy, but Puppy...
He's tanky.
Not just out of range of the barrage there. Sumail, not quite able to clip him.
And into Roche after that kill. Monkey King, probably the most important hero for that Roshan. Even though they have ET, he's a bit underleveled. The Monkey King is everything, and they're going to smoke too.
Yeah, they are.
RP at the ready.
They're going to look to...
And Seb's going to be forced to buy, so that will make Secret hesitate a little bit here about full committing.
They really don't want to let Secret get away with another rush. But it's still so hard for them to take a team fight. Zai. Oh, he misses the
skewer though.
Skewer whiffed, RP down. A little bit of fortune going the way of OG.
And would cheer for some ancient stacks being cleared up.
That's a lot of money.
And they're going to smoke themselves, continue scouting the area.
No RP. Can they do anything with this OG? Walking into the pit themselves, but they really want to try and get a kill before they go for it.
Their lineup doesn't do the rush nearly as fast.
It's risky.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to attempt it.
Though. Let's see.
That Deso on 70 could be the difference maker, but no, they're not going to get the chance to.
It's too scary. Oh, and the push.
Smell is trying to get over the shackle.
The shackle.
They've got the center one of the two of them. Yapso finds the angle. Lucas Command does come out. Stu off to the side because of the duel. Smell, can he get out? He can't. But Superman takes him down. They've got the drag back onto Notel. 2 dead on OG. Secret still with a full squad alive here. As OG, Saxa, Thompson so low. Saxa dying outside of the pit as well. Thompson on the rubber side. Blinks in. Shockwave finishes him off.
They have full vision there for a second because Nisha blinks into high ground and just rockets and rockets and rockets. 3,600 damage from the Tinker. They tried to go for a bold attempt of even walking into the pit there, but Secret's just at the ready. Even without RP, they're way stronger.
Absolutely.
26, and now Roche easily secured.
It's all theirs. As continued early time, he's just 24 minutes in. Secret getting so huge right now. Matu.
Already a Scotty finished up on him. Our Tinker here for Nisha has a Blink and a Shiva's. It's just getting more and more difficult, it feels.
Oh, he's going to feel the wrath of Zai here. Zai, another catch for Zai's Magnus.
And a dieback. 70 seconds, no Seb.
Oh boy, I'm going to struggle to hold here. See how good, how good is the high ground for OG? How easily can they push back Secret?
They can push in pretty easy here. Without that Monkey King, not the greatest spam coming out from the side of OG. They've got the ET, so he's always pretty decent to get that stomp and stuff. But with the triple blinks, they have to be careful.
This is a huge risk from Samael. It will be saved for Notel, but Notel, he's going to lose his life for it. He gets out to Darius with the barrage, takes out the agent, but Samael dies on the high ground. They have the vision, they see him up there. Samael's out for 50, no buyback available on him. As OG, they sort of just throw bodies at Secret in an attempt to stop the push. It's not going to work. 3 heroes, 4 heroes dying, in fact. Notel having to buy back. Secret, they're not going anywhere. Nisha, he's in. Thompson, he's been found, but Notel trying to save him here with the press the attack, but they've got the catch. Thompson's gone.
There's just way too much damage and way too much of a lead. 20k gold lead. Nice overwhelming odds will slow them down a bit, but here comes Nisha to bottle up his teammates, to barrier them up as well with the defense matrix.
We're seeing the jump.
The Gale
Secret,
Force.
they're ready to dive in. Saxa caught in the claws of Matumaman. Seb also to fall. Buyback comes out straight away from Thompson and Saxa. Now get the control onto Matumaman. Do they have the burst? No, trying to die. In with the RP. Stops Thompson and Notel before they can get in on top of Matu. Matu's away. Nisha's out, and they're ready to return back in. Nisha back of that Matu's get caught up by the duel. Samel has got the damage. He's taken out Poppy. Now with Nisha for the shackle shot. Yapso again. Beautiful angle. Locks the two of them down. Everybody's dead on OG. It's 4-37. Just 26 minutes in.
How many shackle shots have we seen like that? Like Nisha this time was dropping pretty low finally, but another shackle shot comes in, and yeah, Secret all just covering each other perfectly this game.
They really are. They're looking completely unstoppable here. This is the sort of performance so far from Secret that you know that Puppy's always been hunting for here to pull off flawlessly at TI. And here, game 2 of this upper bracket series against OG. It's looking pretty darn good. Seb caught out yet again.
26k onto the next one. OG just still sticking it, and even though the game is very much so over at this point.
It's probably hitting the 100% on the win probability, I would imagine.
We are at it.
We've been there for
a
few minutes indeed.
It's only 27 minutes in, and we have 27,000 gold lead.
That's insane. Oh, Zai!
Another one.
Oh, not
and
able
the
to
Gale
score
Force
two,
as
but
well.
it doesn't matter. The burst taking out Saxa. There we have it. The second set of Rector still a tier 2 up top. So the game may go on a little longer. But what can OG do? I don't know. If there really is anything to be done here. Notel, another shackle. He's been caught. Seb tries to jump in, immediately taken out by Matu. They can't even get back to the fountain. GG is called. Secret looking utterly terrifying in this game 2. As with that, they secure themselves the series 2-0 against OG. They will be moving up in the upper bracket, and OG, they'll have to climb through the lower.
What a performance, too. Like, every single player from Secret just hitting the nail on the head. Yapso with some clutch shackles. Puppey with being Puppey as his Enchantress decimating the laning phase. Matu, of course, coming in. And Nisha, what a performance this series.
Woo, absolutely. Nisha game one on his Ember. This game as well. 13-0-18. You could not do it any better there. And everything just gelled together.
In the seasons
so well
and stuff,
from
this is
Secret.
what you
And I'd say
expect them
this
to be able to turn up and perform.
Absolutely.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a game two indeed. Secret are definitely going to be moving on with a lot of confidence off the back of that win in the upper bracket. And as I say, we'll have to see how OG deals with being in the lower yet again here for this run. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Secret, the series is theirs, 2-0 against OG.
Thank you very much, OD, Pixel, and Fogged. Team Secret Twitter said 219 Lamau, and then it ended up with 542. OG going 0-2 and headed down to the lower bracket for the first time in 3 years of TI. Gentlemen, what happened here?
They didn't bring back the magic of the comeback. There was no, just have fun, boys, let's just have fun in the second game, because this looked very rough.
Yeah, that was definitely a Gaben level shellacking, of course, as you're very familiar with from the NADPC. I think if that wasn't OG, if this wasn't TI, there would have been a GG way earlier. That was a complete stomp. The laning phase was hugely in favor of Team Secret, and then it just seemed like one of those games where there's nothing to catch the Tinker. You just can't do anything to the Tinker. He shows up, kills your entire team, you can't catch him.
Put it into perspective for me. At what point would it have been a GG if this were not TI? At what point was it so far gone that they would just GG out?
I think after the dive at the bottom tier 2, where
I mean, there
Zai
were
had
kind
the
of a lot
crazy
of
like
those.
skewer into the RP onto Monkey King and Clink.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think that one probably would have broke the back. But I think this game overall, the hero of the game for me was Enchantress. I think this hero, like the story of this tournament so far for me is that it's very hard to snowball lanes into winning the game. But I think this is one hero that breaks the rules. When you have Enchantress play like Puppey, he identifies perfectly what to do in the game, and he goes for the correct skill build, given that he has a lot of damage on his heroes. He went for a 1-4-4 build, which allowed him to sort of frontline, so all his other heroes who had long-range poke could keep poking OG and then getting ready to commit at the correct time that they wanted to.
Meanwhile, speaking of frontline, on one side you have Enchantress, you have supports, everyone wants to go, everyone wants to make plays. On the other, you have Clinks and Hoodwink for your position 1 and 2. These heroes, they want to be as far away from the fight as possible, at the start at least. And they're doing the same thing. They're building into this Maelstrom that kind of brings up damage, but not necessarily. They still want to continue fighting with it. Seb, he was left alone on an island, and he had to make stuff happen. He had to be the frontliner. He had to protect absolutely everyone on his side. And sadly, it didn't look that great. He ended up the game with one kill and 10 deaths, something like that.
I feel like it's a really hard job to do for Monkey King.
It is for Monkey King, unless you're winning.
Yeah, unless you're winning. Out of time, Monkey King supports, like you're right. They don't want a front line. They don't want a tank. They want to sit back, get their spells off, and no one from OG, if once they start getting behind, could really deal with Secret's pressure.
That's one of those things, though, that only is an issue if you're losing. Like, if this went totally the other way, we wouldn't be sitting here looking at OG's draft and being like, oh, they lacked initiation, because the Monkey King would be able to do that. Even maybe like the Elder Titan would be able to do that. And so it is just one of those things where you fall behind and you can't do anything. And then on the other side, I really liked Zai's build on Magnus. He just went Blink into Yules into the Aghanim Shard. And one thing that I've noticed with Secret in this tournament is that when they're winning, they play so fast now. And by that, I mean they literally run around the map quickly, killing anybody who's trying to just desperately push out the lanes. It's like somebody will show up and kill you. And if Zai doesn't build the Yules, it's not as much of a threat because he can just Yules you and then skewer you out. How many fights did we see set up by Zai with a Yules into skewer?
We have TI winner here. We have Big Brain Jenkins. Let me put this simple. They lost 3 lanes.
They did.
If you lose 3 lanes and your mid lane suffered super hard, like Hoodwink had half the CS of Tinker, you cannot play the game afterwards. Even if you're OG, you can have as big of a mental war as you can. it's still so difficult.
So what could OG have done there, or was Team Secret just so like airtight? Was their play so airtight that just there was just no answer after draft, or was it? What was like the key point? What was the key turning point?
I think it was a Roshan. Because OG, they had a good read on the game, I think. I think they were still in that. They were stalling the Roshan, making Team Secret waste five of their players' time. But then Zai, I don't even know how he got that RP off. And they got like a triple kill there, right? Like at the Roshan, they got triple kill and Aegis. I think if OG had played a bit more calm, just kept spamming them, just give it the Roshan eventually after stalling them for so long, they could have had a comeback in this game. Like maybe bring more heroes to a fight, maybe lay a trap somewhere, but it just never happened after that.
That's really difficult. And, you know, even and how about the morale of the game, right? So they weren't doing too well from pretty much the beginning. They couldn't farm, and then they had to take a series of fights that didn't go their way. What could they have done to keep the morale up? We saw like kind of a little bit of a decrease in the chat lines, you know, but
I think the morale is still there. It's OG after all. They psychologically they're really a strong team. They have Seb as a cornerstone who always props them up. That guy reads all sorts of books for morale and whatnot.
Yeah, they played until the very end. I mean, there's like two ways that you can look at that. You can look at that as if you played until the very end because people were kind of sitting there quietly, like toxically, you don't know what to do, your cores go quiet, whatever. But it's OG. It's like they're famous for morale and for mentality. So I think the way to look at that is probably they were just talking, they were just playing the game, they're having fun with it. And I kind of think like it's going to be interesting to see what OG does when they finally, you know, go back and have one of these like circle pep talks where they're like hyping each other up. I imagine Seb there, you know, doing the speaking. And like, do they come back super powered? And does it even matter?
right. Well, on the other hand, we will get to see what Team Secret's morale and what their mentality is like as we go to this interview with Sir Action Slacks and Team Secret.
Thank you so much. I am here with the legend himself, Mr. 10-Time. It's Puppy. Puppy, such a pleasure to have you. What a fantastic game. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Whew.
Sorry for not using your voice lines, but it'll get to that.
You better, Puppy. All right, we had a deal. All right, Puppy, it's been 7 years on Team Secret. You've gone through a lot of roster shuffles. You've gone in and out of different teams, but this time, it's been 2 years of the same guys. What do you think the impact is on that? Do you think it's helping you guys out?
I think we kind of know each other pretty well by now. And we are doing some kind of things in order to find what are like stressors or things that are like psychological to make us help understand each other a little bit better, because we are in this relationship for a long while and we've been playing a long time. So I don't know. Like we are just trying to go the right way, the right path, where we all kind of understand each other and our emotional stresses.
Absolutely. Well, after that series, it looks like you guys are going on the correct path. However, let's talk about the path before TI. This is the first time you guys have entered a TI without everyone pretty much assuming you were going to win it. Was that on purpose? Be real.
Kinda.
Wow.
It's not really that. It's just because there's no tournaments, right?
Sure.
There's really no tournaments, and there's no reason to overdo anything, and you don't get the same vibe as going to like ESL Birmingham or like, let's say, some other tournament. There's no such feeling anymore, and I know this feeling will be at TI at least. The majors are great too, but after the first major we already got kind of what we wanted. If we qualify one more time, we're in the solid. It's not the problem is not that we don't want to win. The problem is that in the back lines you always know that you're going to TI, which kind of suffers your gameplay in a way. And it's not really about that also, because we are kind of like boomers, most of them. Like Matsu and me, we're always making boomer jokes about each other and stuff, and it kind of like, you know, it shifts to the mentality that let's win the right matches, not the other stuff, please.
All right. Well, our next series coming up is going to be the best of one eliminations. You've been there many times yourself, and a lot of these teams are looking up to you as kind of the grandpapa of Dota. Any advice to those guys?
For OG?
No, just for the other guys.
I mean, it's rough being there. I have no advice whatsoever because there's no such thing as good advice if you're down there. Most of the time, I think there's only one team that knows what's going on, and then they crawl up and do some stuff, right? But I think that comes from understanding the game. And when you're down there, I think you have to have the same mentality if you're up there.
Yeah.
So it's not like you should kind of be blinded by the fact that you're down there. So just don't even think about it.
Okay. Well, actually, since you mentioned it, OG has not been in the lower bracket in 4 years. You got any advice for them?
Stay down.
All right. Thank you so much, Puppy. Back to you.
Good Lord.
Stay down. Those were the words that Puppy had for OG. Well, Puppy may think that he and Matu are boomers, but they've actually got the zoomer moves. And let's see how they did in game 1 with a replay featuring OD Pixel and Fogged.
Ismail is going to try and jump straight away to Nisha. Nisha pops the BKB. Remnant on the side. They're going to attempt straight away. Everything thrown down off the eye. They're taking him down. So all over for Zach. Sam does come out for time. Ismail's already popped the ult. Ready to go over for more. Chasing down Yapsor. He'll remove the Monkey King out of the fight. A double kill for Ismail. Now ready to go for something else to the side as he's on top of Matumbaman. Waveform out. Ismail looks to Nisha, but now he's going to be frozen in position. Ismail, he's trying to back out, but the cold feet kicks in. Ismail will fall. No tail as well. Cut down by Nisha. With the setup there, Matsu comes in for the finishing blow.
Amazing. Well, they have secured a win 2-0, sending OG down to the lower bracket, and they will be playing against whoever wins Quincy Crew versus Team Aster. And the lower bracket is starting to fill up, and we can't let that happen. So coming up after this series, we're going to have 4 matches of the lower bracket. But in the upper bracket, Team Secret securing the 2-0, IG securing the win 2-1. They will be moving forward into the quarterfinals. We still have yet to decide tomorrow who will be winning in the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, this is probably the game they practiced the most for on the side of Secret. They are playing versus IG, and IG is the team that put them in that lower bracket at the Singapore Major.
Okay, cool. Well, we will see what happens as these matches play out, but until then, we're going to get ready for our next series. In the meantime, check out this cool treasure from the TI archives.
There's a lot of ways to screw up playing Dota 2. Misclicks, bad buybacks, item decisions, you name it. But no screw-ups in Dota 2 history are more famous than Team Orange's KYXY at TI3.
Orange versus 2011 international champions, Na'Vi.
It comes down to one single game. Either team to take it, gonna head in to the grand final.
We were waiting backstage to see what's gonna win between Orange and Na'Vi. From how we saw it, Orange had the upper hand. We're kind of preparing mentally to play against Orange in the finals.
We colossally fucked up that game. Like we fed so much. It's like if you watch that game, it's like feed after feed after feed after feed.
I remember KYXY was just a boss. He was doing so well at this TI. He was carrying Orange in so many of those matches. And then he has this moment.
Continue to farm up and then just deal with this Aegis when it comes out. Should be on the hands of Mushy, and in fact goes the hands of Windrunner. Nope.
Denial.
What?
They denied it. They failed.
Oh!
We didn't realize at first. If I remember correctly, we were still playing the game for like 5 minutes. And like the pressure was getting to us too, and like a lot of like stuff's going on. At some point, I think it was Dandy, or maybe Hawas. It's like, oh, they don't have the Aegis. Like,
I think it took a few seconds for like the casters to realize as well, if I remember correctly. Like the crowd as well. Everybody was like, a few moments later, were like, oh.
That doesn't happen. I mean, who does that, and why didn't he pick the Aegis? You have so many questions always in this that, I mean, you kind of ruined the game. It's the feeling that you're left with.
There's footage of KYXY at that moment as his heart literally shatters.
Ты заденаила! ВР заденаила!
атака за Denial Aegis. Кто у нас там? Blood Angel? Blood Angel славился такими мувами.
Я не знаю, что еще должно здесь произойти. Нави,
When I saw that, I mean,
все получается. Даже Aegis
I felt so bad for him. I felt so bad for KYXY.
I think it stays with him maybe all his life.
If we're gonna have him in the seat, we're gonna be talking about it with him.
Poor guy, don't bully him too much. 当时肉山快死了，然后我不想捡到我的队友的，然后我又想要攻击那个肉山，所以我就按 A， 然后就不小心把那个盾 A 掉，然后我的队友就很不懂发生什么事情，以为我把盾抢了这样。
That's what he was doing. Literally, that's what he was doing. Just spamming it like that, you know, just going ham, making it feel like it will kill it faster or something like that, or like you're just so nervous, probably.
当时我是超级内疚，因为那个是我们败者组的决赛了，就毕竟我们赢了就可以去决赛。那我是觉得非常的内疚，因为我们很难才达到这个地步，这样子对。打完比赛过后，我的队友就告诉我不要那么内疚，因为我也是有功劳才能够达到前3这个成绩的，对，就这样叫我不要内疚。
The truth is that mistakes they happen, and this is when you need your team, you need your teammates to be there for you, just like when you're going to be there for them once that's going to happen to them.
I think every pro Dota player at some point has made a fatal mistake in a game, and all you can do is try and move past it, and either try and still win the game if it's winnable, or just go on to the next one.
然后也希望那些有做失误的人不要那么觉得内疚，因为毕竟还是要继续成长这样。对，没错。
Mistakes happen. It's very normal. Everybody makes mistakes. It's absolutely human to make mistakes. And the beauty about Dota 2 is that those mistakes happen so often that those are the moments that you learn. You get better, you adapt, you stop spamming the attack button when you're, in the Roche pit in a very crucial match, and you learn and you adapt. And Dota 2 is an ever-evolving game that requires you to adapt all the time. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that might only watch Dota when it's TI time. Welcome back. We love to have you here. But I also know that watching these games today has been maybe a tiny bit overwhelming. There's been a lot of changes since the previous international. And we have Purge here with us, who is going to talk to us a little bit more about what has changed.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, there's been a couple new things in the game. First off, we'll start off with new heroes since the last TI. We got 4 new ones. You've seen some of them already today, but these are the stats from the group stage. We've got Snapfire, we've got Void Spirit, Hoodwink, and Dawnbreaker. And Snapfire's been the most successful with the highest win percentage because she can be played very, very effectively as support. Hoodwink, as we saw earlier today, not in the best place. So, along with new heroes, we also have plenty of new items. There's a bunch across the board, but the most valuable one or the most interesting one is maybe Aghanim's Shards. What's better than 1 Chaos Meteor? Well, more than that, 3 Chaos Meteors. And you get the Ag Shard by buying it for 1,400 gold, and it sometimes upgrades your existing skill, sometimes gives you an extra one. You can get it from Roshan as well, so that's a great way for a lot of carry players to pick that one up. You can see if a hero has a Shard. If you take a look at their HUD at the bottom of the screen, look for those 3 blue dots, that means they have the Shard. Directly above that is if they have Ag Scepter. But what's this thing way over here to the right? That's going to be the neutral item on the right side. The neutral item is another new thing in Dota. You can get neutral items by dropping them from neutral camps. And once you pick it up, you can give it to anybody on your team. There's different tiers. They get more powerful as the game goes on. But that's a new thing that you might be a bit confused about if you haven't been around for a bit. Other than that, I just want to talk about buildings. There's some new building changes in the game. Buildings are mostly the same. I don't want to talk about this one. Let's talk about some different ones. None of that. Shrines are a little bit different. Well, really, they're gone. Outposts are the new thing. They sit in the jungle. They give you vision. You can teleport to them after about 6 seconds. And mostly, they help you retain some control of Roshan. You can take them from your enemies as well after you kill a tier 2. And there's tons more couriers in the game. Lots more to be killed. 5 for each team. So now, you don't have to worry about that pesky mid player stealing it for the first 5 minutes of the game so that he can type GG easy mid at the end. So that's basically the big changes in the game. So hopefully with that, you guys can follow along nicely.
All right, thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, a lot of changes that we all have to keep track of, and I hope that the two teams that we're going to watch next have definitely paid attention. They are in the lower bracket. It is time for eliminations. It's best of ones. I'm joined by Gareth. I'm joined by Tsunami. I'm joined by Tigov. And Tigov, I'm going to start with you because best of ones eliminations, that's what we're here for.
A lot of people actually say they don't like them, but I personally kind of love them for the fact that it's like an extension of the group stage, right? They weren't good enough to get top 4, but they had like that energy in them that you kind of want in that TI spirit. So like best of one is like prolonging it a little bit more, and then I don't know, I just love best of ones. It's the might of like the captains, the drafting, and then of course anything happening in the game, but this it's so good.
Getting that edge.
Yeah, he's all giddy. Are you just as giddy, Gareth?
Absolutely. It's like getting that edge, right? You've got maybe a pocket strat you bring out, that little thing, your mid laner outplays in the mid lane, dominates the lane. I agree.
All right,
like
Tsunami, we got Undying Fnatic. That's our first series, right? These two teams, this is the most even best of one we have today, I feel like, because anything can come out of here.
Yeah, both these teams have been coin flips for me, not even just within their own DPC regions, but as the group stage evolved, I was trying to figure out, okay, how good is North America? You know, I know EG's been carrying the torch. Quincy Crew's looking a little bit not as good as I was expecting. Undying somehow cruises right in the middle. Same thing with Fnatic. DPC ends, they're kind of scrambling to figure out who's our roster going to be of. They get something together, narrowly make it through the SCA quals, and then show up to group stage. Still, coin flips all around. They managed to 2-0 Secret, but the rest of it, they had a lot of draws, so I still don't even know what to make of them when they're going head-to-head.
Yeah, because we normally, in the group stages of TI, we expect teams to get better as we go. You know, they learn, they adapt. Do you feel like that's the case for both of these teams, T?
Honestly, I think, Undying has been improving every step of the way. And I think the best example is the series against EG, right? Like, throughout the entire tournament, when they were first pick, for example, they wouldn't even care about IO. They'd let the enemy ban it or just not pick it. And then now against EG, for example, it was like, we're going to first pick it. Like, they have that ability to surprise people as this tournament goes. Like, they're not just sticking to what happened in the first. And Fnatic as well kind of did the same thing. Weren't doing so well at the start of their draft, but now they're slowly tweaking it a little bit. So both teams are experimenting a little bit.
Experimenting a little bit. Well, there's one thing